computer.
All right,
Like
we're live.
Beautiful.
I gave you plenty of warning there, my sock summer, but we are
Beautiful.
live.
Oh,
now.
it's me. It's not
You were
both
the
of
one
us.
still talking. You were the one
Shut
still
up.
talking,
You
man.
shut up.
All right.
Man.
Oh, we're on. Yeah, we're live.
Gorgeous.
Welcome to 108 Fest.
108 Fest.
Oof.
Josh, what's up, man? How's it going?
I am doing great. A little bittersweet. Obviously, I love hanging out with you guys and doing this virtually is a blast. But we had big plans for the 2021 Sox Fest after party.
Yeah.
And completely vanished. Hopefully, Reggie's is still standing. Hopefully, this coronavirus will go away and we can go back to some type of normalcy next year so we can have the 2022 Sox Fest after party. Hopefully after a world championship run by the Chicago White Sox will make it even more fun.
You damn right.
But no, it's great that we are all hanging out again virtually, and tonight's going to be fun.
I couldn't agree more. So with the absence of Sox Fest this year, we felt it was our goddamn duty to bring you a live show, even if it was remote, which this is, as you can probably tell, because you're watching this from your home. And so that's what we got planned for tonight. We've got a whole bunch of guests. But before we get to them, what I want to know from each of you guys is, what are you drinking tonight? And I'm going to start in the order that I can see you guys. B-Flow, if you're first.
Oh, baby. So I decided to kick it old school. I was really debating what I wanted to drink tonight. And we're a beer podcast and we're a goose podcast, but I thought, fuck it. I'm the wine guy. I'm going to go with the wine, right? So I'm drinking tonight. I'm drinking nothing but Turley right there. Ooh, that's a 2019 Petite Syrah, or 2012, sorry, Petite Syrah. Delicious. I've had this in my cellar now I probably got it in 2013. So I've had it down here for 8 years. So it's been aging and I was looking forward to cracking this open. So it's a special occasion because we're getting together for 108 Fest. Like Josh said, we had the biggest party in Sox Twitter last year, but we weren't able to do it again this year. So we gotta make up for it. And that's how I'm doing, with a little celebration in a bottle, a little Turley.
Beef, I'd like to see you drinking wine, because I think we did the podcast last week, and you were doing some whiskey, I think.
I was.
And I could tell by the end, because I know a saturated beef.
Oof.
You were a little tipsy at the end. I could feel it. I could feel the drunken beef going on, which sounds like a delicious Chinese food item.
Yeah,
it was.
I've actually had that.
It was until they brought it over to the States and then they Americanized it, and it's no good.
Oh man,
now they use domestic beer. So I mean,
my Sock Summer. What are you drinking, man?
I am drinking. I'm pretty sure everybody knows what I'm drinking because I was testing it out this week or last week, or I don't remember. The days have become a blur. But I went to Costco and I bought my Costco Royale, which is delicious. It's a blended Canadian whiskey. This thing is ginormous. I just want to show how much is in there right now. I already have one pour in there.
Wow.
And I'm mixing that up with my favorite cherry Coke. And then I got my my Cherry Man cherries.
There they are.
We get our guy in there. And
spice it up. I like it.
Then I'm gonna drop this too. Every so often I'm gonna do a shot of Pedialyte, but it's the generic version, so that tomorrow I'm not dead. I have a the Hangover podcast, or the Hangover show tomorrow for 108 Fest. When we decided that we were going to do that, I said there's a really good potential that I will be hungover on the 30th, and they said, "Fuck it, we're doing it on the 30th then, because that will be great." So I am I'm not regretting that decision yet, but I'm sure I will be tomorrow. But by 7 o'clock, I should be straight. Like, I'll take a couple, THC mints. I'll be. I'm not really worried about it. I'll probably be like hammering beers and shit, and people are gonna be like, "Man, this guy's an animal." And I'm like, "Yeah, motherfucker."
Wait, my Sock Summer, you're not juicing right now with a little THC, or no?
No. I did take some CBD because
okay. All right.
I worked out, not today, this week, but I
humble
also
brag.
but I also shoveled and I tweaked my back. So my back has been a mess.
Oh man.
So but I've only taken like 6 ibuprofens, and I've just taken a shitload of CBD. So it's working really good. Yeah. So I like CBD.
I'm a little worried about you. You got a bad back and you're sitting on the casting couch. I don't know what this is going to go, how this is going to go for you.
Josh, you know,
Josh,
don't need
go ahead.
talk shit about my couch, dude. It came with the house. Okay.
Hey, your Buffalo Bill flesh-colored couch is fine. Don't worry about it. Josh, what are you drinking tonight, man?
I am drinking, of course, I'm still sticking with the Maplewood.
Nice.
This is the Brambleberry. It's one of their brunch beers. It's a sour, so it's got a bunch of berries like blueberries, black currants, raspberries. It's only 4%. It's a good starter beer. And then I got my second one queued up already. The Stay Puffed marshmallow brown ale from Wild Onion Brewery is going to be my second one. I don't know what my third beer is going to be. And if this is anything like our last show we did together, that third beer is going to be when things get interesting, takes get hotter, more rapid. But yeah, that's what I'm starting off with.
That's when the fun starts, actually.
Now before we shifted over to Treasy to find out what he's drinking, Josh, just want to let you know the early returns on the Festivus show was that people freaking love you with a couple brewskis in you. Not that they don't love you normally on Sox Machine podcast, but they really were digging you with a couple brewskis in you. So I just want to let you know, give you the feedback you deserve. But I wanted to do it live so that you could ingest it all with all the rest of the watching people.
Thank you. I appreciate it. My girlfriend Kim says alcohol is my truth serum for making the situations better, making situations worse. You will find out how I truly feel about you after a few beers.
That's why we put Jim first up for you. So don't misstep with the Sox Machine. So I got me a little
what are you drinking, Teresa?
Little natural villain tonight because I was like, you know what, I can't go just like I think I had these for Festivus too because I was like I can't go overboard. I gotta introduce people. I gotta keep together a little bit. And allegedly. So, but what's funny is like we're like 7 minutes in and I've already. Just talking to you guys beforehand, I finished one and I have this. And when I filled the cooler, I was like, oh, look, all 15 of these fit in here. So I've got no hope. I had good intentions, but they're already out the window. We're going to see how this goes.
Hey, Loaf, can you do me a favor? Can you check on your end? I'm getting messages that the chat is not working.
Yeah,
there's 100 people in there.
Yeah, it's not working. It's definitely not working because I've tried to type in stuff in the chat and it's giving me an error. So,
oh boy,
we apologize if the chat comes through. We'll pick up your messages. If the chat doesn't come through, well, you'll just have to listen to our dumbasses talk, and you won't get.
I'm gonna go in and
there's always Twitter.
That's true. We could try to monitor Twitter if we want to.
All right, so let me do this. I'm gonna lay down the drinking rules real quick.
Gorgeous.
Then I'll let you guys chat a little bit and I'll go take a look and see what we can find in the YouTubes and make sure we don't have something that's turned off.
Hey, so just funny. I just got a DM from Lonely Teen Sox fan who's the little guy that I took a picture with at Sox Fest last year. And he said it's not working. So he's a technical genius, so it's definitely not working. But also be aware that we have a younger kid, a teenager watching us right now. So I want to make sure
we're perfect for teenagers. Okay, if you want to rebel against your parents,
something,
we're perfect for you. Okay, my Sox summer, shut your mouth. Okay, you're acting like it's a 5-year-old kid watching. This kid's probably 14. He's heard worse in his classroom than he's hearing from us. Okay. He teach us some stuff. All right. So when this chat gets working again, I want this young man to teach us all the curse words that all the kids are saying now so that we'll be hip to all this. All right.
I think bull honky is the #1 curse word right now in the 6th grade. That's what I
don't think so.
Honky.
Maybe in Sterling, but not in Chicago.
It was in Sterling for me. Yeah. I think it's still popular. Yep.
All right. So let me go through the drinking rules real quick, and then we'll go take a look at this chat component, and we'll get that fixed. Okay. So The drinking rules tonight are a little bit different than usual. Usually it's something one of us have to say, but there's going to be so many people that I just figured I'm going to give you a list of words. And if you hear any of these, you just drink. All right. So those words are podcast, blog, Jose Abreu regression, Jock Peterson, Adam Eaton, Yasmani Grandal injury, Texas, Jake and or the Fat Man, Invitation to Love, Sabermetrics, Payroll, Bobbleheads, Malort, The Sopranos, 670 The Score, and of course, the West Coast. So if you hear any of those, I want you to take a drink. And you know what? I'll do what I can. Is the chat working now? I feel like
it is
working.
It's up and running. Maybe
I'm going to tell you 17,000 messages that just popped through, and they
can't read it.
They all say shotgun a beer, Josh Nelson. That's what they said.
Can I tell you what it was? And I'm glad that My Sock Summer brought up that there was a young person in the audience. There is a setting when you're setting this that you can choose either, yes, this is for children, or no, this is not for children. As soon as I put it to no, this is not for children, I think they all started streaming through. So I'm guessing that we were off to a good start with somebody, and they said like, "Wow, I can't show this shit to
That's
kids."
enough.
So we need to make sure what's going on here. All right. Well, thank you guys for letting us know that it was jacked up, and yes, I could see some things coming through now. This is awesome.
Juicy stuff.
So you know what I'm going to do for you guys,
man.
I want you guys to talk a little bit. Beef, why don't you kick it off and start talking a little bit about your Sox thoughts, so that we can maybe have a little touch of each of us getting into the things we're gonna have our guests talk about later. And I'm gonna try and post a actual post on our blog, which drink for that, and with all the drinking rules. So let me see if I can get this done. We'll see what we can do.
That's beautiful. Yeah, I'd love to start. So, what we want our guests to come on and say, other than all the other bullshit that we'll bring in to discuss with them in random ask questions, is we want them to tell us one thing they're excited about regarding the 2021 White Sox, one thing they're worried about regarding the 2021 White Sox, and one bold prediction. So I'll start. I think for me, the one thing that I'm excited about, I was excited about it last year, I'm still excited about it now, is the continued growth, the steps of Luis Robert. I want to see how Luis Robert develops in 2021. I put this out there on Twitter a couple of years ago, before Luis Robert was a major leaguer, and just as the rebuild was coming to an end. And Trees and I have talked about it drunkenly before. If Luis Robert becomes a 6 or 7 WAR monster every year, a lot of the things we're worried about right now kind of go away, because you got that one superstar player that you can count on to produce. I know White Sox Sal thinks that I don't give a shit about Luis Robert, probably because I tried to trade him in my Sox Machine offseason plan a couple years ago. But fuck that. I've come around, and now I'm back in on him, okay? Now,
maybe. Possibly.
He's kind of good. The guy's kind of good. You know what? I didn't realize he's kind of good, though. Thing I'm worried about, this roster is paper thin. Who's the 5th hitter off the bench that's going to be taking plate appearances? I can't name who that would be. I have no fucking clue. How about 6th, 7th, and 8th? Okay. These players on an average team get 100 plate appearances in a season. So already between these guys that I couldn't tell you who their fucking names would be, we're already piling up like 3/4 of a season for someone. Okay. 3/4 of a batting spot for someone. I did a blog recently. I don't know if you have to drink for that in this show.
Yes, absolutely.
And I tallied up how often bench players hit for AL pennant winning teams. On average, the bench gets 22.6% of the plate appearances. That's over 2 spots basically in the lineup every day. So you really got to lean on your bench. And it's not always just, oh, we got 1 or 2 good bench players. Guys get hurt. Guys are ineffective. You know, shit happens basically. You know, the old axiom, shit happens. So I'm extremely worried about this super fucking thin bench. And my bold prediction, and I'm sure we're going to talk enough about this motherfucker tonight, so I probably shouldn't even mention his name. But my bold prediction is that Adam Eaton returns to form and drops an 800 OPS on
him. Everyone drink for the Adam Eaton mention. I love it.
Man.
Love it. I'm like Frank Drebin over here. I love it.
Oh, Jesus.
Josh,
Christ.
why don't you drop some stuff on us?
Okay, the thing that I'm excited about is that every 5 days, I think the Chicago White Sox could win 3.5 out of those 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
With Giolito and Lance Lynn now in tow and Dallas Keuchel and Dylan Cease, depending on how his progression goes with Ethan Katz, it's been a while as a White Sox fan that you feel confident every 5 days that 3.5 of those days, you feel pretty strong that the White Sox can win. And people may say that's kind of a weird way to look at it, but I consider the baseball schedule as far as the starting rotation, as far as 5 pitchers. And the 5th starter, we'll see. I don't have a lot of confidence in Ronaldo Lopez as far as performing at a high level. I think he can perform as a major leaguer, but those days are going to be a toss-up. By confidence, I mean, yeah, I think the White Sox are going to win today. Last year, during the 2020 season, it was 2 out of 5 days. Giolito starting, Keuchel starting. I feel pretty confident. The other 3 days, let's find out, baby. And the White Sox won most of those games, obviously, as they got.
Yeah, they got some voodoo magic on those 3 other days. It was amazing.
Exactly. So there's a lot of teams in the American League that can't say that right now. And I would even, peg the New York Yankees and the Toronto Blue Jays, especially with the Yankees. They have some good starters, but can they stay healthy? And I think that's going to be a recurring theme all season long in the American League. It's going to be the battle of who can avoid the injured list the most. And with the White Sox, I think with the starting rotation, they are deeper than most teams in the American League. And that definitely gets me hyped up. And I think that gives them an excellent chance to win the division. I'm going to piggyback on what Beef said about as far as the concern, and it is the concern for the White Sox heading to this season is the lack of depth. We're probably not talking enough about what Nick Williams and Tim Beckham can bring to the Chicago White Sox, and we need to start talking about them because Beef is right. You're going to see both Nick Williams and Tim Beckham at some point in the 2021 season appear in a White Sox game because Tim Anderson pulled his hammy or he twisted his ankle sliding to second base, and he's got to miss a couple weeks. Tim Beckham is your shortstop. Eloy Jimenez hurts himself running into the wall, trying to catch a fly ball. Nick Williams is coming in to play left field. So I think Beef is right. The depth is pretty thin. We have some unknowns that are going to be contributing. How well would they contribute? That's kind of hard to peg at this moment, but that's my biggest concern. My prediction, Beef's prediction is kind of crazy, but
how dare you?
Last year, everyone thought my prediction was crazy, that I thought the White Sox would have 5 all-star players. I'm going to up that. I think the Chicago White Sox will have 6 all-star players this year.
Damn.
And I'm going to list them.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, where's
not Adam Eaton?
Adam Eaton.
Not Adam Eaton. Luis Robert, Jose Abreu, Tim Anderson, Lucas Giolito, Lance Lynn, and Liam Hendricks. I think those are your 6 White Sox players that will make the All-Star game this year. And I don't recall how many went in 2006 because Ozzie just kept adding more and more White Sox players. But that's going to be the most that I could recall outside of 2006. And I hope I'm right, because if I am, then the White Sox are having an awesome first half of the season and should be well positioned by the time they go to Atlanta for the All-Star break to be in first place in the American League Central. So that's my bold prediction. 6 White Sox players will make the All-Star game.
I was really hoping you were going to name someone that was not on the team yet. That was my like.
Just looking at the chat, Nathan Sheba says shit happens equals Yonder Alonso happens. So yeah, that's we don't want that. We kind of want to steer away from having the Yonder Alonso situation.
We don't want a repeat of the Yonder Alonso situation.
He was clutch according to My Sox Summer, but he's otherwise no thanks.
Timely.
His retirement was not timely. He should have done it the year before.
Well, but hey, listen, he can't be, on every time. Okay. So he's just timely. I have a 2.5-year-old screaming my name from the top of the stairs right now. So it's somewhat slightly distracting, but that's okay. I'm going to power through it, guys.
All right, My Sox Summer. So what are your bold predictions? What are you excited about? What are you concerned about?
I figured you guys would go baseball. And I will go baseball also, but maybe something different. I'm excited mostly about potentially getting back in the stadium and actually seeing some live baseball. That is my number one excitement. I think the chips are going to fall where they may with the team, and I'm hoping for growth, obviously, that they're going to continue to grow at a level that will get us to win our division, go to the playoffs and whatever. But I'm more worried about getting back to some normalcy, because honestly, as much as I love doing these things because it's very convenient and very easy, it's not anywhere near as fun as getting together and shooting it out on the deck, shooting it out in the park, doing whatever, just drinking everywhere. And drinking and talking. Okay. Just not everything. And we can't wait to drink on your new rooftop. And hopefully, Wally doesn't fall off of it.
Oh no, don't invite Wally. No.
Wally probably shouldn't go there. So
there he is.
Jim.
I don't think we have volume for Jim yet, but we
live from Montreal. What am I worried about? My biggest worrisome is the fourth starter, which I think is a very valid concern. I think fifth starter is also a very valid worry concern. I'm worried about that. I'm also worried about a no DH. I think that we wrote a blog. I wrote a blog. I quoted Jim in the blog because he did it. He said it much better than I did. It's just like we've waited for this moment, and our moment is here, and we're not spending. And I'm a little concerned about that. And I think that if they're not spending now, potentially, as Josh tweeted, I think this week too, maybe they'll spend at the break. Maybe they'll spread before the deadline. I don't know. They didn't do it last year. And they did probably the same thing they would have done with Lance Lynn last year at the break, possibly. I don't know. Maybe they wanted more then. I don't know. But I'm mostly worried about pitching. The hitting will probably happen. And I think we'll probably be okay. I think we could have remedied it a lot better, and we could have had some insurance, but the White Sox seem to be overwhelmingly willing to gamble this year. And they're putting they're really, really taking a lot of risks for a team that people think don't take risks. They're taking a huge risk, especially when you're hoping that Vaughn does it. Bold prediction.
Well, let's hold your bold prediction,
okay.
My Sox Summer. Yeah. We'll get to it when we get to my stuff. But let's welcome in Jim Margalus from Sox Machine.
Jim,
howdy. Welcome. How you doing, man?
Good. Everything working good on my end?
Oh, yeah.
Sound great.
Great. Let me just open my beer here since figured I'd wait to do it.
Yes.
There we go. What are we drinking over there?
Great audio on that.
Thank you. Yeah, I mic'd it up for it. It's a Southern Grist, neighborhood brewery. First time having them. It's a Northeast double IPA. Always something is the name of it.
Little haze. All right. Love it.
So yeah, walked there. I was walking by it this morning and I figured I should get something special. It's a special occasion. It's nice to get off the podcast and off the blog and onto this YouTube stream and talk about, potentially some Jose Abreu regression or Yasmani Grandal injury, Texas, maybe Adam Eaton. I can't offer anything about The Sopranos because I've never seen it.
What?
That's what I got.
How have you never seen The Sopranos?
One down. I knew you were going to do that.
Now, if I may, before we jump into specific White Sox talk, having Jim on this show, Jim is the kind of the OG of White Sox internet content, right? He's been doing this shit since. Some of you motherfuckers was barely born when he was out there in these Twitter streets writing and blogging, and then even the podcast. Josh and Jim, you guys have been at it for 8 years now. This is the 8th season that you've been doing. And for me, you guys are the only podcast I regularly listen to. Don't tell the other guests. I do listen to their stuff, but not maybe every single show. For you guys, I kind of listen to every single show. We're not going to tell anyone else who's going to be on later that is the case. So I have a question for Jim. Having done this for as long as you've done it, compare and contrast content in the 2006 to 2010 era to content like today, like White Sox content, either on Sox Twitter, blogs, podcasts, etc.
Well, it was, it sounded like a really old man. It was different, but also the same. Like the 2006, 2010, that was basically when blogs were huge, when everybody was starting a blog. And it kind of reminded me of, like the NBA, like the Derrick Rose's version of the NBA, where you don't team up with anybody. Everybody has their own, you cross link, you have blog roles on the right side. And after they won the World Series too, especially, everybody had a blog. And then after 2007, when that team, the Darren Erstad White Sox, as I kind of think of them, came through, a lot of the blogs died and kind of dropped off from there. Twitter popped up, but it wasn't really quick to take on. Like I remember my first tweet was about watching Lance Broadway in AAA. That's how, that's how old I am in this content game. But so now I think it's kind of, now it's, I think, more podcasts. There are a lot more podcasts. It's kind of the equivalent of the blog is probably podcast, Twitter groups. Clicks is probably too derogatory, but we're just groups, that kind of mix and, but also stick to their own things. And so it's kind of different, but also I think it tends to reset into people finding their own, or people who share their own worldviews and people that I guess side against people they're annoyed by. And that's always the same.
It's a great answer. I personally actually prefer blogging over podcasting because I have those two dickheads talking over me all the time when I'm trying to get a thought out. Whereas on the blog, I can just run with some crazy shit and no one can really stop me.
Hold on.
Treasy has to make sure that I write full sentences, but otherwise, I can just go.
Yeah. If anyone's ever watched our podcast or live or whatever, we know that Beef Loaf barely gets a word in. We've literally gone 45 minutes in banter before we've even got to content. And 35 of that was Beef Loaf. So
yelling at us, just berating us, the guy.
Jim, when you were on, when you started promoting Sox Machine, what message board did you go on and start promoting?
I think it was basically there were
WSI.
WSI.
Right?
I wasn't really a message board guy. I kind of read them, but I didn't. I think I had a WSI account. I followed on Sox Talk, but it was really like there were a couple other blogs before me. There was the original Southside Sox, which was originally SouthsideHitmen.blogspot.com that got incorporated into Southside Sox and became the Cheats ran it then. And then there was Exile in Wrigleyville. And then that was I forget what long departed podcast network, that Most Valuable Network. That was the blog network that was on. But those were the kind of, guys I think Baseball Think Factory was the sabermetric. That's another, if you want to drink that, right?
Yes.
That was a sabermetric. That's a repeat. Blog/forum that was kind of where a bunch of White Sox fans congregated, and so I guess that was where I went. And then, here's how I guess serious or I guess anal I am, and that before I launched Sox Machine, I wrote for 2 months privately, like just kind of like saving, or not promoting the blog, not just mainly seeing if I could do it, seeing if because if I figured if I started a blog and it died in a month, I'd be like, well, what did I do that for? What I exhaust people's goodwill for if I wanted people to share it? So I figured I just wrote every day for 2 months. Like, I think I'm good. I now have 2 months of thoughts. I got some mistakes out, some, we'll see how poorly my takes age. I figured if I was wrong within 5 days routinely, like maybe this isn't the thing for me, but eventually I'm still doing it now. This is my 16th season. So,
man, that's awesome. And man, I love reading your stuff. That's one thing that when I see them pop, I'm always going to read one of your articles. And
I appreciate that. I think that the value I bring is just, I've been wrong a lot. Like I've been wrong in a lot of ways. People are, who jump on either with podcasts or with blogs, getting, on Twitter, just like, all the ways people have been wrong, I've been wrong. So, maybe not except for like personal attacks and such, because I use my own name. Like if people are hiding behind nom de plume and saying things that they wouldn't maybe say in front of people, then at least you have the face.
Booty hole.
You know what? I know guys, Jim does not mean us, because our pictures are all over the internet. I'm like half naked all the time. Like you could find us in our seats. People know where we sit, so it's not us.
I was going to say you accidentally say our name on your tag. So
Exactly. Yeah. Here's our location. Come kill us.
So yeah, knowing that I could be found or that I might have to see some people in person one day, that always kept a certain check on me. But when it comes to just, reactionary stuff, when it comes to, small samples, believing too much in your own prospects, infallibility or believing in like a description of like, a fix best shape of his life stories. Like I believed in all that stuff. So I've been wrong so many times that I feel like at least I know, I think I hedge a lot of my bets, but that's just because I've seen it all go wrong so many ways over my decade and a half doing this.
So speaking of things going right or going wrong,
Segue.
Jim, we want to talk about the things that you're looking forward to this season, the things you're concerned about, and then obviously, you're talking to us. You got to give a bold prediction. So why don't you lay those on us, and we can see what you got.
Okay, so the thing I'm most excited about, and I'll keep this, I guess, most specific to my situation, so I don't steal somebody's answer down the line. But I think I'm excited about Ethan Katz. And not necessarily because he's going to fix everybody and he's going to have a solution and Reynaldo Lopez is going to have a swing and miss breaking ball and Dylan Cease is going to have command. Like, not necessarily because of that, but just because it's like the antidote to the Tony La Russa hiring. Like La Russa hiring was Jerry Reinsdorf bigfooting everybody in the front office. And this felt like the front office's decision. This felt like a cohesive, how is this guy going to help address our pitching depth, both up top and, just down the line? He's having a plan for pitching coaches and also just being accepting of outside information. I think Don Cooper was okay with that too, but just, somebody who's more conversant in this and is somebody who likes knowing why pitchers are doing something different, like, for either, writing or podcasting purposes, just understanding how they go about what they're going to do. Like, I think he's going to be more forthcoming and more detailed, especially like James Fegan can be asking detailed questions. He'll probably give detailed answers that are not going to come from like a defensive crouch the way that, Cooper's, answers were always like, why are you criticizing my guys? Like every time, like, somebody asked like, why is this pitcher underperforming? Like, who says he's underperforming? Like that was always the introductory, the way he started his answer, and just nothing great came of that. It was basically like results, or he described what you could see, but I think maybe Ethan Katz will be describing what's going on under the hood, which I think I'll be excited about, and people who are interested in knowing how guys go about their business will be excited about too.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring up Ethan Katz. We talked about it in our podcast. I feel like as a fan base, we're kind of expecting way too much from this guy, like kind of right away. I think overall, this is a very nice move and it's going to pay dividends. But I think, like you said in your opening part, don't expect him to fix everything right this second. It's like, it's an unmanageable job. And not to mention, he's not managed a major league bullpen, like the actual widgets of you're playing, you're not, you're sitting out for a season yet, right? He's been only assistant bullpen coach. So there's a learning curve for him. He what it sounds like, at least from his experience working directly with pitchers, is he understands the mechanics of breaking down a pitcher and addressing their specific needs. But there's a kind of a more macro version of being the pitching coach, and he hasn't done that yet. And we need to give him time to grow in that role.
Yeah, and this is basically like the perfect time. It's a honeymoon period where you can talk about exactly what you see pitchers doing for you. And because a pitcher like Lopez or Cease or whoever hasn't failed for him before the way they failed for Cooper, it's easy to buy into it. Like, oh, this is different. This is, now he's, Cease is going to stop throwing his fastball into the left-handed batter's box. And it's, maybe, I'm open to it. And I'm looking forward to like the spring training webcasts, especially for a guy like Cease who, when he's off, it's pretty easy to see. It's pretty quick. Like you can probably notice it within the first 20 pitches, what's going on. Like I'm looking forward to that. But also I'm just not, it's the best shape of his life story, except with the pitching coach, who's really like in the, like he's still in the package. Like he's still in mint condition. He is not tarnished. And so it's all words, and his words sound great and his words are welcome. But you have to give him time to try and fail and try again.
I'd go even one further, Jim. He's actually coming in with a higher resume because he got all the credit for fixing Lucas Giolito 2 years ago. So like he's not even like starting at the ground level ground. He's way above that because no one believes that Don Cooper did anything to fix Lucas Giolito. So
yeah.
That's my only baseball thought for the entire night. I'm going to sign off. Everyone have a good night. Jim said I did a good job, so I'm going to leave because he's smart. All right.
No, it's a good one. It's a valid point, especially since like with Giolito and with his shortened arm swing and with his neural process exercises that he went through, like, everybody's saying like, well, you just got to get in the same program. Like, well, Cease already tried that. And, Lopez was experimenting through the same thing. And just, it's not, if every pitcher could do a turnaround like Lucas Giolito did, like nobody would ever be able to hit. Like, it'd basically be 1968 all over again. But, just with the way pitchers are mortal. Hands are shaped differently. Arms work differently. Pitchers have a different feel for things. Just, it's a chance that, Giolito might be the one-off, and every other kind of progress is going to be a lot more painful and over the course of weeks, months, even, a season or two.
Before we get to Jim's concerns, just want to let you guys know the chat box on YouTube is going absolutely fucking berserk.
Oh.
And one of the big a couple big takeaways, even though it is a 108 production, there is infinite love for Sox Machine right now. In fact, everyone's saying Jim rules, and also there's a few people on there that are saying Jim's a lot younger than they thought he was. Look, guys, we're saying this in the chat. I said this to Jim's face at Baderbrow. I don't think he liked it, so we won't say it again, but I just need to repeat it because, it was in the chat. So just want to let you know, a lot of love for you, Jim and Josh. I mean, the crowd loves you. We love you guys. So
I've had people think I was 60.
Yeah.
They didn't name numbers in there. They just sort of said,
Jim,
a little young.
Jim, I've had people think that after they saw me. So feel good about why they thought you.
Yeah. Well, to talk about like the other way I've tried to avoid making mistakes over the 16 years is that I don't curse, just because it feels like a way to go over the line too easily and say something that you regret. So I figure that it's an automatic check and balance just on just how, saying something I can't take back.
Plus, that's our whole 108 thing. That's what we do. So don't take that off.
Curse.
I curse at work.
I only know 11 words. So that's part of my problem.
But that's your side of the street too. So it's like,
Yeah.
I'm basically
clean
Sammy
corner.
Sosa in front of Congress. That's my. So Jim, while everyone still loves you, I'm going to ask you what concerns you this year, and then we'll see if this all melts down.
Okay, well, you mentioned the depth, and I think that's going to be an ongoing concern over the course of the evening. I'm going to go a bit more granular with that kind of thought and say that I'm a little worried that like a lot of outfield hopes rest on Adam Engel, like, whether it's an injury to Luis Robert or Eloy Jimenez or Adam Eaton, they all have a track record of missing weeks at a time. And, Engel can step in for one position for a week or two and you feel okay about it because of his defense and ability to hit lefties. And like, that's fine. But if two of those guys are out and all of a sudden Engel is a necessity, a lot of people feel better about Engel now than did last year. And I think that's, kind of a remarkable testament to the work he's put in and the amount of frustration he's endured. Like, he's kept his head up and he's done a wonderful job finding his niche. But I think part of the reason why everybody likes him is because everybody hated Nomar Mazara last year. And I think there's a balance there to where like Rick Renteria played Mazara in order to save Engel for the spots that made him look the best by and large. Sometimes you would play him, whether it was an injury or just giving a guy a rest and an off night, and it wasn't Engel's strength, but Engel was set up to look great. And so he looked great. And I think that was a feather in the cap of Renteria that everybody likes Engel, but it came at a cost, which was a lot of at bats for Nomar Mazara, and he still doesn't have a job yet this year. So that's, I think, what's going to be the concern this year is if Engel is pressed into action, I think it'll be in a situation where he has to play 2 weeks at a time, facing every pitcher, not being pinch hit for no matter what. And that's a case where he can just look like he did in previous seasons, look a bit overmatched. And that's a case where I would feel bad for him. And I think, one of the things I like about Tony La Russa, or at least the discussion, is that, from like Miguel Cairo and other people saying things about him, is like he puts people in a position to succeed. And I imagine he has the same game plan for Engel, in which he just plays against lefties and maybe righties without as imposing of stuff. But I think the outfield is thin enough to where like all the backup plans across the diamond are basically Engel. Maybe a little bit of Larry Garcia, but he also gets hurt. So I think Engel's the only one who like stays healthy all year long.
If I'm reading between the lines on what you just said, you want us to pick up Nomar Mazara, who's still available, so that we don't see as much Adam Engel.
I think this is his year. I think now that I guess Dan Szymborski has given up calling him a breakout candidate, so somebody has to take up that mantle. May as well be me.
He's due. He's due.
I'm gonna guess that is not your bold prediction, but let's hear this bold prediction. I'm excited for a Jim Margalus bold prediction.
Well, when it comes to bold predictions, I have a question about the definition, and this is me hedging, but is it a bold prediction where I believe it can happen, or a bold prediction where if there were a way to bet on it, I would put a little bit of money on it, but not ultimately thinking it's going to happen?
So let's go with the latter. Let's go like this. Yeah. This is like I'll call it a 50-1 shot that you want to go at. And you're like, you know what? I'm going to put $10 on this because that's why not? Thinking. Yeah.
That would be that Tony La Russa doesn't finish the season.
Ooh.
Oh, I mean, I don't know if that's that bold.
That's pretty bold.
I can see it I can see it never materializing, which I feel is like I wouldn't say it's going to happen, because like between he seems stubborn, Jerry Reinsdorf seems stubborn, given how long it took for them to move on from Ozzie and Robin Ventura, based on the previous loyalties that they had. It's hard to imagine anything but a pure disaster causing it.
I misunderstood. I thought we were doing like a death pool.
No, but let me be clear.
Man, you just put the curse on him.
But
Jim just put a Southern curse on Tony La Russa. Good Lord.
But I will say that, when it comes to like, there are a number of ways that it could, where it turns into a disaster where it happens, whether it's another, given that he's had two, DUIs or DUI charges, at least pleaded down from the other one.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
you can't count on a third. You lost the benefit of the doubt from saying it would never happen again. So you have to like keep that in the back of your mind. Could be the case where he's in his late 70s and just realizes that it's not cut out for him. And especially like, say, if they get off to a terrible start, like I think if they get off to a great start or the start everybody expects them to, their winning percentage says they're supposed to get off to, then it'll be smooth sailing, I think, just because he's credible enough. He still knows what he's doing, the ins and outs. And I don't think he's anti-analytic. I don't think he's, based on how much the other NL Central teams hated the Cardinals when he was managing them, I think he's really good at circling the wagons around his guys. So even though Tim Anderson's, personality might not be the kind of you imagine meshing with La Russa, like, Albert Pujols pimped a bunch of homers, like, and he let him beat Pujols, and he won, however many MVPs he won. And I think it'll be the same thing. If like Anderson's producing and being himself, they'll circle the wagons. La Russa will annoy the other AL Central managers, and everybody will hate his guts, and probably the White Sox will be a villain again, like the way they were like in the mid-aughts, and that'll be kind of fun. But, if they get off to a terrible start and you hear the dissension because, perhaps there are some national media figures like Jeff Passan, for instance, who doesn't seem to like La Russa. Like if somebody's like leaking to him, talking about how things are going wrong, and, he just realizes that, I'm too old for this, or I'm not cut out for this. This is more than I bit off. It's like, it's harmful to my health, all sorts of reasons. I could see it like just being a disaster within 2 months that Joe McEwing is the guy who ends up taking over for the rest of the season. So it's like, I don't think it will happen, and I don't think it will come close to happening, but there are just enough ways it could happen to where I feel like if I could get odds on it, like I just might put a small amount of money down.
I love that.
I gotta plug the sponsor at PointsBet. You could ask them to put up that line.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
That's
Jim,
promo
man.
code 108ing. Promo code 108ing at PointsBet.
That is right.
Nice.
Jim,
Go
man,
bet
it's-
Illinois, you motherfuckers.
it's been awesome talking to you. I hope you can stick around for a little bit. I want, if we can, let's just keep this
Where's
going.
Chief?
Kind of like we've been.
Where is Chief? Where is Chief?
Yes.
Where is Chief?
Let me see if I can get him. Like we did a test run, seeing if I could pick him up and put on camera, and he bit my face.
Oh yes,
That's the
Let's
content we
get
need,
this
Jim.
shit viral.
Please do this.
Get
I'm gonna
bit
see
in
what
the
kind of
face.
mood he's in.
I see. We have one James Fox.
Foxy.
Fox.
Or at
What's
least
up,
we
brother?
got the
How you doing?
silhouette of James Fox.
What's up, guys? Thanks. Yeah, this fan sucks in here. Sorry.
You got some weird ass lighting, bro. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Get a couple dictionaries, put
Whoa,
that
whoa,
shit
whoa.
up. Yeah,
Says the guy on the casting couch. All right.
Listen,
Yeah, he's got a lot of nerve, my son.
can't tell. It,
Yeah,
it
the
might be
ba-
the casting love seat. Just take it easy.
The baby's going to bed in the room across the hall from the office. So here I am. I'm here.
Yeah,
James,
that's
how you
right. You're a
doing,
new
man?
dad. How are you
Yeah,
adjusting?
congrats.
How are you
Two-
adjusting?
2 months. We're good now, I think. I mean, we'll see. He's sleeping pretty well. So I actually went back to work this week. So
Oh, well,
I
then.
took a long time. So
That's a good call, actually. I took 2 weeks
Yeah.
when Bonita Stakey was born. She actually just turned 11, and I wish I would have taken a month or 2 months because you don't get that
There
time
you
back.
go.
There's
yeah, the
Chief.
school district.
Chief. He's already trying to bite Jim.
Yeah.
No,
he loves it. He loves
a bit
being
bigger
on
than
camera.
I thought he was going to be.
He heard that we were talking about No Marzara, and
That I would be
Yeah,
too if I was a
aggressive.
dog. Yeah.
oh,
Sleep's important, James. That's a big thing. If you get them to sleep, that's really good. And then like literally, and you said it perfectly because you think you're good because that's what you should be at all times. Never get comfortable because as soon as you get comfortable, like things gonna switch. Like my 4-year-old was being a complete pain, and then now she's perfect. Now the 2-year-old is like a complete pain. You're like, oh man, we don't got to worry about the 2-year-old because she's fine. And then once you say that, she's like, oh really? Because I'm going to show you. And then she has shown me, and she busts me every day. Like I am a 43-year-old man that is brought to my knees by a 2-year-old almost daily.
yeah.
She definitely says she gets me every time. She's just like, no. Do you know what she told me today? She said, hey, you want some help with that? And she's like, no, I'm good. And then she walked away. She don't need me no more. So it's all good.
I was always told that you don't have to like raise or do anything with the second kid. Like you're just,
Oh.
he's just, like, like whatever. Like we've ever done this before. So
Yeah, don't do that. I'm the second
No.
kid. This
yeah,
is what
no,
ends up
yeah,
happening.
Oh shit. Now the second one's gonna look like abnormally old when she's not. That's what's
yeah.
So James, someone just asked in the chat here,
Okay.
are you drinking coffee? I'm guessing you're not. It looked like a beer one.
No,
That
I'm
was a
I'm
Budweiser.
drinking Shock Top. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I have
All
to
right.
drink all the beer that's like in my garage fridge. So
that's somebody left there like 8
Yeah,
years ago,
yeah,
or
pretty
what?
much,
I didn't know Shock Top was still a thing.
doing
I'm
the
really
doing the
sorry.
clear out. We did the clear out of the liquor cabinet. I know Beef's doing his right now. Like you're like, who brought this to my house? I don't want to drink this. But you also don't want to go to Benny's. So like you gotta do it.
That's right. I mean, I told this on one of the podcasts. Like when I have the opening day party, I tell people don't bring any booze. I will have all the beer, and 10 people bring random bottles of booze, and it's like, no, I don't want all this shit. So now I've been drinking through it. Luckily tonight, I'm out on that. I'm drinking wine. I'm really enjoying that.
Yeah, everyone's got that friend, right? Where you invite them and even though you tell them, Beef, please do not bring anything, they always bring something. My buddy is Brett, and Brett, he's got good beer taste, but for whatever freaking reason, he decides I'm going to go on the adventurous route and I'm going to buy a random ass 6-pack and bring it to Josh's. And I'm going to have one can of it. And I'm going to say, it's not bad. And then proceed to drink everything that Josh has bought because everything Josh has bought is infinitely better than what I brought. And I'm going to leave the 5 cans in Josh's refrigerator. I've got beer that is aging for like 14 months now. I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to force him to drink it when this pandemic is over because damn it, He brought it. He's going to drink it. Sorry, that's my first rant of the evening.
Drink more.
Josh, it's gonna get worse because you're gonna have a house soon, and people are gonna leave a lot more stuff at your house. So,
Me,
not just booze. Yeah,
you're
just
gonna have
random stuff.
You're gonna have a lot more stuff to do really soon.
a lot of Southside cider that Goose Island will give us from time to time. Yeah, that'll be right at your house.
So James, we got to get into this. We got to get into some sock stuff now. I want to hear from you the thing you're excited about, the thing you're concerned about, and then one bold prediction.
All right. So, I mean, I guess I probably have to, or I should talk about prospects. I would imagine it's kind of what I do. I'm really excited for Michael Kopech and Andrew Vaughn. But if I can, maybe combine both things, it's pretty scary too. Like that they're, seemingly depending this much on guys like that. Right. So, I wasn't here for all of Jim, but I'm sure depth was brought up. They just don't have any. And, like I don't think Andrew Vaughn's lack of great production in A-ball is the reason why he shouldn't be up. Like I don't like that argument. But like, I mean, they're not going to go with him at the beginning of the season, and they seemingly haven't done anything else to like insulate themselves like until he's ready. So I don't know. I don't really get it. Like I think he'll. I think he'll be able to at least hold his own. They considered bringing him up last year, so they clearly think, the time is coming. But the fact that it almost seems like, Jerry Reinsdorf is like, I paid this kid $7 million, like get him up here to play. And that's exactly what it seems like. And I think it's going to happen. I'm very excited to see him, but I'm also very worried that, like this is their actual plan.
I like that your concern and excitement are all within the same thing. And I think it encapsulates what a lot of people are feeling. Cause like, I remember last year we were talking about Andrew Vaughn and I was like, man, I really like watching this guy hit. Like, I feel like, man, I want to see him in the bigs, but at the same time, you're trying to temper that by going like, this kid he's barely played in the minors. Like, why would you put that on him? Why? Like, you can spend just a little bit and not have to put all that pressure on him. And that, I get where you're coming from. You've got both of these emotions for this same player. It's weird.
So I went to the alternate site 3 times last year, and he looked like the best player there. But everybody on this call remembers what Drew Anderson looked like and what Brady Lale looked like, and all these guys that the White Sox brought up for 1 year. Those are the guys that were pitching at the alternate site, by the way. So.
Yeah, that was all those Sporkle Saturday names.
Yeah, I got all those.
Hey,
yeah.
Don't slander Drew Anderson. He currently leads the Australian Baseball League in saves, and he has set a new record with 7 saves during the season.
Jesus. So, Josh, when he came in for that first inning, I don't know if you remember, like he's throwing 95 up in the zone.
Yeah, it was clean.
And like tunneling, and I'm like, okay, like maybe Everett Kiefer, like maybe this is something. And then they bring him out for the second inning, and it was like, nope, still bad.
No.
Still bad. So,
hey, James, one quick. Well, first off, how were the hot dogs at the alternative site? Were they good?
No, they didn't serve any food.
Damn it! All right. Second, I also when people would post about how great our guys were doing at the alternate site, I was equally as happy as I was sad because they were demolishing our own players. So I'm like, well, what? I don't know how this works. Third thing. And then I was trying to get out, but Chirizi stepped all over me, but that's fine because I step on him all the time. What held back the Sox from bringing Andrew Vaughn up last year? I mean, what was ultimately the reason they didn't do it?
I just think they were worried about like giving up on Encarnacion for some reason. I mean, I think all of us, it's very simple. Like at that time, it's like this guy's washed, like bring up Andrew Vaughn because it's a 60-game season and who cares. But I do think they kind of thought like, okay, maybe he'll come out of it. He can hit a big homer in the playoffs. Like we'll just, kind of go with this because they played him in the outfield a little bit over there. They tried to play him at third. I don't think he can play any of those spots. I think he's first base only. But I mean, it was just kind of like, could we get him in the lineup? Maybe. And I think they really did think about it. And then they just, for whatever reason, they didn't do it. And they kept their veteran in there. And I think they knew that they had the ability in their pocket to just play McCann and Grandal together too. Mm-hmm. So I think that's another, you bring him up, like he's got to play every day. He can't just be like, a piece of the team and like on the bench. So
Right.
that's
Like,
probably why I'm guessing.
because we already had 2 guys doing that, and that was Zach Collins and Mendick. So yeah, we already had the guys that were part of the team and not playing. So we already got that covered.
So
Hey,
James,
James, before we get to your bold prediction, I want to throw a theory past you that I threw past Treasy. I'm not sure if he bought it, so I want you to poke holes in this theory, okay? The White Sox recently, and you're my go-to guy for minor leagues and especially international market. So the White Sox have been recently buying some what I might call older Cubans, okay? Guys that are a little older than what the normal, the Dominican and Venezuelan kids are 16, 17. The White Sox are buying these kids, Cuban kids spending little money, and these kids are like in their 20s or something, right? Let me throw this by you. Is it possible that what they're doing is a market inefficiency because no one else wants to go after these people, and that because they're less looked at, the White Sox have an angle here, and maybe it'll be short-lived, but maybe they're smart to buy these older Cuban players?
So I think it might work out. But I don't think it's a market. No, because look, here's my thing. Like everybody's heard me rail on their use of funds like the year before where they gave away, money basically. I'd rather have them do this than do nothing, but not being in the 16-year-old like Dominican marketplace is absolutely absurd when you have Marco Patti, who's capable of, scouting and signing players down there. So yeah, like I'd rather have Cespedes and Vera and their signing class than Yolbert Sanchez and trade away $1.5 million for no reason. But no, I think I don't even know like how much work they're actually doing. I think they're the one team that always has money left when these guys show up because they don't guarantee the bonuses when the kids are 13 or 14. So it's like, oh, the White Sox have $3.5 million left. Like, guess where you're going? Like when you get over here late or whatever, so it ends up being that.
James, I've been thinking about Marco Patti for years and trying to figure out exactly like how good he is, just because I think part of it's, being hamstrung by the White Sox front office having like different philosophies in terms of how to spend, but also like, they just haven't matriculated a traditional international signing, like traditional meaning like not a Jose Abreu type or not like a Luis Robert, budget busting signing, just like a Mike Rodolfo or lower signing, like past Birmingham, or even like, have some success in Birmingham. And I really don't know like whether that's him, the talent he's bringing in, or whether it's just an issue with player development or both. How do you see that? Yeah.
So, I mean, like, I think he actually has an eye for talent, but it's kind of hard to prove. Like, you're right. I mean, you're right. Like, I think Luis Robert and Fernando Tatis are both like on his ledger. Like, those are dudes that he's like, okay, these guys are good. Now, should they get a guy for $50K that like finally gets to Charlotte and like gets to the majors? Yes, they should, because every team does it. And, I rail against them for not spending $3 million, say, on a 16-year-old. But all the Padres guys that they just traded weren't, like $3 million signings. Some of those guys are $700K and they just develop in your system. So I think a lot of it's probably development. I do think, I don't know how to rank like international directors. I think he knows what he's doing. I think it's more of a Reinsdorf issue, and like dating back to Wilder, for whatever reason, they do not have a foothold in the Dominican Republic. And I don't know if they want one. I think we had Eric Longenhagen on the podcast like last year, and he kind of said like it's an issue with Jerry where he like doesn't want them giving big bonuses to 14-year-olds. But again, like if you're not going to play at the top of the free agent market, like on major league players, why would you not pay $3 or $4 million for 16-year-old? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So the whole kind of quantity over quality like approach that they take really doesn't make much sense. So that's where like, when you sign a Yoelqui Cespedes, like, I mean, I think people get really excited over it, but it's kind of, I'd rather them approach it differently, obviously. Like I'd much rather be the Tampa Bay Rays, like, or, a team like that that's churning out and you're signing 30 players a year and you're signing big bonus 16-year-olds because it's just totally worth it.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like Lee Carvalho's putting challenge. Like, they have one club in the bag, it's basically signing like early 20s Cubans. Like the situation calls for 17-year-old Venezuelan, 22-year-old Cuban.
Yeah. Well, and I think next January is probably the last period under these rules. And then it's going to be an international draft. And then Jerry will get bailed out again because like
100%.
Then it becomes easy. I mean, anybody can do that. Like you just like if you have a one thing about the international draft, and Josh does his draft rankings. You could put together 200 players that are going to go in the college draft. I have no idea any of the guys outside of like Oscar Colas who are going to be the top guys next January. Nobody knows other than Ben Badler and Jesse Sanchez. There's no listed names.
And who are the shepherds, James? Who are the key guys that's getting these kids draft eligible, right? Making sure they got all their American visa issues taken care of, right? It's going to be 6 or 7 guys that all these players are going to be signing with so they can become draft eligible. And Major League Baseball is wanting an international draft to try to root out this, corruption as far as the international signing period. And I don't think it's going to solve that issue whatsoever. I still think you're going to have 6 or 7 agents that are going to be controlling the international market. And if you don't have a good relationship with those 6 or 7 guys, you're not getting pick of the litter. Not like how the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Padres, and as James mentioned, the Rays, they have great relationships with all of these people. The White Sox do not.
Yeah, it'll be the same thing as like draft bonuses when like, you see a guy drop, right? And it's like, oh, why didn't this guy go? It's like, well, because they told all those teams that they weren't going to sign because they already have a deal with somebody else. So if you sign a kid that, for $3 million in the first round of the international draft, well, you might get a kid from that same trainer in the next round because that trainer told all the other teams like, no, we're not signing for that because you already got these deals. So yeah, I don't really think it's going to fix any of that. It'll level like right. Jerry spends once the playing field is like supposedly level. Like they did it in the draft too. They've spent in the draft lately, but it took them until they suppressed like the bonus pool so much that it made it like a no-brainer to do it.
And Jerry Reinsdorf was one of the key owners in the Major League Baseball advanced media sale. So he knew each of the owners was getting $50 million each. So he knew he had cash coming in to pay for Luis Robert.
They've spent in the draft lately, but it took them until they suppressed like the bonus pool so much that it made it like a no-brainer to do it.
And Jerry Reinsdorf was one of the key owners in the Major League Baseball. I am hearing myself.
Yeah, I'm hearing feedback. Who's got this on?
I think Alyssa joined in.
Am I ruining it?
You might have got the background going.
I was streaming you guys.
There was a huge sigh of relief when you popped up. All these guys are like, we knew she was coming soon. So like, I mean, Jim's really pretty to look at too, but Alyssa, you really made it really happy for everybody.
I was just being a supporter. I had it on, just watching you guys do your thing. So I apologize for the audio mishap.
Alyssa, welcome. We need before we get into your cheers.
Cheers.
Before we get into
nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Before we get into the next segment, I do want to first tell Jim that as soon as he mentioned Lee Carvalho, there was a message in the chat that just was bone storm with an exclamation point. And James, we need a bold prediction from you.
All right. So, I came in fully thinking like my bold prediction was going to be that Lucas Giolito was going to win the Cy Young this year, his first one.
Nice.
But after what took place today, my other one is that Rick Hahn finally trades for Jock Peterson at this year's trade deadline.
Yes. At that point, can we switch the narrative to Ricky always gets his guy?
Yes, we can. That's good.
Hey, quick update before we move on. The Illini Iowa game is on, and we are less than 2 minutes in, and Fran McCaffrey is already being a little bitch. Okay, all right, carry on.
Why are we starting out with that?
My Sox
he's complaining about the refs already. All right, go home, Fran. Go home, Fran.
Oh my!
I'll be quiet about it for the rest of the night.
Alyssa,
he's on my side. We're Team Hawkeyes.
I am on your side. I didn't go to Iowa, but Mrs. Beef went to Iowa.
I know.
And so we watched the football games and everything. So I'm usually in on this stuff. And I thought tonight, well, I'm going to wear the Iowa 108 shirt, not only to rep you, Alyssa, but to give a big fuck you to my Sox summer.
Yeah.
And to Herbie Lawrence when he gets on a little bit later. Also, I want to be on your side, Alyssa, to smooth over something that I got to bring up right out of the gate before we even start talking about the White Sox. Okay.
I have to say you're my favorite right now.
Well, that might change after this. Okay. That might change after this question.
I need to get one of those shirts. And I say that every time I talk to you guys.
Just tell my Sox someone to send you one. Yeah. Yeah.
I got your address. Don't worry about it. I'll send it.
Oh,
he get you one.
I know you do because you send some photos. You know who loves you guys is my mom, Rhonda Bergamini. She was.
Oh yeah, we love Rhonda. We want Rhonda to come hang in the section with us. She got to come and hang out with us when we can go in the stadium.
Absolutely do that. We'll get Rhonda down there in 2021.
That'd be awesome.
Make it happen.
Absolutely. So my bone to pick with you, Alyssa.
Already? Okay.
Wow. Yeah. So I want to let you know what almost kept you off the panel. I told my Sox Summer and Teresi how you almost didn't make the cut here. Okay?
Let's hear it.
I happen to remember way back. See, I drink a lot, but I do remember some stuff. I remember
not anymore.
When head honcho of the Sox on 35th crew, Joe Binder, came into town for a game. We all tailgated, we hung out in the parking lot, and we're doing stuff with him or whatever. And then it was extremely curious that when it came fourth inning or whatever time it is for the game, within the game where you do the hosting and there's a little trivia, Joe's up there. And what I wonder is Joe comes into one game in 8 seasons, and you got the 108ers hanging around, and we don't get no play on that game. What's up?
I'll tell you who to blame for that. And his name is Matt McGalley.
Matty Ice. That's what I said. Ice. That's what I said.
You know what?
I remember Joe Binder was Matty Ice contestant. No, I love Matty Ice. He's one of my best friends.
He's awesome.
The whole deal is we're not camera friendly. We're not camera friendly. Although they have this huge scoreboard now, they don't want to fill it up with just my head and your nose. Okay? I mean, that's literally what it is, dude. I mean, literally. They're like, no one wants to go buy a taco if they see one of us like pile driving into our face. No one wants to do that.
Here's the thing. I was
pretty people with you guys like Matty Ice. He's very pretty.
We're all tight now. So when the season rolls around and we could actually be there, I know exactly where to find you guys. Matty Ice found Joe Binder because he's in some crazy group chat, some crazy White Sox group chat. And Joe lives in some other state. I don't even know where he lives. And he was like, this is my friend Joe. He's a big White Sox fan. He's going to be our contestant. And he was my contestant for, I think it was one of the trivia games, or I think maybe it was Name That Tune. So I do remember him being my contestant and him winning. But don't worry, you guys. I will get you on the 8,000 square foot video board as soon as we can. You can be my first contestants.
And we're going to take up 6,800 feet.
Because Matty Ice did get me a James Shields autographed ball. And that's all that matters. That's all that matters, guys.
Well, don't worry. This will happen. We can make a contract if you guys want. No wait, guys, on the big screen.
I do want that. Yep.
I've made so many promises thus far of who can be on the board. I don't know where I'm going to start.
So listen,
it'll happen.
Let's talk about what you're excited about, what you're concerned about, and then one bold prediction for the Sox.
Hey, where do I begin? Well, first off, I'm excited to be at the ballpark, which I'm just speaking that into existence here. We're going to be there. You guys are going to be on the big screen, as we just talked about. I'm excited for all of the prospects, all of the acquisitions, all the players that we have not been able to see in the flesh. So Nick Madrigal, for example, we saw him on TV. Yeah, we saw what he did. We were not there to see that in action. So I'm just making this more of an experience thing here. I'm excited for fans to be there and see our guys that we talk so much about. Think about it, how much we talk about these guys. We haven't even seen some of them. So he's one for sure I'm excited about. I have a soft spot for Andrew Vaughn because I did a YouTube segment with him and he was just so great and he was so excited. And this was last summer. He was just so excited about being part of the White Sox organization. And I just can't wait till we can be there and hopefully see his MLB debut. I know that he was with, the Schomburg group last summer. He's not quite there yet, but he will get there, and he would be an amazing, part of the lineup, part of, he'll be a DH. So he's someone that like I said, have a soft spot for, and that we can hopefully see in that lineup come 2021. So those are the two I'm just really looking forward to. Not to say I'm not excited for the other ones, but those are the two that really just always stand out to me.
You mentioned seeing them in the flesh and actually watching a game there. Like My Sox Summer, I don't know about you, but I cannot wait for Luis Robert to run in front of Adam Eaton and catch a ball in right field in front of us. Like that is the dream. I want to see that guy just sprint across the field. Like, because you watch it on TV and it looks amazing. Like, I want to see that in person.
Right.
Like I want to see it'll be the exact opposite of Beef. Remember when we saw we were sitting in right field and I think they were playing the A's and Rich Harden was out in the outfield warming up, and you're like, oh my God, that looks painful the way that he throws. Like
Yes.
Luis Robert is so smooth and elegant. Like I want to see that in person. I want to see
He's
a
like a
guy
gazelle.
that's running like 50 miles per hour towards
it's
the
a
ball.
different experience when you actually get to be there. You're like, you've had a few beers, a few hot dogs, a few whatever else. It's so much better to see it in person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And in particular to our section, like we have a terrible section when judging balls and strikes. Now, that doesn't mean we will not MF the ump if we think it should have been a ball or a strike. However, we have a perfect vantage point to watch a center fielder. So when Adam Engel was doing his best work, we had a great viewpoint of watching him chase things down like way the hell out of anyone's range. And he gets there. Like, I can't wait to watch how Luis Robert operates out there, because he always seems to be in the right spot. He seems to be there before he should be there, kind of on a lot of these fly balls. He reminds me of like Devon White. Like Devon White, you didn't think he was that good because he already got there before the ball landed. And it's just like he's standing there under it. It didn't look like it took a lot of effort.
Yeah. When I went to Winston-Salem to watch Luis Robert, the very next night I watched Charlie Tilson in center field, and it was night and day in reaction speed time. Like, you are right. Like, as soon as the ball hits the bat, Luis knows exactly where to go. And I think combining that with his athleticism is why he's a Gold Glove center fielder. And for this next year, it's going to be the debate raging with the folks in Minneapolis, who's a better center fielder, Byron Buxton and Luis Robert. Mm-hmm. And then you watch Charlie Tilson and the ball's already 50 feet in the air and Charlie is now just moving. And I'm wondering if that was always a vision issue, that he didn't pick up the ball right away. But that's when I knew, oh yeah, Luis Robert is the best center fielder the White Sox have in the organization, because just his response speed. And then as soon as he responds, how quickly he can get there. And that dawned on me. Like, I've had the pleasure of seeing him because I had to go to Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And that's a great point, Alyssa. There's hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of White Sox fans that have yet to see Luis Robert play in person. Right. And that is, I think they're going to be quite surprised. Everyone that sees him for the first time is going to be like, oh my God, this guy is awesome. And everyone else that's had a chance to see him in North Carolina would be like, yeah, we've known he's going to be awesome. I interviewed Luis Robert without a shirt on, and I'm like, oh my God.
Why would you not wear a shirt to interview Luis Robert?
This is how it coming and coaching in our territory, Josh. We're the only ones that are supposed to take our shirts off, bro.
Yeah.
Sox Machine, do your own thing, man.
You know what?
Come on.
Yes,
you don't want Luis Robert,
bro.
You don't want Luis Robert in the hot tub. Be like Saturday Night Live. Be like, too sexy. Joe
You're
Weil.
too sexy, Josh. We can't put you in.
No, I'm not. Joe Weil, who used to be the former play-by-play of the Winston-Salem Dash, he was my guide. He got the players, and he brings Luis Robert out. And Robert is just wearing his baseball pants, and he's messing around with Nick Magical. And the translator comes around. He's like, let's do it. I'm like, all right. Let's go for it. And the man is chiseled. Like, yeah, everyone told me he ate a large Domino's pizza every single night in Winston-Salem. I want to believe it, but his physique, there's
no way he's consuming that many terrible carbs.
Where's it going?
Twinkies thing.
I mean, if I were to do that,
let's go Mikado Twinkies.
Have you guys seen? Oh.
You okay?
A little friend.
You want to say hi to Alyssa?
Hi.
All right, go. Love you.
Like, no.
Mommy's going to get you.
Ooh, we should get her on the Jumbotron too.
Oh,
See, I'm
absolutely.
making so many promises.
Alyssa, you're so positive, and you're such a person who's like going to tell us all the good news.
Sometimes.
Now I have to ask you
Yeah.
what your biggest concern with this
Okay.
team is. What are you most worried about with this team?
Okay. Well, I love my White Sox. I'll tell you one person I'm concerned about, and his name is Michael Kopech, because I feel like we've been very teased by him. Of course, don't know what he's going through. So we just saw him play was it 2 or 3 games maybe in
It was a handful of games. It was not
in
much.
2000, what year? 19, 18? It was so long ago. So first off, I hope he's just okay. That's just my biggest concern is just Michael Kopech, because I have his jersey. I invested my money in his jersey. I want to wear the jersey. I want to see him again where we're not at Guaranteed Rate Field and then there's a rain delay after 2 innings. And then he's out.
Because that happened every time he pitched, basically. When we were at home, every time.
It rained in Chicago. And I just remember being there for his debut. And that was the first time where I felt like the rebuild was like, it was clicking because everyone was on their feet. I don't know if you guys were at this game.
Yes,
we were.
We were, and we were standing. Yes. Yeah.
Every fan was standing on their feet. And I've been with the White Sox for 8 seasons. So this would have been my 9th. But that was the first time where I just had goosebumps throughout that whole, 1, 2, 3 innings, because everyone was so excited just to see what he was doing, just throwing his pitches, like simply his job. Everyone was so ecstatic about. So I feel like we were teased with the Michael Kopech, situation there, the debut, and then unfortunately, he went through his injuries. I'm just hoping he's on our mound come this season.
So I think you have a similar, to what James was saying earlier with Andrew Vaughn, where he's excited for the player, but also like so nervous about like what is the outcome going to be? What are we actually going to get? What's going to actually happen? And how much is the team truly depending on this guy? Right? Like, I mean, they haven't. He's borderline their 5th starter right now.
Yeah.
Right. And like, are you putting that kind of pressure on a guy who hasn't pitched in a couple of years? It seems like too much pressure on a guy who could be great, but like, we just don't know. And it makes you like optimistic and nervous. And just like, there's a lot of emotion going into that because you don't know what to do.
Yeah. And he's so great. And I hate to see his talents go to waste. So I just, again, like hope we can see him, hope he's okay. Hope I can wear my jersey that says his last name on it. I was so excited. I literally bought it on the day he was making a debut. I asked my boss, I was like, can I go buy his jersey in the store and then wear it during the game? And he was like, absolutely. But I wore it during the game. And that's the only jersey I've ever worn during the game.
Alyssa, you have a great memory because we were all standing in that first inning for everything. I mean, like 3-2 count, there was deafening noise in there that he was going to get a strikeout. And I was thinking,
shaking.
Yeah, exactly. I've only been to 2 Sox games where we stood for the entire first inning screaming and yelling. It was ALDS game 1 in 2005, that day game against Boston where they put a 5 spot on him, and Michael Kopech's debut.
Oh, okay.
Those are the only 2 I can remember.
Yeah, I think I remember too that like everyone was standing because I knew I had to get to my next hit as well. So I was like, I'm not used to like not being sure if I could get to my next spot because usually fans are sitting. And I was like, no, everyone's standing. How do I get over to the scout seats? But I made it.
So listen, we also need a bold prediction. Lay it on us, a bold prediction for the 2021 season.
Okay. I think I have 2. My first is I feel positive about Tony La Russa. And I know that when the news came out about him, it was not rainbows and butterflies. Not everyone was happy.
Which news?
Which news?
Yeah, there are 2 rounds of it.
Twitter in general. But I know our whole theme is change the game, and he's going to have to maybe adapt to that. But he's a Hall of Famer, so we can't look too much beyond that. But just my hot take is I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised. That's just all I'm going to say. I'm not going to get too into it. And just my other hot take is that we're all going to be there on opening day. Because again, I'm speaking that into existence.
I love that. I love that.
I want to work again
100%.
and get guaranteed rate field.
That is the bolder prediction, I think, of the two.
I know.
I need it though. I want that to happen.
I'm in.
That's gotta happen.
Yeah.
You know?
We're
I mean, I
gonna
gotta get a
all Hot
vaccine.
Dog Wednesdays back and all that fun jazz.
Has that brand brought up, because I had to go and take care of business, but Alyssa, what have you been doing since, like, most of your work is
Drinking.
live sports? Hey,
Join the
that's
club.
not bad. That's not bad.
It's not bad.
You're picking up the beef loaf slack. I get it.
I worked
Cut back.
I worked for Fox Sports as a freelancer. So I worked the Bears games, which were a little depressing, some of them. So, it was kind of that environment where I love the production side of sports and live sporting events and obviously what's happening on the field. But really for me, what makes it is the people and the fans and seeing people enjoy, what's happening. That, everything about sports is great, but really what it is the experience. So I feel like every time I was at Soldier Field, it was so sad. Like there was literally cobwebs on the seats.
Oh.
And everywhere, all the vendors and again, everything was just so closed off and you're supposed to, go along with it. And I just see these players on the field and, they're making millions, but I feel like I was at a practice. So I worked some Bears games, not that great, but trying to keep busy, but I'm just happy that it's almost maybe baseball season and maybe we can all be there.
Yeah.
We're getting close. We're getting close. And you know what? I'm going with your bold prediction. I'm in on this. We will be there opening day. I eagerly await it. Don't shake your head, Herb.
Stop it.
We haven't even introduced you yet.
Come on,
Stop it,
I'm
Herb.
Introduced you.
here.
Damn it, Herb.
Oh,
All
Love
right.
brought it out.
So
Love brought it
look
out.
who we've got now. We've got Herb Lawrence and Chris Tannehill from 670 The Score and the Locked On White Sox podcast. Also, Chris Tannehill, #1 Sopranos fan of all time.
Yep.
And possibly has a gimp of some sort off camera. We'll hope to see that later.
Yeah.
I see anybody drink on the Sopranos reference.
That's true. Everyone's got a drink.
That was 3 drinks.
Here we go.
Hey, Herbie, before we get started, Illinois is only down 4, and somebody said you look skinny. So it's like a good day so far for us. So we gotta
Awesome.
go.
It's because I got my butters whipped to look a little bit lighter. So Illini winning. That's awesome.
We're down. We're down only down 4.
You guys are great people. If I'm missing a Illini Iowa game.
Oh, dude.
We appreciate that, Herbie.
Iowa.
I had in my brain,
Oh.
I'm like, I knew they played on the 29th. And then while we're setting this all up, I'm like, I know it's a Friday night. I'm like, there's no way in hell Illinois is playing on a Friday. It's got to be a Saturday. And then I just checked it this week and I was like, motherfucker. So
It's all good.
Yeah.
They can win without me.
Whatever.
Possibly.
Fellas, welcome. Good to have you on.
Thanks for having us.
Danny, who's that jersey behind you?
Oh, am I blocking it? Am I?
Oh, yeah. It's
Oh,
it's right?
okay.
Yeah. There we go.
So
I
have to start this off by saying, it's unfortunate we're doing this, online, but it is great that we're able to have so many people and we're going to have people kind of outside the Chicagoland area. So I'm excited about that. But
it's a lot cheaper for Herb. He doesn't have to buy beers for everyone.
that's the thing. That's what I wanted to
That's
talk
true.
about. Last year, Herb was the star of the night, man. I swear to God.
Yes.
For one, we can't even release the audio of that night because
That's correct.
shit Herb said is not allowed to be replayed.
I
And
don't recall it being really bad.
That's why they call him the realness, Teresi. That's why they call him the realness. We couldn't put that out there.
I don't
Not
think it was
only-
that bad. I was going to release it, and there was everyone else told me don't release that. But
I probably
and the
got
other
fired
thing
by
was the other thing was I felt like there was one person who talked to literally everybody and had a beer with everyone in that room, and usually that's us. And we were out 108'd that night by Herb. So I got to give it up to him on that. We were talking to people weeks after that were telling us just oh man, I talked to Herb for half an hour. And I'm like, there's no
that's
way
way too long.
that there was enough hours for all of this shit to happen. But apparently there was. I don't know, Herb, maybe you stayed there till 7 a.m. I don't know.
I appreciate it. And, it's just when you see so much camaraderie there And think about it, like we long for a day like that, and that day was awesome, by itself, but the magnitude of the year 2020 that happened after it, you look back at that day, you're like, it's even more grand than we even imagined. But yeah, I mean, having a beer with people that have the same rooting interest that you do is awesome. Like to meet people, like to put a face to a tweet or a text or somebody who's calling in from the score. Like that's a good feeling to actually meet them and press the flesh and talk to them as humans. It's all good. It's much better to actually, and one of the things wasn't all positive. One of the guys came up to me. He's like, you know what? I just don't like your work. And I just wanted to say it to your face. And I was like, that is the best thing I've heard all night.
Sorry, Herb, I felt like it needed to be said.
So I was like, fucking Tanny, get out of my face. I don't know who this guy was. It was awesome. But yeah, I appreciate you guys having me last year and back this year. The Festivus thing was excellent too. Josh Nelson, the star that night, if I was the star the other night.
Yes,
I'm on my third drink, so here we go.
Oh, man.
Slippery slope. Damn, Jim had to
thank you guys.
Recite the entire list. So that was the second beer.
Chris, welcome, man. I mean, I don't think we may have talked that night. I don't know. It's hazy.
Yeah, I'm sure we did, but I'm sure we've done a quick drop by in the section in years past. So yeah, it was a quick hello. So yeah, it's good to finally formally sit down with all you guys. And
absolutely, man. Great to for real meet you. I feel based on the Letterman jacket that
here it comes.
Beef has something to talk to you about. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna let it go.
It's all a big nothing. Here we go.
I mean, I think you're trying to play it off as a big nothing, but right after De La Salle was mentioned, sort of publicly, I think it was maybe me writing one of my blogs about me playing basketball at De La Salle. A lot of people don't know, but I played basketball at De La Salle. I was a baller, shot caller, all that shit.
Yeah,
anyway,
we all know that. We all know that.
Yeah, the story's already off to a rough start because I think it was you sending an email for the Locked On Sox mailbag. I think that was it. So it's already shaky ground here. But go ahead.
I think we just mentioned you in passing because you were on, and I was like, I think he went to De La Salle because I remember our interview we had last year in December.
Yeah, that's right. So maybe that's it. And I heard Chris Tannehill say, "Oh yeah, the meat eaters." Okay, and I thought it was a little weird because I remember Terry Boers' left tackle Ethan Shaw used to work with you guys. He went to De La Salle. I was actually in my graduating class. All right, okay. Ethan Shaw. The rest of you don't know who Ethan Shaw is. Treasy does, but he's a mountain. He's a mountain of a man. He's got to be.
Did he play sports with you?
No, he did not.
Okay, he should have.
He should have. Yeah, I don't think he played sports at all. Really nice guy though. Like, absolutely really nice guy. And I thought, he's saying meat eaters, and like the other schools would razz us and call us, instead of meat eaters. And I thought, Chris Tannehill is throwing shade directly at us, Treasy. And I thought, you know what? The only way we're going to get back is we do it on these internet streets, you know?
So, what's funny about it is you told me about it, and I listened to it, and I was like, I thought to myself, I don't feel like he would be throwing shade using that, like, high school bullshit term at us. But then he made up such an elaborate bullshit lie of an explanation on the show that now I'm conflicted.
And then also when we talked to Herbie, so I thought, okay, maybe I'm wrong. And I asked Herbie, I said, Herbie, did Chris go to Gordon Tech? I just guessed because I thought he's a North Side guy, but if he's Catholic League, I was thinking there's limited amount of Catholic League. He's younger than us. So I'm like, Gordon Tech would have still been around. It wouldn't have been DePaul Tech, I don't think yet, or whatever it is now. I threw a Hail Mary, and Herb's like, yeah, he went to Gordon Tech. I'm like, this motherfucker. I know what he did then. I know what it is.
Well, yeah. So Herb was astute enough to point out on one of our most recent episodes that, I mentioned that it was indeed a Sopranos reference. I had seen you guys, pretty much all three of you guys make some kind of Sopranos reference on Twitter, whether it's Sal Vitro just being an unselfish prick as he always has been. And I referenced, whenever I hear Meteor, which is of course the name of De La Salle's high school, the team name, I said, they're all meat eaters. With a joke from The Sopranos where they're talking about the dinosaurs being killed by a meteor, but Paulie Walnut says they're all meat eaters. And then Chrissy kindly enough points out, meteor, which is one of my favorite lines, which is, I just thought you guys were fans of the show, but I guess not. It was a pretty common line,
Poser beef loaf over there.
Yeah.
And then it's like on lockdown, you're like, oh, he's a poseur. You're treating me like little Karma. He's a poseur. That's what you said about me, Chris. And I was like, I know the show. I just missed that reference. So,
and that's fine. Not everyone's a psychopath like I am and watches it every year and cycles through the whole series. So I get that. Yeah. So a little misunderstanding, but I, of all people, I would not make a joke like that coming from the Catholic League. I respect the alma mater of Mayor Daley, as me being from the alma mater of the great Tommy Kleinschmidt and to Tim Young. I wouldn't say such a thing. I'm a very proud Catholic League boy here, so yeah, that's all water under the bridge.
All right, it's all good. I'll get the Letterman jacket off. It's all good.
Right,
we don't need the.
I will. So
it's real alpha of you to wear that. I like it. Keep it.
I don't know how you still fit in that. You were like 100 pounds less when you bought that.
There's shots fired right there.
We're only seeing the shoulders and the top. We don't know.
That's legit. Like
we're talking about this.
I assume the back is split like Tommy Boy's coat. Like,
everything was bigger than 90s though. Jeans, sweatshirts, everything was bigger.
Mike
Even Letterman's jacket.
Surely were bigger. Yes.
Hell yes. Now, Tanny, you did something, and I don't like you doing it. And I don't know if we've ever met each other either, but possibly we have.
Starting another fight already.
Possibly why I'm drunk. No. I would just say don't loop us into Beef Loaf's bullshit. Okay, all three different people. Okay, he has his own thing. His brother's probably on his side, but I might not be. So I know you like shoes and I know you like bobbleheads. I think we might get down sometime. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we keep the door open, that we can converse on a big level, and I'm not like lumped into the Beef Loaf group. Okay,
no
that's
doubt.
all I have to say.
I got to keep my my relationship with you open and on even keel because old Hawk took a tumble last week. Okay.
Oh no!
So I had to give him a little. He had a little Tommy John surgery. He had an Achilles replacement, but this is all Gorilla Glue right here, and he's intact here. So
unfortunately, I do not have any extra of the Talking Hawk. They have not released that to the garage sales yet, so that's a hard one to come by. I had like 6 of them, and then one guy gave them to all of his members of his bachelor party. So
that's a good gift. Yeah, those were like Sox Fest exclusives. I think I had to get it off of eBay because I don't want to.
I hope I didn't sell it to you, and I'm sorry if I did because I.
In My Sox Summer, do you have the Frank Thomas cleat up there like Tanny does?
No, I do not. I'm not a big awesome. Like memorabilia. Like other than bobbleheads, I really don't have a lot of things that I collect. I do have a Frank Thomas signed jersey with the Hall of Fame 14 because me and my dad went there and watched him get inducted. So I thought I should get that. But as far as autograph stuff, I don't really. It's not really my thing. I like getting the bobbleheads autographed, but I'm not a big.
Did you drive out there? Because we did. Tanny and I
did. Yes, we did.
Oh.
Yeah, I went with my dad as well, and Herb, and our buddy Brendan McCaffrey. Like we all went. It was an awesome time.
Did you stay like an hour away, like we did too?
Yeah, we stayed in Oneonta, and they had they had a bar there that was like I don't know, it was like a go-go club. And all the other guys we were there like you got to come meet us over here, and we're like, I don't know if we want to come over there. And then we went, and it was fun, it was cool, but the guys were crumpling dollar bills and throwing them at the girls, and the girls loved it. I was like, I don't know where I'm at right now. I really
think they call it a strip club.
Well, it wasn't really a strip club. Josh,
stand for this upstate New York slander.
Yeah, that's
yes.
It was Oneonta is just weird in general.
Those verbal hands, Jim.
It was fun. We got thrown out of Omegang. Is it Omegang or Gong?
Omegang. That's where I got married.
Omegang. Okay, so we got tossed out of there because Joe Torre was having some party, and they're like, "Hey, you guys over there in the corner that are way too intoxicated, you need to leave."
Good. That's why we left during Joe's speech. That was a good time to go back to the car and get that AC going. Like when the Yankees up going last, they got plenty of time to get out. It was funny.
Like I went there after it wrapped up, and so we were in the same room and we didn't even know it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yep.
That's amazing.
It is that, and that's the thing. I mean, me and my dad drove my. I had a 2007 Mustang Black. Took it out there. It was fun. We had a great time.
And
was a
Rome, New
great
York, by
drive.
the way, Rome, New York is common only in name to Rome in Italy. It was a little suspect up there in Rome.
Yeah.
Sorry for any of the viewers from Rome checking us out tonight.
They
It was a
had
fun time.
they had a door handle, and then on the bottom of it, it said "handle goes up," but spelled as the composer handle, not the correct way they're trying to pronounce
Well,
that.
that's true as well.
Listen to you,
Yes,
Mr. Smart
very
guy.
much so. So I was
Mr.
like,
smart guy over
we're
here.
staying in a luxury hotel here. But that was literally like Tanny booked that. Like we knew we were going to go on the day that Frank Thomas got in the Hall of Fame, and Tanny booked that like either day before or day of.
Yeah, same day. Yeah, because
we had to go way the fuck out, or what was our other options? We could have stayed like in Albany or something like that.
You could have stayed in my apartment. That's where I was. So about an hour and 20 minutes. So.
Oh, that's
well,
it would have been much better.
In 30 years, when Burley gets in, we'll take you up on that one.
Yeah, well, I'm in Nashville, so we're all screwed.
Dumb me. I didn't realize that like the team would be reserving all the nice hotels in the area, and it's not really a big town anyway. So yeah, but luckily we got close enough, and it was a good time had by all.
Yeah,
one of my
unbelievably
friends,
fun.
Yeah, one of my friends had to like pretend he was a producer of like MLB Network to try to, and he apparently got in within like 10 miles. Just by
that's nice.
Yeah, pulling the levers of BS.
Yeah, but you know what? That drive
that sounds like our thing.
The drive into
Again,
town is really nice. So like
the
I
Sox
didn't
machine
mind.
people are trying to come into our game. I don't like it. BS, getting naked. I don't like it. I don't like it, Jim. Step back.
So I gotta get some baseball stuff in here. We're supposed to talk a little bit of baseball stuff. So, or at least we've been talking baseball stuff, but we got to talk some Sox stuff for this year. So from both of you guys, I want to know what you're excited about with this team, what you're concerned about with this team, and then one bold prediction from each of you guys. So I'm going to start with Chris, because I feel like we've only given Chris shit so far. So I want him to be first, and then we'll give him shit a little bit after he talks.
Yeah, that's a good move by you, making me start first, because I'll give you a measured, reasoned opinion. Then Herb will come in with the haymakers and start MFing everyone and wishing death on people.
Wonderful.
I was watching Alyssa earlier, and she stole one of my points. But just being at the ballpark is my number one thing. This offense is going to be one of the most efficient offenses we've seen since like 2006. And anyone who's been at the ballpark in that era, the World Series era, where it was packed more often than not, and you had such a great, powerful offense out there, this is going to be the closest thing we saw to that. And there's nothing like a full ballpark when you've got a team that's good and an offense that's just putting a pounding on the opposing pitching every night. Like just, you're chugging a beer, then, oh, this guy homers, and then you chug another one, high five a stranger next to you, then go down and visit you guys in the 108 section, high fives over there. It's just, you're putting a pounding on bad teams more often than not every other night with the expanded schedule. And that's fun. That's what I miss the most about being at the ballpark. So just seeing these guys in person, seeing all you guys at the ballpark in person again, it's been so long, and that's got to be it for me. Seeing Moncada bounce back, seeing him style and profile and launch some dingers out into your guys' section, like hoping he recovers after the COVID bout last year, and seeing Luis Robert in person for the first time. Just everything about it. Like, I think that's why a lot of us are so angry right now at the offseason, because ultimately we all want the same thing, just to be there and to cheer on the team and see each other. So I think that's what I'm most looking forward to, just seeing this team in person for the first time, because they only let one person from media outlet cover the team in person. So I didn't get a chance to get there. Herb didn't get there. So just seeing these guys in the flesh, seeing Lou Bob out there patrolling center field, I can't wait for all of it, man.
I can't agree more. I'm seriously worried. I didn't get in on the GameStop shit, and I'm gonna be broke when I try and buy everyone in the park a beer for the whole season once we get in there. So I don't know how this is going to work out financially, but I'm willing to go to financial ruins to go to every game that I can.
Herbie, Herb posed last night on the podcast that if the Sox signed Trevor Bauer, he would get season tickets. So I don't know if you guys got any room in there.
How do you not have season tickets already? Come on.
I think the tickets are at a discounted price, you guys.
Yeah, but I was working at
Worth
night
it.
for my whole career. I think just last year was the first time I actually started working during the day. So I've never really had the opportunity to buy season tickets. This is last year would have been the first time.
Herbie, if the Sox sign Bauer, I'll buy you an Upper Deck season ticket seat.
Oh, look
top
at that.
top corner though.
Yeah.
536. You know
My old seat.
Seat where if you get too drunk you fall off the earth. That seat.
The one that you can see Jesus and them below you.
Hey.
Yes.
But for the White Sox, and what I'm excited about is, yes, the offense, but I think when you talk to these Major League Baseball players, they're like, we're all talented up here. What separates the goods from the greats are the ones who are supremely confident, the ones who have the mental game mastered. And the success the White Sox had with the bats last year, especially versus left-handers, is only going to give these guys that much more confidence. And we talked about going to the ballpark and having a good time because the offense is doing some work. But yeah, that confidence of knowing that you could hit the ball out of the ballpark, that you could hit any pitcher in the league, which they did last year for the most part. And then adding another year onto it with, that type of knowledge and that type of confidence, it's going to make these guys that much better. And they say hitting's contagious. So guys who are not up to par, the Madrigals, who's, a singles hitter, he's going to be inspired to get better, to be better, to hit more. And I think seeing that, even if we're not at the ballpark, I'm with Alyssa and Tanny. I wish it was, but you guys, that's your wish, and I hope it comes true for you. But even if we're at the house doing what we did last year, every day is a must-see day for that offense, 100%. And I was listening earlier about 3/5 of the, what did you say?
3.5 days.
3.5 days, your confidence, 3/5, almost, sorry guys. 3.5 days, you're going to be confident they're going to be winning. And that is because of the offense too. The half is definitely the offense will carry Dylan Cease or Michael Kopech. I'm not putting Ronaldo Lopez in that starting rotation. F that. Sorry, Ronaldo fans. But you're just confident that this offense is gonna hurt the next pitcher, no matter who it is. And that's exciting to know that we have that team that everybody wants to see. I love the Padres, but I think the White Sox offense is more dynamic and it's more explosive. So
wow,
that's where I'm at.
Damn.
I'm just excited about this offense taking it to the next level.
900 runs. I think the White Sox can score 900 runs in 2021, which I'm going to go on Baseball Reference while you guys talk. I'm going to look that up to see how close that gets to the 2000 White Sox, because the 2000 White Sox are the best offensive team in our lifetime. And I think franchise wise as well.
Yeah, it was 978 or some number that was real close to 1,000, I think.
Right.
78.
Yes.
Wow, you got that on the dot.
Damn.
I mean, I look on Baseball Reference sometimes. So, I have no life. I'm
impressed. Cheers. As I assume the third drink. But I'm with you, Herbie. I think 900 runs is totally possible for the White Sox in 2021. And that's more than 5 runs per game. And if you're scoring 5+ runs every game, you got to feel confident as a fan that, yeah, our team could win today. It also makes for some great betting as well. I'm sure run totals are going to be very high for White Sox games. I mean, especially when they're facing the Royals. But yeah, the offense is going to be a thrill to watch.
Yeah, the two teams to get 900 runs, the 2000 White Sox and the 1936 White Sox, featuring Luke Appling and
Zeke Banura.
Yes.
I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Yes.
He's in every look. Jim, I love Sporkle Saturdays, but I'm so embarrassed to show my score because not only do I not know anything below 1985-ish, but I get impatient. So I want to stop guessing. So I just click the button. I just want to see who I missed. And so I never post my score, but I do it every Saturday.
My favorite reactions is James Fegan trying to guess like who all pitched last season. And he's like, I cover the team every damn day, and I did not get a perfect score. Like, how is that possible?
Or the relief he has when he gets it right.
All right, Tanny, tell me what you're concerned about.
Oh, everything. If you're a White Sox fan, literally everything. You think like Rick Hahn, there's ways that you wake up in the middle of the night with things that can disappoint you about the team. But if I had to focus on one area, it's probably the starting rotation right now as it sits, because obviously we know what we're going to get from Lucas Giolito. Hopefully he can, I have no reason to believe that he's not going to duplicate what he did and build off his awesome performance in the postseason and become the number one guy in the White Sox staff and, one of the best pitchers in all of baseball, and especially after MLB Network released their top 10 starting pitchers and he was not on that list. I think that'll maybe give him a little bump there. We certainly room for debate, but I certainly think he belongs at least at the bottom half there. But so after Giolito, Keuchel, like, is he due maybe for some regression? He's 33 this year, and you couldn't have asked for anything more from him in 2020. There was a little blip with the injury there, but over hopefully 162 game season, you don't know if you're going to get that type of repeat performance. So I worry about that as being your number 2 guy. I almost feel like hopefully they'll be good enough where they can withstand, keeping Dallas Keuchel on ice for a little bit and giving him the rest he needs so he's ready to go for the postseason. After that, Lance Lynn, I just, solid every year, all the time. I don't know how he does it. I mean, I know how, but it's just like, it doesn't seem like it should be a thing. And I would, on a contract year, I have a better feeling about him duplicating what he's done in the past with the White Sox this year. But still, it's one of those things that he could start regressing too, just out of nowhere, with the age being a factor and everything. And then after that, and those are like supposedly just the guys you feel good about, the Dylan Cease factor. I'm a Dylan Cease guy. I think already he's got the stuff that plays. Hopefully the Ethan Katz, being added to the mix can help him out. And I have no reason to believe that he's not going to be a strong like mainstay in the rotation for years to come. But that's on his time frame. Like, we never know what starting pitchers when the light bulb goes on for them. It could be another couple of years, maybe. Like, I hope we don't sit through another year. Yeah, I know.
I really hope not.
You never know with starting pitchers, especially young starting pitchers. So that's where my worries come in. And then that 5th starter. Everyone's talking about Michael Kopech, but you haven't seen the guy in a big league game in 2 years. By the time more than that, almost by the time we see him. So. And I know, what are they going to do to bridge that gap if they're going to start him in AAA? Like, what's going to happen there? There's so many things going on there. They're going to put Ronaldo there. I know you didn't want to offend the Ronaldo Lopez fans watching the stream here. I don't know how many of them there are, but hi, however many you guys are out there. But
you're people too.
One guy. So I worry about that. They're going to be able to score enough runs to withstand some shaky starting pitching, but my worry is with an injury. Like, if Giolito goes down, God forbid, for any extended amount of time, and at the wrong
even
time,
throw that out there?
It happens, man. It's baseball. That's why depth matters, man. That's why them not being a player so far for Trevor Bauer matters to me. And that's like, to me, that's just so baffling that your biggest weakness, starting pitching, and you haven't addressed it. Really, you made the trade, but that was for 1 year. But when you can pay for a guy, why deal a guy like Dane Dunning when you can pay for Trevor Bauer? So that's what concerns me, is that starting pitching. There's a lot of ifs there. They could definitely show out. Like, Dylan Cease, and Michael Kopech could produce, but we don't know when Kopech's going to be here. And with off days, you can kind of, finagle it a little bit and, you work your magic there with the rotation. But I worry about that starting rotation, especially if you have to get into a deep postseason series. Like, this will be the first time Giolito's pitched in a pennant race for an extended amount of time in a season. You guys remember what happened to Jose Quintana in 2012 when the Sox were in the mix, and he kind of faltered at the end of the season when every inning was like a high leverage inning for him, and I have no reason to believe that Lucas Giolito is not going to meet that challenge, but it's a depth issue for me. And that's what concerns me most about the team, not necessarily for the regular season, but once you get into the postseason, what happens if one of those guys just, happens to regress a little bit.
We do have some breaking news. Ken Rosenthal is reporting that the St. Louis Cardinals have just acquired Nolan Arenado from the Colorado Rockies. They are going to be exchanging $50 million. And Eddie Rosario has signed a 1-year, $8 million deal with the Cleveland Indians.
That's the real breaking news. That's the thing that's upsetting.
Oh boy.
No,
So he
I
might now
also
be a most
hey,
South Central outfielder.
we are at halftime of the Illinois-Iowa game. Illinois is up 43-41 after a magnificent, crazy, sure to be on Sports Center 3-pointer by Trent Frazier. That was just amazing. Okay, so
I'm
socks
gonna
up
bow
for
out of this because I gotta
socks
take
up.
care of my Hawkeyes.
Illini up
Alyssa.
too.
All right,
at
Alyssa.
half.
See you, Alyssa. Thanks for joining us.
Bye guys. See you at the
Well,
ballpark. I owe
Thanks,
you all
Alyssa.
Jumbotron. You're all gonna be on the Jumbotron. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yes.
We'll see you opening day.
Okay, see you
I don't
guys.
believe you, but yes.
Thanks, Alyssa.
Bye.
Herbie, there's a lot of news there in just about 30 seconds.
Yep.
Welcome to the
So,
sausage
Plenty
fest.
of things for you to be concerned about. Tell us what you're concerned about.
Well, the main thing I'm concerned about this year is Tanny hit on it a little bit. And earlier I said about Ronaldo Lopez that I don't want him to be the fifth starter, but more than likely he will be the guy because Michael Kopech, as Tanny said, hasn't pitched in almost 2 years. And what I just said about confidence, I don't know. Will the kid have confidence? The other day, I think when Liam Hendriks was speaking, he was like, I'd rather throw a crappy pitch with some confidence than a great pitch without. And I don't know where Michael's at right now mentally, not his necessary health, but, you know, how he's feeling about his stuff. If it plays, if he can throw at a pace that is, not, when you have that Tommy John, you don't want to do it again. So can he be confident that it's not going to happen again? And so most of these things are going through my head with him. And then Ronaldo Lopez is just a guy that is an enigma. He has great stuff. And I don't know why it hasn't clicked on for him as yet. It seems like it should have a long time ago. I thought in 2018, I was like, this is the crown jewel of that Adam Eaton trade. This guy is much better than the Giolito guy. And since then,
Yeah,
it's gone awry. He's just, I don't know. He's the most baffling player on the roster. He's just so, you see the potential, you see what's there, but giving him another chance, I guess, is good for them. I wanted him DFA'd. I wanted him non-tendered, but they brought him back. We'll see what he has. And I just, that's the most concerning thing. When you have this championship caliber team, to have so many question marks in the pitching staff is so concerning. And the starting pitching staff, we're good on bullpen. We're really solid on bullpen, but that's what's concerning me the most.
So let me ask
Treasy,
you a
can I
follow-up
butt in
question to
here?
this.
I feel like the Locked On Sox crew gave the most neurotic White Sox answer. They're worried about everything. Everything could go wrong.
But let me ask something. Let me ask a more focused question into
You're right.
because so I think I agree with I'm worried about the back end of this rotation, but like, can I ask if you want to spend to fill those rotation spots, and what are you going to spend on? Like, who are the guys that you want to bring in to fill those spots, or are you just concerned about the guys internally that we're going to put in there?
I don't want to fill those spots. I want Dallas Keuchel to fill the fourth spot and then have only one spot you're really worried about, because Dylan Cease has never pitched a full major league season. So this will be his first. This will be the same thing for Kopech when he does come up, like in June. So I'm concerned about the top of that. So Trevor Bauer is the only guy I see moving the other people down the rotation for the White Sox. And yeah, he'll cost a lot. You need to spend right now. They're 125, 13th in major leagues. Come on, man. This is the point where you have to spend because you've saved so much money, because your GM is a good negotiator in that regard on your young players. And so you have a surplus of money. I don't care what they say. They have a surplus of money. Dig into it and finish it off.
A surplus of money.
Yeah, and finish it off. Well, I mean, there's no reason to be in second place. No reason to prove David Sampson right. How about proving him wrong once?
Yeah, man.
Well,
this rotation is bottom heavy. Like, it's not top heavy. Like, if you get into a postseason series with a team that's got a prolific offense like the Yankees, Giolito may do his thing in game 1, but what happens in game 2 if Keuchel's your guy there and you get Babbitt to death? You know, because he pitches to contact all the time. You need a dominant guy. You guys saw what Trevor Bauer did against the Braves. Like, you need a guy like that in the postseason. Like, that's why to me it's a no brainer. Like, I just hope that I'm wrong and it ends up not being a thing. But it's right there staring you in the face. Like, this is your biggest need, a dominant starting pitcher in the postseason that's going to take you deep into a deep World Series run, and they just don't have it right now. They could outmatch another team, but you guys know, like, good pitching and defense never slumps typically. So that's why I rather err on the side of that.
No, go ahead, my Sox Summer.
I was just gonna say, maybe Jerry's got in his head that you only need 5 good players on a team from all those Bulls championships. So he's just like, listen, we only need 5 guys that can hit the ball, and we're gonna be fine, okay, guys? He's like, I don't understand why you want 9 guys that can hit the ball. Let's just get 5. We'll save some money and all this stuff. So maybe that's it. And so I mean, oh God. I mean, I'm gonna go on mute.
I can't hear you, Zoe, but we'll get the volume sorted out, and we will.
Oh my God, it's February 21. You guys don't know about unmuting yet? Good Lord, Zoe, come on, let's get it together. I know
He's going right at him. He's gonna call him a meat eater.
You got
hey, don't be mad because I'm classing up the joint, bud. All right.
Oh, nice.
Don't be mad. All right.
Herbie looks like a guy, Bart Winkler.
This is a professional.
Does.
I do look like a Bart. Thank you.
No,
I'll
Bart
take that.
Winkler from Milwaukee.
That's a compliment.
Your hair's
Oh
nice.
yeah, look at the cup.
So I do.
You look
I
real
do
nice.
I do need from both Chris and Herbie a bold prediction. Lay a bold prediction on me for the 2021 season.
Well, I'm trying to read the room here, and I was going to say the White Sox are going to lose to the Blue Jays in the postseason and trigger my memories of being 11 years old in 1993. But I think I'm going to go with Luis Robert becoming the first White Sox 30-30 guy since I think Bobby Bonds.
Wow.
Wow, it's not a sexy pick, but I think Luis Robert doing 30-30 is something that we haven't seen in a while, and I think he's certainly capable of it. So,
Chris, anything Luis Robert is sexy.
Yeah.
All right, let's be honest.
Yeah,
be honest. Herbie, what do you got, man?
Well, last year I did give you the 50 bombs from Eloy, but season was short. He hit.
You're wrong. Just admit it.
That's enough from you. So to further the Eloy thing, I believe Eloy will be the American League MVP. I know the defense is trash. I think it will be negligible this year. So 0. He'll improve on defense where you're not really concerned with him getting himself hurt or costing you more runs. I just think offensively, he's just going to be so advanced. He's just coming into his 3rd year. He's going to be the guy. He knows it. He feels it. And I think he's going to be the American League MVP because the White Sox are going to win the division and they're going to look really good doing it. So they're going to reward us with the 2nd AL MVP in a row. So it's going to be my man.
In a row?
I mean, we've done it. We've done it before with only one player, but we're going to do it again right now with Eloy Jimenez.
Tanny, was that a Clerks reference?
It was, yeah. All right. I think you're the one guy who got it or heard it anyway.
You see, I'm a little slow on the uptake, but now I know that. Treasy, can I ask these gentlemen a question?
I just want to say that me and Herbie are aligned on the bold prediction, but you got to tune in till the midnight hour when I give mine. Beeflo, drop whatever you got.
I got a question for the Locked On Sox crew. So I've been listening to some recent podcasts, and you guys have a wild emailer named Uncle Pete. And so my question is this about Uncle Pete. Is he your Kenny Owens from LaGrange Park? Be honest with us tonight, okay? This is the trust tree. You got to tell us. Is that what's going on there? Because it's too wild. That can't be a real guy.
I wish I were that funny to write stuff like that.
Yeah, me too. And we would tell you right here if it was us, because hell, that is
radio
some
guys.
genius
We're
shit.
insecure. We love the compliments.
Oh yeah, that's some genius stuff. But no, it is not us. I know the guy who it is, and his name's not Pete. But he's a good guy. I
prefer not to know, so I like Herb keeping me in the dark, not knowing. Yeah, so you should see the stuff that we can't read on a podcast network. Like we don't have a lot of the freedoms that you guys have. So like some of the things where it's like, we're maybe better off not reading that one today.
He's a diehard White Sox fan. He's a guy who I've actually had on the show before.
So Locked On Sox, folks.
Not on Locked On Sox, though.
You come on the 108 podcast and you read the ones you couldn't read. And we'll have a show with it.
Let's do that.
Let's line that up.
I promise to answer every one of them too. Whatever these people ask, I will answer.
We will answer it. Yes, like the Sunday Soak is a free for all. We take all the questions, and people ask us wild shit about our personal lives and everything. That's how this will be.
That's true. Go fuck yourself, Sal.
So as you may have noticed, and as we may have alluded to, Father Zoe has joined us.
Yeah.
Welcome, Father Zoe.
Good
evening.
evening.
A hell of a part you got there.
Thank you. This is the longest I've gone without wearing a hat in probably 6 years.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what. So the last time you were on with us was the Festivus show, and you did a rapid fire of your stuff that was just fantastic. So I'm going to give you the option because we do have the breaking news pieces of the Arenado trade and Rosario going to Cleveland. Do you want to go long form on your Sox stuff, or do you want to rapid fire us and then get into the group discussion on what has just occurred?
I can do rapid fire. Mine are short and sweet this year, and none of them involve Nick Madrigal.
What?
I know. See, that's
all right.
the twist.
No, I'm a little shocked.
That's the twist.
I'm disappointed.
Let's hear what you got, because we might have to jump in now, because I figured these were all Nick either way.
Well, what I'm most excited for is just to see a lot of these guys play for a full season of baseball. Herb brought it up too about Dylan Cease, Nick Madrigal, hopefully Michael Kopech, Luis Robert, all these guys. We haven't even seen them play a full season of baseball. I'm just excited to see these guys play a full fucking season of baseball. It's pretty simple there. What I'm most scared about, and I've been watching since the beginning, you guys have been doing a great job, and it's been brought up about 3 times, and I'm pissed off, but it's pretty common, is depth. Someone gets hurt, we're fucked. So depth is my biggest worry, and my bold prediction is not that he wins it, but he finishes top 5. Dylan Cease, Cy Young. Let's go.
Whoa! Wow!
Wow! All right, fuck the Arenado talk. We got to get into
erect.
This. All right. I mean, you just went Chirizi talking James Shields side.
You were my inspiration.
I mean, good lord, good lord. You know, I love it though. You know, I'm on board. I'm with.
What do you think the odds are going to be?
I already bet it.
Oh, what are they?
No.
let me go on PointsBet and figure this out. But no, that's bold prediction. Everybody, we're all hail the almighty Cats. So let's see what the fuck you can do. Guys, I'm not going to lie.
That's a beef loaf bet, by the way.
For me to be dressed like this without wearing a hat, I'm not drunk, but I'm right on the doorstep. So I apologize for all the F-bombs. I just kind of wanted to get Josh fired up because we had so much fun last time when Josh was on beer number 3 and we got Josh fired up. So I was trying to get to that level. And as I was watching, I was laughing, I'm watching, and I noticed, I'm like, oh shit. All right, I got to move on to option number 2 because I drank the 6-pack. And yeah, so that's where we're at right now. But yeah, I'm sticking with Dylan Cease.
That thing's on that. So how drunk are you that you thought we would care about you swearing? And 2, what are you drinking, my brother?
Well, now we got kind of a concoction of what's in the freezer. And we're working with some vodka. Yeah, it's pretty much vodka.
It's vodka and cup.
Yep, but it's a nice dad mug because I'm a new dad, so it's a nice.
That is excellent.
There you go.
I was gonna ask that because I know it was in my freezer after I was a new father, and I was hoping that was not in the cup with the vodka. So how's that going, Zoe? How's the father life?
He's 3 months next week. Kid sleeps like a champ. The only time
All
he
right.
cries is when he eats or when he's hungry. Real smiley, loves the pit bull. He likes to lay on top of the pit bull, and they both just lay there and watch TV and watch me work to feed them. So that's cool. Jerks.
That's good. You keep feeding them. That's important to their growth.
So I've been told. He's 3 months old. He fits in 6 and 7 month clothing. So hopefully he'll be dunking on nerds at De La Salle pretty soon. And he's going to Rita.
I'll say, I'm going to say this, and I'm just throwing it out there. And I know this is not how it works in the United States. I don't want to have any arranged marriages, but I know that we got a James Fox boy and we got a Father Zoe boy. I got 2 girls. They're very similar, but like, hey.
Are you arranging marriages?
All right, look.
This got really weird really fast.
This is not
This got really weird really fast.
For your bobblehead dowry that you're trying to collect. All right?
Whoa! I'm just saying, like, let's keep it all in the family. Let's have some Sox babies. Whatever.
Why don't you calm down over there on the casting couch?
I do have some bad news on that
out
front.
of the womb wearing jorts.
I do have some bad news though. The kid looks ridiculously a lot like me, so that's bad news for the daughters.
You're not bad. Look at that part, bro.
I literally apologize to the kid once a day because he got cursed.
Tanny, I have some good news for you. Aloha, Mr. Hand might have a bobblehead for you, just so you know.
Of course he does.
Ooh.
Hello, my name is Mr. Hand.
We need to hire Tanny just to do drops on our podcast. That would be awesome. I mean, we have at least 6
I don't think we can afford it,
so we can give it to him. Yeah.
Like think about what you're asking here. You're like, can you work 7 hours on a Wednesday night?
My wife would love that.
Just doing drops. So I sped you through that, and
it's fine.
And I apologize because I do love hearing from you. So I will give you first crack at this question that I'm going to ask, which is, so the Cubs earlier today signed Jock Peterson, who is the sloppy seconds of Rick Hahn, and then just moments ago, Nolan Arenado got traded to the St. Louis Cardinals. So for your boy K Fids, I'm asking you the question.
Oh yeah,
are the Cubs fucking done? Is this it?
Probably, because they're make me feel good about how cheap our ownership is. So that's good. I wanted Jock Peterson. That's why K-Fids wanted you to ask me. Is I've talked on Pinwheels and Ivy for 3 weeks that I wanted Jock Peterson. I thought he was a good left-handed bat that would fit on the White Sox, and I was guessing he would go for 6.5. He went for 7. I think it's hilarious that the Sox offered him 10, and he was like, "No, I'm worth more." And then he went and played for a team farther out from contention and got $7 million. So, you know what? Fuck you, Jock.
Needs a new agent. Jock Peterson needs a new agent.
All me. I look the part. Let's go, dude.
I cannot wait to hear how White Sox say fuck this trade up too. The second time fucked up the Jock Peterson to the White Sox trade. Okay, that's our timing. Whatever.
Spoiled that. Bad Twitter.
That's ruined everything.
And then with the Nolan Arenado, I mean, I'm just gonna say on Thursday when we have the next episode of Pinwheels and Ivy, I might make fun of Aldo and K-Fids for the whole episode because now they have to face Nolan Arenado in the division. So, I mean, the Cardinals got it. You got Goldschmidt and Arenado on the corners. You're cooking with something there.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it was David Kaplan that tweeted out that his sources tell him that all of a sudden the Chicago Cubs are going to change direction, and now they're going to compete after they freaking traded away Yu Darvish. And now the St. Louis Cardinals traded for Nolan Arenado. And it's like,
that is
well, you can kind of tell from that which teams were in Bitcoin, which teams were in GameStop, and which teams were in AMC. That's how you know.
The St. Louis Cardinals got on the dog coin. They're going to the moon.
Yeah.
That's right.
And
like 15 cents now.
Unfortunately, the Ricketts family figured out to buy GameStop at $300. and now it's at 354. So they got some profit. So that's why they were able to get Jock
Well,
Peterson.
Wait, we all know the Ricketts family were closing down Robinhood. They weren't buying that shit. They're going to close down Robinhood as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
What a trade, though. Good for
That's
St. Louis.
Little Friday night Ken bomb. I'm all
Good
about
for
it.
Nolan Arenado.
Yeah, right.
So, hey, have we talked about Chris? What are you drinking? And Herb, what are you drinking tonight? Have we talked
good
about
point.
that?
Yeah, I just polished off a tight head long snapper IPA from my guy Pat Manley, the longest tenured bear in franchise history.
Nice.
And a good man and a gentleman. And now I'm working on that Manny's and Pipeworks.
Oh, the
collaboration,
pastrami,
the
yeah.
pastrami rye.
How
And
is that?
It's my first time trying it. Yeah, it's a thing. But no, it's decent.
Is it salty? I figured it
not
would
that
be
much.
kind of salty.
No, it tastes. You taste more of like the sugary part of it. It tastes like a normal malt. It doesn't taste like how it sounds basically, but you get a little
Right.
bit of the spice in there. I like it. It's not bad.
Got it.
Our guy Uncle Rico, I secured a 4-pack for him from Manny's, and then I gave a 4-pack to King Nam, the guy that demolishes hot dogs. Ate 150 or 149 and a half just because he likes the 49ers. The last time we did dollar dog competition, Uncle Rico said he did not taste any pastrami in it when he had it. So
yeah, I think that's just the branding thing to make you go, oh, really? But yeah, it's more of the brown sugar that you taste and a little bit of the pepper. But yeah, it's good.
And the second thing I have to say is that the guy from the Mundaline, from Tighthead, one of the guys is from Sterling, Illinois. And he used to deliver. That's my hometown. That's Mean Streets of Sterling. That's where I was raised. Not in a Catholic school. I went to public school because I was poor. But they used to bring kegs of the Irie IPA back to there, and we would drink it like crazy. I mean, it was just nuts. Like, and then when that started getting big, and when I came in here, like Boxcar Porter, I love that. And like a lot of their stuff is very good, very underrated brewery. I feel like in Chicago, supposedly has a very good brew, like a tap house. So I need to get up there at some point.
Herb and I we went for a trek, and we just to get a case of this long snapper when it first came out because it was hard to find, and it's still not particularly easy to find because it sells out quick. But yeah, we made a trip to the brew pub up there, and it was pretty good. I hope to get back there very soon. But yeah, this long snapper IPA is very, very drinkable if you're an IPA guy.
Can I come with you guys when you do that, please? Like, Herb, can you pick me up on the way or something?
I would not invite
you out of the house.
No,
yeah,
don't do that.
absolutely.
I share a car with Courtney, and she probably wouldn't let me do that.
I'm going down to.
I shower, unlike Beefloaf. What the fuck?
I'm not saying that
what
Courtney's
are you
like
talking
mean or
about?
anything like that. I'm just saying, like, probably not to drive up to Mundelein. Tanny go
Oh,
drive us.
rude.
Absolutely. I've been going down to Grandstand like every other weekend just to get out of the house and just, press the flesh. And,
Dude.
So yeah, I know I'm right in your guys' neck of the woods.
Grandstand is literally in my backyard. I'm not even shitting you. Like, I don't want to tell everybody where I live, but I'm like
just because
8
you
houses
break
away
into
from there.
Grandstand doesn't mean it's in your backyard. Herbie, what are you?
I'm the
Are you
biggest house on the
drinking,
block,
Herbie?
so break into that one.
That's the question.
Beguile, Freebird. It's their APA.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Pale Ale. And then we ordered like 24 Beguiles. So haphazardly from Beguile. Delicious.
Nice.
I'm not even an IPA
delicious.
guy, and it just goes down smooth. And to also give a recommendation, that night we spent with Patrick at, what was it, Timothy O'Toole's?
Yes.
When he
When we launched
debuted his
beer,
beer, we crushed probably like 10 each. We were
Pictures,
not.
like they were bringing them out in pictures. Yeah. It was,
Yeah, Patrick was there. Like, we just kept on getting them. And I'm not an IPA guy. I think some IPAs are just way too much hops. And I'm like, ugh, this is terrible. That is, like Patrick says, it's a crushable IPA. And you don't even know you're doing all these drinks. And at the end of the night, you're like, man, I'm pretty toasty.
Nothing makes you feel inferior than like, you're drinking with a former football player and he's just pounding them like they're water all night long.
You're trying to hang on with them and you're like,
Yeah.
man, you realize that Patrick Manley, while only a long snapper, and I use that
quotes,
with all the respect in the world, is a huge man, is a huge human still.
And I told Herb I'm gonna have a new Glarus with me tonight, and Herb said, "Watch out! People on Twitter are gonna be like, oh, you got a spotted cow? You should have got a moon man instead." So here I am.
Moon Man, so good.
That's how they respond every damn time. Every damn time.
Wait,
Every time I drink a spotted cow. All right, rant number 2. Every goddamn time I drink a spotted cow, everyone's like, you should drink Moon Man. Bitches, I fucking lived in Wisconsin for 20 fucking years. I am quite aware of what all of the beer options are at New Glarus, and I've had all of them. You don't have to keep telling me you should drink Moon Man. Oh, really?
It's literally right there when you buy the stuff. They have it right next to it. I know it's available. I know it's there. I've had it. It's also good, but it's spotted cow. It's
awesome. Exactly.
Josh, I don't know if you know, but I'm doing a beer can art draft tomorrow night, and it's called the Hangover Show, the 108 Fest Hangover Show. And New Glarus did not none of the New Glarus logos, beer labels made my list. So
they're all terrible.
They're the worst. They are literally. It's like somebody's high school art class was like, "Hey, get together and let's make some beer labels." They are horrible.
You have to be careful. If you're ever in the New Glarus presence, because Deb, who now runs the brewery, she designs all the beer labels. So the owner of New Glarus, she was one of the first women to own a microbrewery in the United States. I think the Obamas invited her to the White House. She now runs New Glarus Brewery while her husband experiments new breweries, like new brews. So yeah, she's the one that designs the label. So do not go to the New Glarus Brewery tour and say, "Man, these labels suck."
No, I would never say that.
She's terrible at whatever she does. So Zoe, I do want to ask you something. Well, I got you, especially since I made you speak.
I'm not leaving.
Everything.
You guys are gonna have to kick me out. I'm not leaving.
Yes, I love it.
You can hang out.
We're gonna be on here for a long time, but
kids sleeping.
But I did want to ask you though, because like
mine isn't.
I realized we call you Father Zoe all the time. We advertise you as Father Zoe when you're going to be on. And I noticed you haven't been by the name of Father Zoe on Twitter or anything for a long time. And we're still going to do it. But do you prefer your actual name, or do you prefer something else? Okay.
I've been Zoe since 8th grade. And it was because my best friend at the time fucked up pronouncing my last name. And he just said, you know what, I'm just going to call you Zoe. And it's just been that way forever. It's always just been Zoe. And then it was Southside Zoe. And it was actually funny, Jim, I was laughing when you brought up Southside Socks, the old message board. I literally had an account on there called Southside Zoe.
I remember. Oh my God, I remember you. Yes. Okay.
You didn't connect the dots.
No, I did not.
Yeah, because there's a couple Southside Zoes. Have another.
That was Lonzo Morning.
But no, I always like Southside Zoe, and then Father Zoe came along, and I just kind of ran with it. I don't give a shit.
What is your last name? I don't even know what your last name is.
Zawadzki.
As in like Jay Zawadzki? Are you related?
Yes.
No, not at all.
He's my slightly uglier cousin.
You know what? I'm sorry. Sal's right. Go fuck yourself. I did not know. And this is like an epiphany. So this is the first time I'm learning this shit.
Yes. Jay is my cousin. And actually, Pat Elwood on WGN News is my cousin as well, too. So
wait a second. Who on WGN News is your cousin?
Pat Elwood.
Okay.
Yeah, so we got a couple people in the media in the family, but no, me and Jay have been tight since I can remember. And yeah, no, it's always been Zoe.
Do you ever go with Jay on these food adventures with the I'm Fat podcast, which is like my favorite non-sports podcast?
It is really good, and I'm really glad he did it because he's always been vocal about food choices. But no, we haven't done a co-review yet. We should probably get on that, but yeah.
You should.
But now, Josh, before the New Glarus talk came up, I saw you shaking your head at the screen, and I feel like me and you were shaking our head at the screen at the same time for the same reason. Were you shaking your head because of what the Rockies were getting in return for Nolan Arenado?
See, I don't know yet. I don't know.
It's coming out now. And
what is it?
It's not good. The Cardinals aren't paying much, According
they're
to
exchanging 50 million, right?
yes,
So
and according to everyone's favorite Twitter account, Bob Nightingale, the St. Louis Cardinals are not giving up any of their top 5 prospects in the trade. The top prospects that would likely be moved would be outfield Sean Torres, their number 9 prospect. So it cost them their number 9 prospect.
So I also have a nice tweet from a guy that likes to knock on one of our guys in this chat, and that is Beef Loaf of Jeff Passan, however we want to say it. The Nolan Arenado trade to St. Louis is done. Sources tell ESPN. Rockies, not Rockets, are getting multiple players and saying upwards of $50 million. And then Bob Nightingale says it ain't going to be done tonight. So, like, who knows? I mean, I don't know who to trust. Usually I go with Jeff. Jeff also says there's still procedure things to square away before the Ariano to St. Louis trade is official. A lot of money would be exchanging hands, and Ariano would be deferring money as well. Ariano still needs to sign off on it, but this is expected to be finalized in the near future. That was from my man, Uncle Rico sent that to me. So, yeah.
My Sock Summer, I got to cut you off.
Because 100%, please.
We've got a fantastic
This is the man.
guest
Yes.
here.
Ooh,
so,
hello.
I don't know if you guys know this guy.
Montana.
This is Rick Giolito, who played Montana on Invitation to Love, the show within the Twin Peaks universe.
Yes, written by Luke's uncle Mark.
Oh, wow. And he also happens to be the father of Lucas Giolito. You guys might know who that is. But we're going to talk mostly about Twin Peaks here. Rick, welcome aboard, man. This is awesome to have you.
Yeah, thank you for coming on.
First of all,
I wouldn't miss it. Especially that Mr. Loaf is here, my favorite guy.
Wow. So here's what's wonderful about that. Like, so Beef Loaf is my brother. And
I didn't know that.
And I jumped onto Twitter one day and I saw that Beef Loaf said something about Dylan Cease, and you absolutely bodied him about it. And I can't tell you how much I enjoyed that.
So
Rick.
Happy.
Rick, if there's something that makes my heart happy, it's seeing Beef Loaf pummeled into the ground. And I just absolutely loved it. Thank you.
Well, first of all, it's really important that you know what the hell you're talking about before you go spouting off about crap like that.
Bang, bang.
I mean, I got to admit,
all I had to say. I saw that, my blood started to boil, but it's okay. Everybody has their opinion. You know, Lucas is not a top 10. He's not a top 20. Blah blah
that's
blah.
Bullshit. That's bullshit. Garbage. We know that. You know that's bullshit.
Now, Rick, you're right. I mean, that's one of my downfalls. I open my big stupid mouth before I know what I'm talking about. However, I do take constructive criticism well. So when you bodied me there, I was like, okay, because I'm rooting in the same direction you're rooting.
Listen, I
watched Dylan play for 2 years. He couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. I mean, I think he's like Ebby Calvin Nuke LaVouche, and if I stood there in front of the door, he hit the glass behind me. That's what I'm worried about.
But I only listen to what my son tells me. I ask him about everybody, and he's been with Ronaldo since he was a rookie. Since God knows, I mean, they went through the minor leagues together, and he calls him, Mr. Rubber Arm, and and then we talked about the other guys, and Lucas is always like super positive, as you guys probably know. But he has said to me unequivocally, that Dylan Cease has the best stuff on that staff, period. So I'm taking his word for it. It's just a matter of, a little work, and trust me, it's going to happen. And it has a lot to do with my prediction this year.
Oh, let's hear it.
Let's just get into it. Yeah.
Let's get into it. Let's hear this.
Well, you asked me for the big prediction. And my prediction is that 2021 sees Dylan Cease making his first All-Star team.
Yeah!
Let's go.
That's a big first.
Let's go.
Danny, I love it.
So, Rick, just before you jumped on, Zoe, who's here in the group here.
He looks like Rick? He's in the movie Anchorman. Yep.
Where's Zoe?
I'm right here, Rick. How's it going?
I got to keep going. Oh,
Well,
there
you
you
got-
are.
you got
Hey,
a scroll
Bill,
for
how
him.
are you?
What's going on, Rick? You were actually the reason why I made my Cease prediction because I host the Pinwheels and Ivy show.
Oh, yeah.
and you
no
were,
free plugs. No free
you were
plugs.
in our comment section and you were telling me how good Lucas told you Dylan Cease looked. So that's why I made my prediction was based on I am riding with Rick. Let's go.
Listen, you know, the only thing he was doing was getting on the side of his fastball. That's it. Period. End the conversation. He was getting on the side of his fastball. That's why the ball was, you know, running across his body into the the left-handed batter's box. He wasn't getting on top of it. The guy throws gas. His curveball is unbelievable. You know, he's developing. I don't know about his off-speed pitches, but Ethan Katz is there. And let me tell you something. You know what we call Ethan Katz? Actually, my wife coined his nickname.
Oh,
I know it.
Oh, did I say it?
You told us last week, but you got to let him know.
So
Rick.
I wanna hear
I've
it.
I've known Ethan since he showed up at Harvard Westlake when Lucas was, I believe he was 14. Yeah, 14 years old. And since that day, we call him the pitch whisperer.
I love it.
Let's go.
And that's his nickname around this house, at least. And he will, you guys, it's going to blow your mind what's going to happen.
So he is going to fix everybody?
Yeah, I mean, it might take some time, but yeah,
Okay.
he's going to fix everybody.
All right.
Yeah, that's
I love this enthusiasm.
I love it.
That's
I
Jim
mean,
Margalus from Sox Machine that just said that. He's wearing an Expos hat.
Hey, Jim,
he
how are ya?
actually is a Sox fan, but he's wearing an
Yeah.
Expos hat because it's
That's
ironic
cool.
and weird.
That's cool.
That's what they do.
Listen, there's no doubt in my mind. You know, I just talked to Lucas and Max Fried and Jack Flaherty yesterday. They're all down in L.A. working with guess who? Come on,
Pitch whisperer.
Yeah,
that's
right.
I love it.
and they were all. He was telling me just through bullpens the other day and what have you. And those guys, you know, those are three of the top pitchers and young pitchers in Major League Baseball. They don't keep going back this guy because, you know, he pats them on the back.
Guys, real quick, we had Ethan Katz on the Danny Parkins show right after he was hired, and he had like this maniacal just laughter about Ronaldo Lopez. Like he singled him out, like he's looking forward to working with Ronaldo Lopez the most. So if you see Ronaldo take the step, think of Ethan Katz, but playing a huge part of that. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, that was a great interview.
Yeah,
I
I'm
love that
excited
interview.
to see what the new throwing motion is. But to piggyback on what Rick said, getting a chance to talk to Dylan Cease last year at Sox Fest during the media event in the scrum and talking to him in Charlotte, he is one of the most cerebral pitchers I've ever interviewed. Like he can explain in full detail, this is what I want to execute. Because I remember interviewing Dylan Cease and asking Dylan what adjustments he wanted to make. And then going to Yasmani Grandal and Yas being like, yeah, I can't explain it in that detail. Like Dylan goes way more into the detail than I can. Like if he says that I could pick up on how he's not throwing the ball well, I can't. So I'll just go out to the mound and tell him, hey man, we're going to do this. Cause I can't pick up what he's saying. Or he doesn't, it's just that Cease is so smart and he understands as far as the art of pitching. It's just physically, as Rick pointed out, getting on the side of the fastball. It's just he still needs to make that adjustment. But
but he will. He will.
But you know, Jim mentioned this.
He already is, by the way, just so you know.
The videos from Atlanta are very promising, especially as far as his spin rates and the velocity that he's touching in the pitching lab down there. But
I'll tell you, Josh, being cerebral can be a good thing and it can be
right. It can get in the way.
Negative.
It's like a mental hurdle you got to overcome.
In 2018, that was Lucas's. Well, coming out of the Nationals, he was very young, and they jerked him up and down, and they expected him to go in and be, Strasburg 2.0 at 21. And he'll tell you he wasn't ready. It wasn't that he wasn't ready physically, because he was throwing the ball 99 miles an hour back then. He just wasn't ready mentally. And having spent his entire career, since he was very young, 14, 13, 14, all the way up through the minor leagues. And then hitting the minor leagues, and then suddenly being told, you got to do this, you got to do that. And he didn't want to disappoint anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And that started creeping in because, he couldn't quite get it. And then getting shuttled up really quickly, his mind got in the way of his ability. And it took him, thank God for the White Sox, it took him, being traded in a year of, complete horrible performances to shake himself out of it. And, the guy you see today is a different guy than I remember, by the way. He's a much different pitcher than he was when he was 17 years old, but he's a much better pitcher now. And the thing with Lucas is his level of confidence is off the charts. I mean, he thinks he can get anybody out at any time. And so I think that's what it takes. When you're in that funk and you can't figure out, you're going out every day, you're trying to figure out what's going on, you don't trust yourself, bad things can happen. Now, he'll go out, and I can't remember that game. He gave up 3 runs in the first inning, and he came out and shut him out the rest of the way and, won that game. I mean, that's a different guy than you saw back in 2018, where one bad thing would happen, it would just snowball. So, but I think it's different with Dylan because his stuff never left him. He's just mechanical.
Right.
And, hopefully this year you see the guy that I've been hearing about for many years. So that's all I have to say about that.
You don't need it. You can say whatever
that
you
was-
want.
That's
Rick.
awesome.
I mean,
That was like
Lord.
mic drop worthy stuff right there.
I'll tell you another story.
Yes.
Because I heard you
Beef Wolf,
talking
probably?
about. I
Yeah,
heard you
talking
talk
shit
about
again.
Luis Robert.
Yeah.
So one day, I think it might have been spring training a few years ago. And, I'd gone down. I love spring training. It's my favorite time of year. I like it much more than the regular season because it's less pressure. And I don't know if you know, I'm well known for not being able to watch my son pitch.
Yes.
Did not know
It's
that.
just too
You
horrible.
didn't watch
for me.
the no hitter.
Yeah.
No, I did not.
He was
I did
walking
not.
his gravel road outside the house
That's correct.
on the Giolito compound. He could not
With a
watch
bourbon.
his son
With a
throw it.
with a bourbon.
And
I like that.
That's awesome. And I was going to ask you that, Rick. What was the bourbon that you were drinking that night?
It was. There's a bottle of it over there. I can't see it.
Probably wasn't from Costco.
Cheers,
right?
boys.
You
Yeah.
let us know. You let us know
Cheers, Rick.
when you find that out because we will all drink that all year.
But that's the thing. is
Every
like,
Giolito start.
So
Yes.
anyway,
Sponsored by.
so he comes back and he goes, Dad. Well, he calls me Faja or Rick. Sorry, he doesn't call me Dad anymore. He calls me Rick. You're not going to believe this. What? He
I
goes,
should call
we
you
got.
Montana.
He calls me Rick, which I'm not crazy about. My younger son, Casey, that guy over there, he calls me Faja. And we're Faja and Maja in the house. But Lucas decided he was going to start calling me Rick when he was like 16. I don't know. It was like something, and it was just like, oh, whatever. So he goes, Rick, you're not going to believe this. We got a guy. This Cuban dude. I go, who? Luis Robert. I say, oh, yeah, I thought I saw him on the field. Well, I saw him in the shower today. I go, really? He goes, Rick, the guy looks like he's chiseled out of marble.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rick, if you drove him
Because-
to Indianapolis for the NFL draft combine, Luis Robert would be a top 10 pick, and every team in the top 10 would try to turn him into a wide receiver.
Oh my God. Yeah. And then I saw him in real life. And I was like, holy crap. And then he can play. He can play too. And, he's so young and he's just going to get so much better. Another prediction. I think that he may, in the next 2 years, he will be in the running for an MVP.
I agree.
Oh,
Yes.
Yes. One time, baby. One time.
Yes.
Now we got another guy in the minors. I think he's still in the minors, who is like almost a carbon copy. I don't know if you've ever seen this guy up close, Micker Adolfo.
I have.
Oh yeah,
He's awesome. He's a beast.
This guy looks like, he's a little thicker, but he looks like a beast as well. I keep waiting for that guy to show up. So, but anyway, yeah, Luis Robert's been quite the revelation, hasn't he?
Can I ask Rick a question? Because Rick,
Yes.
I need you to. You said this to me on Thursday, but I need you to say this, especially to these gentlemen here. Can you please tell these gentlemen what your son said about one Nick Madrigal?
Oh God, yeah. He goes. That guy is the biggest pest. You cannot get that guy out.
Let's go.
Oh. And here's another prediction for you. I don't know if it's going to be next year. It might be, or definitely a year after. I predict that TA and Madrigal will be battling it out for the hitting title.
Oh, I love
in
it.
the American League.
I absolutely love it.
I think
That's good. All right. All
Need
right.
some alone time.
As soon as they have the betting props open, I think it's going to be worth money to put some coin on Nick Madrigal winning the batting title this year. It's going to be very similar to, because Jose Abreu had stupid odds last year to win the RBI title. It was like 100-1. And
yeah,
I jumped on that. I'm like, okay, I'll take this.
No,
and
Lucas says the same thing about Vaughn. He goes, these guys, you can't throw the ball by him. Madrigal and Vaughn. He goes, Madrigal will just dink you to death.
Yeah.
You love to hear that from someone like Lucas Giolito. Who's like a top 10 pitcher in the league. Going like, I can't get it by this guy.
Now,
That's amazing.
hold on. Before you get too crazy over there, Zoe.
Nope.
Also, yeah, you can't get him out of the plate, but you can probably get him out on the base pass because the guy does not pay attention to a guy telling him to, hey, slow up. All right.
Stop
He's just
it.
like, I gotta show it
that
up.
takes time. That takes
Tell him, Rick. Tell him, Rick. See, Rick's my guy. Rick's my guy.
You guys realize that, like, the major league game, when you go from the minors to majors, it's like the game speeds up like immensely. Oh, yeah. It's a completely 100%. Different experience for these guys. Lucas would tell me that all the time. He's going, Dad, Rick. He goes, you cannot believe how fast the game is at this level. I go, I believe it, but it's like a major leap. And the hitters are major, from AAA to major league, huge divide. It's not.
Rick, while I have you, I have to ask this question because I understand that it's very nerve-wracking to watch Lucas to the point where you really don't even really watch him. So I want to understand how nervous you were when Bill Walton was interviewing Casey.
Do you know? Is that Chirizi?
That is.
Yeah, it's Chirizi. He's the old one.
The Loaf's bro.
Yes.
Casey's here right now. He graduated and he's here, COVID-19, what have you.
Bring him in.
He was, I said he should come in, but he was just like 15 minutes ago. He said to me, I can't wait until I get interviewed by Benetti again, because I'm going to take that guy down.
Oh, I love it.
He goes, I rewatched that. That guy was such an ass to me. And I'm like, Calm down. Let me explain a few things about Bill Walton to you. It's not your fault. It's, there's some other things that are involved here. So, it's funny you brought that up because he just mentioned that like 10, 15 minutes ago. I swear to God.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was rough. That was rough.
Well, I mean, it's Bill Walton. I mean, it's like I have to ask you. You worked with David Lynch. Was it similar? Like
no, I didn't. My brother-in-law was partnered with David Lynch, and they wrote Twin Peaks together. I never worked with David. I worked.
Okay.
No. I met him many times, but no. Invitation to Love was directed by my brother-in-law, And that was a bunch of very close friends that got together. That's why we look like we're having such a good time, because we really were. It was just supposed to.
I found a super cut of it on YouTube,
I'm sure.
and it's awesome. Like, I mean, like it's insane. Like in case I'm gonna go way off on a tangent here because we're not really talking about White Sox.
I'm gonna join you in a second.
The show Twin Peaks had a show within it, which was Invitation to Love, which was only show on the TV in the background, and so Rick was Montana, and it kind of mirrored the show in kind of an absurd way, and Rick's character was like just like the badass dude, like
yep,
and
so like, cool guy, yep,
and I love it.
I had just come off 3 years on As the World Turns, playing a bad cop, so it was kind of fun to do a soap within a soap after doing a soap in New York for 3 years, with my wife, by the way, who played Betsy Andropoulos, and who replaced Meg Ryan on that show.
Oh wow!
And another. I got lots of. Believe me, Lindsay. Well, Lindsay was the actress. I left acting when I was about 30. I went into video games, if you don't know, and I became an exec producer for Electronic Arts, EA Sports, EA Games, Madden Football.
Are you bringing back MVP?
I did not know this.
Please bring back MVP.
Madden Football, NASCAR Racing, I created a game called Medal of Honor.
What about Coach K basketball?
No, I didn't do that.
Damn it!
I did a game I created a game called Knockout Kings with boxing game.
Yes.
So I did that. I did video games for about 30 years. I still dabble as a consultant, but
this is all making sense now. Why White Sox Dave and Lucas play video games together?
Yeah.
Okay.
I used to play. Lucas grew up, at the studio at EALA, where I worked. I ran a studio in Los Angeles for Electronic Arts. So.
My God.
But another story. Lindsay was the actress in the family. She had a long career, and she had shot a pilot called Nightmare Cafe, which was based on that famous. God damn it! What was his name? He was a horror writer. Anyway, and then she got cast in this baseball movie, and but. She had done the pilot, and what happens is if you get cast in something after you've done a pilot, you basically people that cast you second have to agree to take you in second position, which means if the pilot gets picked up, you leave the movie or the show, whatever you're doing, you go back to the pilot and they recast it. And so Lindsay tried out for this film. It's called League of Their Own. And this is going to give you an idea where Lucas's talent comes from. So I'm out in the mid, front of our house and throwing her ground balls and what have you. And she went through this whole audition process, going down to Dodger Stadium, all this stuff. She got cast in the show, in the movie. Went to rehearsal with Penny Marshall. And wouldn't you believe it? We took a vacation in Hawaii. We get a phone call and her pilot gets picked up. And so she has to leave the movie. And she's pretty depressed, it was Tom Hanks and what have you. And so we go back to LA and she leaves the movie, and I don't hear much about it until I pick up, the paper one day and I see that she was replaced by Madonna.
Unreal. Unbelievable.
And, we're like, holy shit. And then the movie comes out, it's a big hit and what have you. But she's done a lot of. She was opposite Schwarzenegger in one movie, and she was actually in Jurassic Park and couldn't do it and ended up being replaced by what's her name, the other blonde,
Laura Dern.
Yes, by Laura Dern. So.
Oh my God, Madonna and Laura Dern. I mean, my Lord,
unreal.
Who are you married to?
But that's how the breaks go, I mean, that's how it goes. You got everything's got to work out, But had she become a movie star, that might have not been a Lucas. You never know what happens.
Oh, true.
Right. Now, Rick, I'm going to big time everybody because this is our show and this is 108 Fest and this is something that I wanted to do. First off, I want to say to you, number one, it's unbelievably awesome for me to have something from high school, my Sox summer, which would be Twin Peaks and David Lynch and all that collide with White Sox. And like, which is now grown up White Sox Twitter. And this is unbelievable. Like I can't even, I texted friends that I haven't texted before just because I knew you were going to be on the show. And I said, listen, you need to like check this out just cause of this. Now, last night I was like, stalking or creeping. I think they call it creeping on your Twitter last night. And the one thing that I noticed that I was very like, and it didn't bring me to
But
tears.
that I'm a flaming liberal. Is that what you know?
No, I love that. That's awesome. No, that's something that I was not going to bring up on the podcast on the
Doesn't
whole
bother
thing.
me.
No, that's fine. I didn't want to bring that up.
Where do you think Lucas came from?
Well, that's the thing, and this is what I want to. This is what I'm kind of getting to is that listen, I admire you as a father that can fan out on his son. Like you love your son,
Yes.
and like, and I'm not just now. I'm gonna say this, and I mean it in all honesty. Like even Casey too. I mean the same. It's not even just Lucas. Like, oh, here's my son that hit threw a no hitter. That you do the same thing with Casey too, and I love it. And I was just like, this guy loves his kids. He loves what is being returned to his kids. And from his kids, and I really I would literally, I did not cry last night, but I wanted to cry. But I was like, this is just awesome, and it's awesome to see somebody that takes so much joy in watching their son succeed on like this level. That I was just like, oh my God, I think this guy must be perfect. And then I see all the memes and all the liberal shit, and I'm like, yes, this guy, look at this guy.
Well, look, look, obviously, I feel very fortunate, that we happen to have a kid who had a special talent, and we were able to nurture that talent, because that doesn't happen all the time.
Right.
And, and you're right. I'm just as proud of Casey, who just came back from the Royal Welsh College of Music and Drama, who wants to follow in mom's footsteps, become an actor. Unfortunately, he's been dealt a bad hand with COVID. And, it's got, everybody's got to put that stuff on the shelf. But, I don't know what to tell you. I'm so fortunate to be in the right place at the right time with both of them. And, just what can you say?
You raised a kid that like, and I'm going to speak, we don't usually talk political stuff, but I saw Lucas come out and just make really smart calls and say really smart stuff when we got into the Black Lives Matter stuff and whatnot. And I was just like, it's not just cause Tim Anderson's his teammate. He's doing it because he believes in it. And that's something, as a guy who is like going to a next level, like superstar in the MLB, it's a big thing. He could have taken a seat, like the back seat, and said, I'm not going to do that because politically I don't want to alienate people. But he did what he thought was right. And I just admire that. And that speaks to you as a father in the whole thing.
Yeah, we didn't tell him ever, what to be or how to think growing up. But, we did raise both our kids with a heavy dose of, understand how lucky you are, that, growing up in Santa Monica in this giant house is not the real world. This is not what it's like. In the real world, it's very different. Show empathy always towards others, especially people less fortunate than yourself. And, if you ever, if something strikes you or somebody says something or strikes you wrong, just try and put yourself in their shoes and think what they're thinking and see how you would feel about it, and, some lessons along the way. But he's a really smart guy. Yes. This is a guy who can think for himself, and he felt comfortable at this point in his career. When you're younger as a ball player, you're not going to do that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But I think he feels comfortable and passionate, and now he feels that he can speak his mind when it's appropriate. He doesn't always do it, but I'm really proud of him. And I'm hopefully. Baseball, which has been pretty rigid for a long time, will slowly, change.
I think that he's genuine. And that's the thing. And I think that's what, and I'm not even going to put us on the same level as Lucas, but I'm going to say that's what the 108 and all these guys that are in this chat right now is we're very genuine. Like, and we speak, we speak a truth.
I know I wouldn't be here if I didn't feel that way. You guys
I love that.
You guys are something.
Now,
I appreciate that.
There's only one. Hold on, Terezi, you son of a bitch.
So I want to cut you off.
You shut up.
I want to ask a question.
Hold on. 1 second.
Wait, Rick gets to body me. I don't get a question.
No, hold on. Let me just say this, and then you can do your thing.
Okay.
Rick, in 2018, or I think it was 2019 Sox Fest, I went up and got Lucas's autograph, and he said, "Oh, 108, you guys are Dan Palka's guys." And we're like, "Yeah." He's like, "Get me a shirt." And I said, "Okay, let me see what I can do here." And then I went up to the side, and I was like, "Listen, we haven't had really good track record. Our last guy was Tyler Saladino, and he did not turn out really well once he joined the 108 thing." And I was like, "Listen, I want Lucas to like succeed and do well. So I am not going to give him a 108 shirt, a hat, a koozie, nothing, because I want Lucas to succeed. So you guys can thank me, everybody in this chat. Rick, you don't have to, whatever. It is, I did not give him something specifically because I did not want to jinx him. Now, I will say this. He is playing with fire because he is hanging out with White Sox Dave. White Sox Dave is a little speck. All right, we gotta be careful.
I don't know him. I mean, I see some of his tweets. Some are like, yeah, wasn't he like bashing Lucas in 2018?
Well, that was Beef Loaf. But no, it was.
What the heck?
No. Like he's playing a lot of video games with Dave. Lucas and Dave are playing a lot of video games together. But yeah. So, but no, I just wanted you to know that like I did not be like, here's a 108 shirt and ruin your shit. So, Loaf,
thank you
for yours.
Thank you for not jinxing him, because but I don't think it would have mattered.
No, it wouldn't.
I don't either.
No,
Rick, I have just one question for you. You've given us a million great nuggets. We have several fathers in the room. We got Chris Tannehill from 670 The Score, Father Zoe, My Sock Summer, myself, all dads. We have daughters and sons. Give us one parenting tip, because your sons seem to have turned out terrific. Just give us one nugget that we could take with our children.
Oh gosh. I wasn't a perfect parent, I mean, I was a baseball dad, yelling at my kid, getting pissed off, all those things. I don't have one nugget. I will tell you this though. Don't be afraid to apologize to your kid if you fuck up.
I do that all the time.
Beautiful.
My 4-year-old.
And, I mean, I can remember Lucas lollygagging one game and getting in the car and just going off on him. He was like 15. It was and just like, what the hell are you doing out there? You do not, when you get between those white lines, you play. You do not, once you step in between those lines, you give it everything you got, that kind of crap.
Yeah.
And, years later, I just felt so bad, because like all of us, we go through stresses in day to day. I had a very stressful job. And, as parents, we're not perfect. And, who do you take sometimes that comes out and it's
Sad,
directed at the people closest to you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And so I sat him down one day and I just said, Luke, I got to apologize. I'm really sorry I did that to you. I didn't mean it. I felt so bad, and I thought he was, just going to go, by the way, he goes, yeah, I talked to my teammates. You weren't even as bad as some of those
Yes.
See, that's the good stuff, Rick, because it's the humility, right? I say that to my daughter all the time. I will say, and she's only 4, I will say to her like, hey, I screwed up, and she'll be like, no, Dad, I was bad too. We're both bad together. And I'm like, yes, we were both bad together.
Nah, they're not 100%. Bad at 4. They're innocent at 4.
Oh, no, they are. Okay. They are.
So, Rick, I got a question. Game 7, World Series. Lucas is starting. Mm-hmm. What are you drinking and where are you walking?
Hold on.
Oh, you got it. You got it.
Bring it.
He's gonna bring the bottle over.
Chirizi, whoever bottle he brings over, make sure you call them tomorrow and say, "Hey, I got an ad for you."
So it's not even gonna be an ad. I'm just gonna drink it.
Rick's got a plan. Rick's already got a plan.
Jordan, I apologize. We're going way into your time, but we got to do this.
Don't worry about it. I knew as soon as I saw the schedule that I was in a little bit of trouble.
Okay, this is my bourbon of choice.
Cask Crew.
Cask Crew. Okay.
Caskin Crew, orange roasted. This is what I drink.
Ooh, orange roasted. All right.
Yeah.
There's a GameStop-esque run going on that bourbon right
now. And I also drink B&B, but during games, I have a tendency to need a little extra, so I drink the bourbon. If I'm there, I'll watch the game.
Oh, okay.
I can watch it live. It's not truly pleasurable for me.
I can imagine.
But I can walk around the stadium and yell at people who said he sucks. Fuck you. Hey, that's my son. Shut up.
Rick Giolito gets arrested in the third inning fighting.
Gentlemen, I just want to say I just searched Cast and Crew, the orange roasted. The closest thing to any of us in the Chicagoland area to find this is, it looks like it's in McHenry County. It's called After the Fox. It's 50 miles away from the south side of Chicago. So
it's too far to go for this.
We're going to take a field trip. If it gets us perfect games and no hitters, if this is Game 7 of the World Series,
we got to have it on reserve for those.
If it is Game 7, I don't know what I would do. I don't know, because my wife might really get mad at me because she watches. Well, this past year. I don't watch the games, and I knew he was starting the first game, and I went, oh my God, I hope he just doesn't, completely shit the bed, because, I'm Mr. Negative when it comes to stuff like that. And she's like, no, I'm going to watch. I'm like, don't watch it. I'm going to watch. Don't watch it. Don't. All right, I'm gone. I'm leaving. And what I would typically do before COVID is I'd go to a movie. I'd actually go in a movie theater and sit down, watch a movie, and then try and put blinders on and not turn the radio or anything until I got home and say, what happened? Well, this year, come here, honey, I'm talking about you. This year, I did that. She said, no, I'm watching the game, and I came back. And she's in tears. What is the matter with him? Oh my God!
Oh no! Yeah, that first pitch
I'm never watching again because she gets nervous too. But she did watch the no-hitter, so good for her.
I gotta ask you, Rick, had you ever seen Lucas look like a man possessed out there as he was in Game 1 of that wild card series? He looked like
that was awesome.
It was an out-of-body experience.
Yes. Yeah. The Undertaker. The Undertaker.
He was really nervous before he didn't sleep well the night before. He told me after the game, and he said that he was definitely nervous. It was like the All-Star game, the first batter. Mm-hmm. But once, as typical for athletes at that level, once the game starts and they throw the first pitch or what have you, they have a tendency to calm down. But yeah, he told me, he goes, I blew that perfect game. I go, what? When? He goes, in the sixth.
Third Red Bull.
No, yeah. No. Do you remember in the sixth when I struck out the side? Yeah. And I came off and I was smirking to myself. I go, yeah. He goes, lost my concentration.
Oh, Jesus. Love it.
But yeah, that was fantastic, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Rick,
he's going to do that again.
Go ahead, Jim.
He's going to do that again.
Oh, when I was weighing my bold predictions for this forum, I was considering the idea of the Lucas Giolito extension. And one of the things I was vaguely aware of, and I researched it when I was kind of just mowing around the idea, was that when he was a prep pitcher and signing with the Nationals, did he sign 30 seconds before the deadline? Was it really like a down to the wire thing? Because it sounded like it was like touch and go, like he was holding out for a number. It seems like he's really acutely aware of his value.
Well, he was 17 years old at the time, and it was 20 seconds before the clock.
Okay.
And
Love it.
that was Mike Rizzo of the Nationals, who is, well known as a pretty kind of a hard ass and tough, or likes to play tough. Parents and kids, they don't get involved in that stuff. That's the agent who does that. And there's a funny story about it, but I can't give away the tips and tricks of that particular trade.
Oh, we won't tell nobody.
Come on.
Right.
There's only 200
But
people watching. Don't worry about it.
We'll do it offline.
In any case, that negotiation was between the agent and the Nationals, and we were just waiting there. It was very frustrating because they wouldn't make it, they waited, they wouldn't do anything until the last minute. And, this is just the way it is. Well, they made an offer, some sneaky offer at like, $2 million or something, we said the hell with that. He'll go to UCLA because I love John Savage. I just thought the world of him. But Lucas wanted to go pro. And his agent at the time, he was a very young agent, who's now the co-head of baseball at CAA, Ryan Hamill, terrific guy. He's like a son to me, practically. Yeah, that came down to the wire. It was pretty hairy, but Lucas was really, really happy when we got that phone call. It's done. They did not want to go into luxury tax. Was their big deal. They just did not want to go into luxury tax, and they were holding fast. But they came up, I don't know, more than a few $100,000 inside the last minute.
Ooh, wow.
Damn.
They were playing their game. It's a game of chicken at that point.
Oh yeah, it is.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely a game of chicken. And who's going to pick up the phone first? Who's going to blink? Well, they blinked.
So Rick, I do want to introduce you to someone who we've got who's coming up next here. Is it Jordan Lazowski? And
little guy.
I got it. I'll admit I'll be ashamed about this. And
Jordan.
The rest of you
How
guys
are you, Mr. Giolito?
The rest of you guys
Mr. Giolito. Look at this guy.
Determine if you want to be ashamed with me or not. But when we were going into 2019, I was definitely one of the people who was like, this Lucas Giolito guy, I don't know about this guy. Like I'm not on board. But
there was one of three that were on him, and it was me.
The original Lucas Giolito truther was one Jordan Lazowski. He was out there singing the praises, not going like this guy should be on a team, going this guy's going to be a superstar. And
hey, Jordan, way to go, buddy.
I remember reading this stuff and being like, this guy's nuts. This guy's nuts. And so we seem to be running a pirate ship doomed for hell here, but sometimes we do schedule things on purpose. And I did want to introduce you two because I think you guys should meet.
Jordan, you knew that was coming, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely. I'll tell you. I got a lot of crap for years.
You know what that is, right?
Yeah, it's from the no-hitter.
That's the last out.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's incredible.
That just big time the hell out of all of us.
Where's your part, Zoe?
I apologize to Jordan that Carson Fulmer did not work out.
Oh
man.
1 for 2.
That's
He's
rough.
batting 500.
Really? He's batting 500.
He's batting 500.
He did fire them.
I thought highly of Carson because Carson's another great guy.
He's a great guy.
But
yeah,
after speaking to Carson a couple of times, it's like, oh, I'm getting Gordon Beckham vibes. Like
no,
he doesn't want to fail. He's taking this a little too hard. Like, and then I'm hoping that some team gives Carson Fulmer a shot because I think the stuff is there. And then after listening to Gordon Beckham's interview with Chuck Garfien and
that was bad.
NBC Sports Chicago, it is a little heartbreaking because whenever you spoke to Gordon Beckham, it's like Beckham cared. Like he did take it personally that he wasn't playing up to the level that White Sox fans wanted him to play at. And Yeah.
But Josh, you're like ignoring the fact that Carson Fulmer was signed by 7 teams in 2020. So
It's true.
I mean,
He's still out there.
He played for
and people
everybody
still like
last
him.
year.
Yeah,
So like,
exactly.
I mean, he still had a job at the end of the year. So
Can't wait when he's
still out
pitching for the Kansas City Royals against the Chicago White Sox at some point this season.
Well, he has a live arm, but
he does.
I don't know. I can't really tell you what's going on because he was very close with Lucas, and it was very sad to see him go.
Yeah,
he's a great guy. I met him several times. Great guy, nice guy.
So did Treasy fall off? We got so
here.
many people here. I got
I'm
1 out of 2,
here.
2 out of 2.
Trust me, I'm still here.
Well,
my
There we
question,
go.
my next question is for Jordan though, is to give me his thing he's excited about, the thing he's concerned about, and then his bold prediction.
Well, before you do that, Jordan, this is your spot, right?
This is anybody's spot
Well,
for anything.
that's all right. I mean, I've been on for quite a while, so I'm gonna bugger off over here and just thank you guys.
No, Rick. If you want to stick around, you can stay here
stay
as long as you want,
man.
You're welcome.
No, I'll watch you guys on YouTube, which I've been watching.
Rick,
Rick, you can stay.
Thank you so much for joining.
Yes. It's okay.
It was
Thanks.
great.
Let me tell you from the bottom of my
It's
heart.
past my bedtime. You know how it is.
It was
8
awesome to
o'clock
talk
out
to
there.
you,
Come
not
on.
only from the White Sox point of view, but as a fan of Twin Peaks was also like it meant a lot. So thank you for even joining and
yes.
Well, actually for even responding to our
we'll do this again, you know.
Hey,
I'm
Rick,
happy-
absolutely.
I'm happy to do it.
Rick,
You
can
guys,
we get
you guys are
like,
terrific.
Can we get
Thank
you on a
you.
podcast?
Sure, why not?
All right, we'll get you on a podcast and let's do a long form.
I only talk to Garfine. I only talk to you guys, Garfine, and the Athletic. I don't do any other interviews.
All right.
Just because I
Appreciate that.
just appreciate how much you guys love the White
Listen,
Sox.
Rick,
And it's heart and soul, and I just appreciate that so much.
No,
Wonderful.
and we appreciate you even literally. Like, I'm gonna echo what Treasy said. Thank you for coming on in general. Please come on a podcast and let's do a long form. Let's do a draft. Let's have some fun. Let's do video game draft. Let's do something fun.
Oh
So
man,
we'll
that
get
would be
there,
fun.
right?
All right,
You know?
one day, sure.
Thanks,
why not?
Rick.
Oh, and by the way, I will see you guys at the stadium.
Yes,
100%.
Yes!
Absolutely.
I do plan on coming to Section 108 when I get out there.
And if you need a place to stay, I have a guest room in my first level. You can stay there. It's 100% fine. I just asked that you watch my kids for like
I'm gonna
3 hours
pass
for
on
that day.
pass on that penthouse Lucas Giolito apartment overlooking the lake to stay with
You can eat anything you want in the fridge, though, Rick. What's up?
Doc Summer's closer to Rick Benny's, so you know.
That's right. I'm actually a little
Very
closer to
close.
my Sox Summer. So you want to come by and then we'll go to Rick and Benny's together. How's that sound?
All right.
Now
All right,
Lope has a better place. That's 100%.
Well, you guys argue between yourselves and let me know when you're done.
Thanks,
All
Rick.
right, sounds
Thanks for
good,
coming
Rick.
on,
Thank you,
buddy.
man.
man.
Appreciate
Really
it very
guys.
much.
Thank you.
Take care, Rick.
Awesome guy.
Oh
man.
man, that was
Seriously?
amazing.
That was
That
great.
was amazing.
You know what?
Seriously.
He's still on.
I am excited for Jordan's
I'm trying
prediction.
to get off.
No, get on. Get
Just
off
stay.
later.
Just stay then. Just stay. If you can't leave, just stay.
You guys were saying a lot of nice things about his son. If I pulled up some tweets of yours from 2018,
Jordan was
2019,
Come
man.
Jordan.
Mine.
Hey,
Not
I'm just
mine.
letting
You
you know.
motherfucker.
Takes exposed.
Get him, Jordan.
Don't even. I'm five.
I
I'm 5
love
beers
Lucas
in,
since
Jordan.
day one.
Layla,
Oh,
hello.
Oh,
yes.
Look, I like prepared for this.
Yes.
wow.
Look at
All right.
and Aaron.
This is something
look
that
at
was
this.
brought up. Mr. Hand said, "Hey, does Layla have any 108 gear?" And I said she does, but we sent it right before the whole incident and everything, and we're like, she
whole incident.
definitely got it. Thank you. All right,
Listen,
good.
I did not commit a crime. I got all your mail. You see this over here. This is a giant score backdrop. Like, and it's broken on the bottom, and it like tilts and like tries to fall on me, which is why I have to do like a virtual backdrop. I don't have this Tanny amazing museum set up in my apartment.
That is really nice.
It is.
So I like tuned in to watch Alyssa and Herb and Tanny earlier, and I was like, Tanny, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Like, as if his production value at work isn't good enough. Like, I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. Like, this is every aspect of your life.
Herb, by the way, Herb pulled an Irish goodbye.
Yeah, where is
He's
Herb?
still
Like,
on
Herb
the
is still
Zoom.
there.
I can
Still
still
there.
see that Herb's account is here. He's
Yeah.
here. I actually had to remove Rick because Jordan was starting to call us all out. And I was like, I got to get out of here. And I removed him. So he's unable to actually even come back.
Well,
Oh,
I just
man.
want to say, like,
Goddamn.
I've never, I can't believe that, like, first of all, it took me 30 seconds to say yes, as you guys
Yes.
know, because we've
I
talked
thought it was
about how much
35.
we
It was
miss soccer.
35.
Okay, 35 and a half.
Frank Thomas.
Yes. But also,
Number
why is
35.
Rick Giolito not the headliner of this thing?
Wow. I mean,
So look, we were looking at this and we needed to line this up so that Rick Giolito and Jordan Lazowski were next to each other. Because I had to make that introduction.
Okay.
Because I remember
I'm taking this off, by the way.
vividly going, I don't want Lucas Giolito on this team. I said those words out loud. I will not say those while Rick was on, but because I'm scared. I've seen him as Montana. I'm terrified.
You should be very scared.
Terrified
Yes.
of him.
Mhm.
Yes.
I'll fuck you up too.
And I was like, but I need to have the moment where I could say, you know, there's a dude who was like, this dude's going to be awesome. And you guys are all wrong. And it was Jordan. And he was right. And that makes me really yearn right now for what Jordan's bold prediction is for 2021.
Yes.
And Jordan,
better
you could
bring
run
it, Jordan.
run through what you're excited about, what you're concerned about, but the bold prediction is really teased me because I want to know if it's similar to Rick's actually.
Real quick, Jordan.
Yeah.
It needs to be bolder than having a Carson Fulmer jersey hanging in your background.
No, this is for my Sack Summer right here. This is for him.
I love Fulmer. Don't.
I
don't
remember
get me
being
mixed
on
up with
Three
these
Things and you were
motherfuckers.
saying stuff about him, so I thought I'd put it here for you.
That's pretty bold.
I love.
Yes, pretty bold.
Listen, I love Carson.
Like,
Layla, I'm sorry. Take your. Hold on a second. I love Carson Fulmer as a person. I do not love Carson Fulmer as a pitcher for my team. I'm sorry. It's not my fault. Like, I think he's a great guy, but I just like he has gotten 17 million chances when like I don't know if he necessarily deserved them. So that's what.
Did you give him 108 here?
I just
Yes.
wish
Yes,
wish
he would.
Fulmer would have been a drinking rule.
All right, Jordan, I am ready. I am ready for
Also-
this bold prediction.
Hold on,
Yes.
before we get to Jordan's bold prediction, Illinois beat Iowa 80 to 75.
goddamn right.
Thank you.
Treasy.
There's Herb.
Treasy, mute my sock summer right now. Mute him.
No, I
for the
might
rest of the show.
move my socks
Thank you,
somewhere.
Chris.
I hate to
Thank you,
say it, but
Chris.
mute him right now. There you go. Thank you. Jordan, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I first want to because I don't know if everyone listened to the Three Things I did. And I think it's a fun story when we're talking about Giolito and the first time I met my Sock Summer. I had talked about it then, and just briefly for anyone who didn't listen, the first time I met my Sock Summer and the 108 crew was out in the 108 when Joe Binder came out for the game that one time. And I'm like walking up, I'm like, hey, I was getting ready to say, hey, I'm Jordan, nice to meet you. He looks dead at me. He goes, fuck you. Lucas Giolito succeeded despite you, not because of you. And it was the greatest thing I have ever experienced yet. You looked right at me, the first thing you said to me. And it's the
Me?
greatest moment. Yes, you.
I'm sorry for being drunk. I really apologize.
It was quite incredible. But so what I'm looking forward to, it's very specific. When I had started working downtown, it was June 2019. And I had gotten season tickets for the 2020 season. I was all excited about being able to go from work downtown, take the red line to this game, and watch games after work. Like, I was so excited about that. And it's like March, everything shuts down. It's like, that's just not going to be a reality. So I'm looking forward to when that eventually is a reality, when we're back working downtown, when we're back at the ballpark, when I can take the red line to games. And that's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
It's like I said, it's very
Nice.
specific, but it's something that, you've thought about it for like a year and a half now. It's something I want to do.
And
Oh,
as I
yes.
said, I will go into financial ruin, but my first beer your first beer will be on me. I
appreciate it.
can't
Oh,
wait
yes.
to buy that.
And your
I
second and
appreciate it.
third will
Is
be
Jordan
on me
old enough
and,
to drink?
I'm 23.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
All
right.
Prove it.
He's the opposite of me.
Driver's license right here.
I'm
He's
26
like 5 years
and I
younger
look like
than,
this.
Alyssa.
He's 3, he looks like that.
I'm not sure your driver's license while we're streaming on YouTube. The reporter just recommended that's not a good idea.
Chuck Garfine did it.
Yeah, he did.
I would tell Chuck the same thing.
Oh yeah, I go to bars, get carded. I'm like, don't worry, I'd card me too. Like I don't even look 18 some days, but
Cherish it.
yes, that's what I said. I'm like, when I'm 40 and I look 30, I'll be happier then too. So most worried about, I know a lot of people had said depth, and I agree with that. And I think to add on to that, more so, when you look at like the rebuild playbook and where the Sox are in it, the next big thing is being able to make your move at the deadline to get your guy. Like that is your guy you need to get to complete this ball club. If you look at Verlander with the Astros and Chapman with the Cubs, every team gets their final piece. And I'm worried about the trade capital there. What will the Sox have? It'll help it to have a minor league season. Absolutely. What the hope is, at least. But are you going to have enough guys to go get the guy? And I think that's where sort of the depth plays into the trade capital too. It's like, I think James Fox mentioned earlier, you might not necessarily be able to make the moves the Padres did because you don't have those types of players right now.
Right.
So that's the biggest worry for me is, when it comes time to make the move, do you have the people to back that up?
Hey man, the Padres didn't even have to give up a top 7 prospect.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like, you just need some guys to show up.
Number 7
Mhm.
was the highest they gave up. That's pretty good.
I think the problem is where is their top 7 in relation to like our top 2?
Top 7.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like would this be like would their top 7 be our top guy once we graduate all these guys to the majors? Because I think something else that people have been saying tonight is like they're worried about, how much are we depending on Vaughn and Kopech and these other guys to actually be part of this team as opposed to being the prospects. And that's really, I think, the main concern there. You're pushing all those guys to the pros, and then what's left in your minor leagues?
I will say this though, like I'm going to give a name that should be familiar to Sox fans. You guys know from my traumatic 3 Things appearance with you all, and you know exactly when I got triggered. As a Texas Rangers fan, there was one name that was like untradeable. Like he can't go anywhere. And it was Mike Olt, who in this town got DFA'd for Austin Jackson not once but twice.
Hey,
Sometimes.
Mike Gold is a crosstown legend homering for the Cubs and Sox.
He got DFA'd for Austin
What's up,
Jackson
Tanny? You're
twice.
still around.
Hey, if he wasn't legally blind, he would have been the best third baseman we've ever seen.
My point is, Michael was untradeable. But you got to have a guy like that who's like the unicorn in your farm system, who's like, we want that guy. Oh no, you can't have that guy. All you need is one of those. And then like that's your farm system. Poof. You've now created the best farm system in the major league.
Yep. I was told by a couple of folks, as far as following prospects, the most valuable prospect the White Sox have right now is Jared Kelly. That's whom everybody is asking about at this moment. Not Michael Kopech.
Makes sense.
Every team is asking for teenagers.
Yep.
But 108 thick teenagers
Creepy.
is what I hear.
Also 108 thick.
It is Layla, to your point. It is creepy.
I'll be honest.
Everyone's asking for teenagers.
I might have written a blog about this and referenced Jared from Subway in that blog. Okay? Teenagers and creepy. I crossed this whole thing. I'm sorry.
We also just spent the
Layla's
last
like,
hour
goodbye.
talking about Twin Peaks. So like there's a lot going on
Just
here.
drive the point home. That's how we do it. We drive the point home in the blog.
I have been waiting for a half an hour for Jordan's bold prediction so I can write this down and
Shut up,
bet on
Josh.
it. I may
It's gonna
disagree
be
with
right.
it 100%, but
We're
it's
betting on it, right?
100% going to hit, and I'm 100% going to put money on it if I can. Jordan,
Zoe?
I need this.
Zoe, real quick before Jordan does this.
No, Treasy, I just
No.
said for 30 minutes. I've been waiting for this.
We're gonna wait one more second. Zoe, we're both PointsBet guys. We're both PointsBet sponsored.
Yep.
We're both gonna put this in as something that we should be able to bet on. The name your bet. This is going in tomorrow.
I'm in. Oh, I'm in. I know Josh is writing them all down. I'm in. I'll do
Jordan, lay it on us.
All right. I've got a couple different categories of them because I've gotten some stolen tonight. Father Zoe over here stole mine. Dylan Cease, top 5 Cy Young. I would put money on that tonight.
It's because you're smart. It's because you're smart, Jordan. You're a smart dude.
You can't bet it.
I have a world of confidence.
I can't
in
bet
that.
top 5. I got to bet winners.
Yeah,
All right?
name your bet feature on PointsBet. PointsBet. Go download the app.
You guys are good.
Yeah.
I gotta take some quarters from y'all on this.
Use
I'm gonna do
promo code
business now.
hashtag 108.
All right, Jordan, come on.
All right. My Lucas Giolito one. He garners MVP votes this year. That's how good he is.
All right. I can't make money off that.
And you
but-
can't make money off this, but you might be able to make money off this one. You'll make money off this one, I think. Reliever of the Year award goes to Garrett Crochet.
Ooh.
All right.
That's money. I like that. You can bet on that.
Yeah.
You can bet on that.
Now, we can debate whether or not we like the fact that Crochet is going to be a bullpen guy most of this year versus a starter. That's a different debate.
And I wish James Fox was here. James and I have debated hours. We debated on the draft show. We debated almost an hour after the draft show. And I'm going to keep telling him this. He is a reliever. I don't know what you want me to tell you, James, but God damn it, Garrett Crochet is a freaking reliever. I don't care. Rant number 3. I'm after beer number 5.
Guys, I would have paid money to see 4-beer Josh Nelson debate James Fox on this topic.
4-beer Josh Nelson had the Moon Man rant.
I would have paid money for
back,
this.
James.
Okay. Tennessee coaches telling you, and I believe they did an interview on Sox 30 on 35th, that we didn't know what to do with him. Yeah, because you fucking suck at coaching baseball. That's why Tennessee is the bottom of the freaking SEC. You had one freaking draft prospect, and that was Garrett Crochet. That's the only person that anyone cared about. And then you freaking threw him for like 3 innings against some random ass Horizon League opponent at Wright State and be like, here you go. And then there's the pandemic hit, and nobody else can see anything from him. And it's like, well, maybe he's a starter. Why would you fucking tell us? Because last season you threw him specifically just out of the bullpen for all of your critical games, and then you're trying to sell him as a starter. You freaking tanked his value. The only team that sees as far as his value is the White Sox. You're lucky that they drafted him, because if they didn't, he was going to fall out of the top 20. And now he's part of the White Sox, and they think he's Josh Hader, which is absolutely terrific. And then you still have people trying to sell him as a starting pitcher, and not even his university coaches believe he was a starting pitcher.
Lord.
Hear me out. An OnlyFans account, but it's only Josh Nelson 6 beers deep ranting about the White Sox. No,
I'm for that content. I pay
I'm
for that
subscribing.
content.
I'll buy that. Yeah.
This should be on Patreon.
Yeah, you got Patreon, right?
Patreon.
Like, this is
Yeah.
behind the paywall stuff. Like if I've ever seen it. Oh
This
my
is fantastic. This is
I'm
Look
doing
at him.
the
Look at
headband
him chug a
thing,
beer.
guys. I'm doing the headband thing.
I love it.
I love it.
I apologize
we're
to
doing it.
everyone, but
Layla,
it's
we're
just
there.
Please, Josh, that's the closest
Layla,
thing I've been to.
I do have
being
a
at
question
bar
for
in a
you,
long
Layla.
time.
Yes.
I heard that you said something. And I want to make sure that I understood correctly, and I want to maybe.
I don't
discuss it a little
understand
bit.
what I say half the time. This whole talking for 3 hours thing is new to me, but I'm with you. What do you?
I
need,
heard.
baby?
I heard you said that the food in Houston is better than the food in Chicago.
Oh no.
Hello.
Oh no.
I
The
know you
barbecue
didn't say
is.
that.
The
I know
barbecue
you
in
didn't say
Houston
that,
is
but I
far better than the
I
barbecue in
said
Chicago.
that they would roll with the food in Chicago. And by roll, I mean like a word that I can't say. You know, like they.
Yeah.
You can say
They'd
it.
fuck
You
with
can
it.
say it here.
Yeah, yeah, what they
here.
said. So like I'm saying it's on par with.
I mean, you have a lot of physical specimens on this show right here that show you the quality of Chicago food.
I however lost weight after I left Houston and moved here.
Oh, see, so that's saying
Okay.
something
No,
about.
I gained it back. Don't worry, I gained it back.
So Leila, I've only been to
Josh
Houston
is
once,
drunk.
and I had Whataburger.
Well, you
And the
did
fir-
right then. You
And
did
then
right.
the first bite I had Whataburger,
Not
I looked at
good.
my girlfriend Kim and told her, "This is a Whopper. This is Burger King."
You get beat up in Texas for that.
Disrespect.
I had like 1,000 people on Twitter attacking me after I tweeted that. And I think I am banned from the state of Texas. And unfortunately, I was born in Dallas. So I'm not exactly sure what I'm supposed to do the rest of my life, because if I show my face in Texas again, and
can't
people
go
are
home,
like,
Josh.
that's the guy that compared Whataburger to Burger King, that might be the end. That's
Josh,
how I-
can you please stop saying Texas? That's one of the drinking rules, and I've had 900 beers.
There's no question. 900 beers.
I too was born outside of Dallas in Denton, and
okay.
You didn't experience the greatness of the Whataburger all-day breakfast. Well, it's not all day. It starts at 11 p.m., which for people like Herb and I who used to work at night, that's pretty much the middle of the day.
Right.
And I used to roll with the taquito, which is it's like a breakfast burrito essentially. So it's egg, cheese. I would do egg, cheese, sausage, and picante sauce breakfast taquito with hash brown.
That sounds.
It never
delicious.
let me down.
That sounds actually awesome.
And we're getting a Whataburger in
tremendous.
Nashville, so I'm taking notes.
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
Maybe
the
north.
breakfast is tremendous. But I just the thing about Houston food is I understand now, like after moving to Chicago, why a lot of people don't like seafood, because if you're not next to like the ocean or the Gulf, it's not as fresh sometimes. So it's a totally different taste. So that kind of stinks. And then Texas has a longer growing season. So the ingredients are just kind of more fresh in general. That's not taking anything away from the restaurants here in town, which I definitely have my favorites. But it's just a different, like, it's just a different setup, you know, like when you have a longer growing season and you have access to more fresh ingredients, the restaurants are going to have more to offer sometimes. But I think what they do in Chicago is pretty awesome. But I definitely think Houston restaurants are on par with Chicago. Yeah, absolutely. And the Mexican food has like spice there, you know, which is a big deal.
It's just unfortunate to hear that you hate the food in Chicago. But we'll get on to the White Sox stuff. So let's talk about the thing that you're excited about.
Did we get all of Jordan's bold predictions?
I thought we
Garrett
did.
Crochet is reliever of the year.
That's the reliever of the year. That's the one we can bet on.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's the one I care about.
It all gets down to what can we bet on.
And it was Giolito MVP votes and then Dylan C's top 5 Cy Young.
Because then he was very smart.
Top 5 Cy Young is that's pleasantly ambitious. I like it.
It is. Me and you, Jordan. It's the skis. It's the skis, baby.
No, because I heard you say that. I'm sitting there like, oh, now I got to figure out another one to come.
I wasn't that creative in my answers.
It's okay.
Well, let's hear what is this creativity? Throw it at us.
Okay, what do you want first? 'Cause I don't have
So first, what you're most excited about?
It's the same thing that everybody else is. Like I just want to go to a game.
Yeah.
I miss like going to games. And like Tanny and Herb know this. Like Herb and I have been to Sox games together. And everybody was always like, oh, you only go to Cubs games. We didn't carry the Cubs home games. And guess what? I had to work every game the last 2 years. All of the Sox games that were at home, they were on NBC Sports Chicago. That's why I wasn't at the Sox home games because I was working. So like on the rare,
Layla, I was so sad when you guys went to that Sox game with the scout seats. I was in Disneyland, the happiest place in America, and I saw.
But it wasn't.
I wish
the happiest place on earth was with us in the scout seats.
I know. Right? That's true. Yeah. So I can't wait to see a game with Layla and Herb and all you guys. Yeah.
I'll say this. I like honestly, I said I was walking into a game and I saw Ozzy and Leila coming into the game, and I said, "You're looking good, Leila." And then Ozzy, "What's up?" And then everyone was like, "Hey, what's up? Hey!" And they're like, "Thank you very much," because like Leila used to bring it when she came to the games, like she did. So.
Well, I
shout
mean, I
out
had to
Leila.
dress up for work. Now I just get to like roll with t-shirts.
Now you get to roll with the 108 shirt and the headband. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I still have all of like my dresses and stuff, but yeah, radio is a different game. I don't have to dress as fancy, and I get to wear all my cool hoodies now, which I really appreciate. It's a little thing. So yeah, I guess number one, I really just miss going to games. Like that's the best when you just hang out and watch a game. I don't know that we ever just watch the game. I usually have a scorecard or something. And I don't ever like react because I always feel like I'm in like work mode. So I'm like, scorecard. And then it's like,
yes.
Or like you just take like a slight breath to yourself if like somebody throws a pitch where you're like, that was ill advised. I'm like, I never actually say anything.
I think I told the story of on us last year at the Scout Seats, and we met Harold Baines. After
Herb, you met Harold Baines?
That's like 2 years ago.
Yeah, and so like it was right after his induction to the Hall of Fame, and you know me, I'm famously on the damn Harold Baines made the Hall of Fame. It kind of ruins the Hall of Fame for me type of thing.
Damn.
NWO's pissed.
I'm sorry, and
Man.
he's
Jesus
probably
Christ.
just hitting the wall right now. But I'm saying, like, I was like, I'm not gonna be that guy that's not gonna celebrate this man in front of him. But I said it on Locked On Sox that when I shook his hand, I realized that he's a different person than I am because his hands felt like enveloping mine, and also like he was a carpenter all his life. It's like all rough. I was like, God damn, that is a huge ass man, and he could crush me if he knew what I said about him. But he was very nice guy. He was enjoyable.
That man grew up in Baltimore, just ripping oysters apart all day long and hitting double. That's all he did.
Well, that's like the time when Jim Thome dropped off his 500th home run ball in Cooperside. I drove down from Albany to meet him there and his dad. And he kept, two things struck me. One is he kept using the word magical unironically. And that, which I never heard from somebody with his stature. And it was very charming. The other was, the size of his hands. And like, he kept like, for whatever reason, this is, years before COVID. And so everybody's standing close to each other, huddled up. And he's like, he's gesticulating very strongly. And his hands are like moving my hair. He's like, maybe 3 so it's just the wind he's generating from his hands is basically like flipping my notebook over. It's putting wind on my on the receiver of my recorder. It's just it's the hand and wrist strength that the Hall of Famer hitters have is just it's unfathomable until you actually like compare it to yourself.
Hand speed, it's like bat speed but different.
So Leila, what concerns you? What concerns you about this season?
Reynaldo Lopez, and I want to see Dylan Cease kind of come into his own a little bit.
Don't worry, he's gonna be top 5 Cy Young.
Top five.
I like it, Jordan. I really do. I think
that was Zoe.
Yeah, we were both skis.
But it was Jordan's call.
Close enough. We both said the same thing.
Zoe has a tie on. Are you drinking out of a coffee cup? Like what time is it?
No, this is a work event.
I like it.
Thank you. I'm also hammered.
I'm sorry I didn't wear a dress and bring it like I normally do on the TV.
Zoe's very different from me. Zoe gets quieter when he keeps drinking. I just continue to yell absurd and long rants.
I'm gonna just say something.
The drunk
really
Patreon
stupid,
is gonna be Zoe. I just going off.
This really does
have another one, Josh?
Sockfest vibe.
Not yet.
Right now.
Not yet.
Yes.
I want to hear. Leila, with her concerns and as far as her
I need the bold prediction
that I can bet on.
Yes.
Yeah. So my concern is the number 4 or 5 spot in the rotation, right?
Yep.
And then if we're
normal.
talking about things that like genuinely worry me, I just want to know what's going on with Michael Kopech. And I don't think any of us have the answer to that question. And we won't know for a while. So hang out in the minor leagues, get your mind right, do whatever you need to do. But
that's good.
Yeah, I think
that's
the problem there is are they putting
it's
enough
a good drop?
Are they putting enough things in between Michael Kopech and the majors, right? Like to protect him from having to be a pitcher in the major leagues, right? Like when you say like the and you made a good point of like Reynaldo Lopez is right now you're 5, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, like who else would it be?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but
Shit.
if it's
All
not,
those guys.
if it's not, who is it? Right? It's not Crochet. No, get out of here. And so you're saying like if anyone gets hurt, Michael Kopech has to be in the majors. And that's not the way to
get the fuck out of here. But
that's
not necessarily. We don't know that because of what he's gone through. We don't know that that's necessarily who they'll go to immediately.
Would it be Stever?
But
again?
then it's Stever, right? Like, and then
Right.
yeah, and that's that's even more of a problem.
That's what I'm saying. That's sign Trevor Bauer for Christ's sake.
Well, and it
Shut up,
goes
Chris.
back to what you guys are saying as to why the trade deadline acquisitions are so crucial. But we've seen so far that teams don't have to give up very much this year at the trade deadline. It just might be who's willing to take on certain salaries.
Yes.
So
That's
don't
also an
forget
issue
that the
sometimes.
Sox, I think, would be willing to take on certain salaries. I keep going back to something that AJ Pierzynski said on Inside the Clubhouse, and he's been correct on it. This is before Liam Hendricks was signed. And he said, you know, if Jerry really wanted his guy, and his guy's Tony La Russa, he's going to do everything in his power. That's Jerry's power to make sure that they succeed. And so I think that partially meant getting the money to Liam Hendricks like they did, you know? So I tend to think that would ring true at the trade deadline too, just because it's consistent. And I don't think AJ says something like that unless it's legit. And we saw it happen already.
Yeah. So Leila, though, before we even like continue to go on, like,
Yes.
do you think that our closer spot was that weak that we needed to do that? Or is this just like a signing that like, hey, it's Jerry spending money, so we should be okay with it. You know what I mean? Like, cause Colomé was not bad, right?
It wasn't, but the ERA was a bit of mirage, and I think we all know that. Listen, I think Alex Colomé is awesome. I think it's one of the best trades they've had. When you think that they gave up only Omar Narvaez to the Mariners, that was a great trade. But Colomé was getting up there as far as pitches per appearance were concerned, and that was a consistent trend to what happened last season.
Okay.
And it's kind of how we saw Craig Kimbrell evolve into the guy he is right now. That's how it starts. It starts with pitches per appearance. You're seeing how many pitches they're throwing in that 9th inning. And once you see the numbers go up, especially per batter in those high leverage situations, that's when that whole relievers are good for only a certain amount of time or maybe every other year thing comes into play. I still think whoever gets Alex Colomé is getting a heck of a reliever. I don't know that he's necessarily the closer, depending on the situation he gets into. But Liam Hendricks was the best closer on the market, and the White Sox signed him, and they didn't give up any prospects for him. So I will take it. We're in the spendy part of this now. And spending is uncomfortable, whether it's in prospect capital, years of control that you give up for Dane Dunning, for example, for 1 year of Lance Lynn, or it's money to Hendricks. You're going to overpay. You know why? Because you won a World Series, and they're not cheap. Series are not cheap.
Okay,
but Lance Lynn is handsomely thick, so I'm good with that move.
Heck
But
yeah.
who
doesn't approve of that, by the way? Like, who doesn't approve?
And just wait until he wears the 83s. When he wears the 83s,
he's gonna look so thick.
Big old strut.
The late 70s.
Awesome.
That's the real. That's
you go to hell,
jersey.
Josh.
Leila, I do want.
What is that from? Where are we going with this?
Leila, I do want a bold prediction. I want a bold prediction for this year.
I did have a couple bold predictions here, but you can't. I don't know that they're betting worthy.
Bring them all out.
Here's one that's going to speak to all of us. There will not be 9 pitchers used in a clinching playoff game next year.
Good
It's
call.
gonna be 10.
Hang a banner for that.
Let's just all appreciate that. Sox win the Central.
Oh, I love it.
Nice.
You
Sox
can
get
bet
to-
on that.
Sox get to at least the divisional.
Okay.
Love it.
And if they're in a
That's
playoff game in
beautiful.
the divisional, they're not using 9 pitchers.
If they do, it'll be to show off.
Yeah, they're like, oh hey, Lance Lynn, you want to roll out? Let's go. Yeah, Tanny, you were on the board that day when Parkins and Spiegel and I had to come on after that show.
Yeah, that's
And you heard me screaming over the commercial breaks.
Yeah, that's rough when you're trying to work, like, and your job is to pay attention at work, and you have 50,000 watts of a radio audience trying to listen, and you're watching the White Sox game more than you're paying attention, and you have FCC regulation. That's not a good look. Yeah, I'm hoping that the White Sox are a prime time slot, and like they have so much star power that no more day playoff games for the White Sox. It's a pipe dream, but I hope that's the thing this year.
We were all so distracted that day. Like, we were basically doing fake play-by-play on the radio. Like I sit in the same spot like to broadcast from. I usually have a virtual backdrop because this one will fall on me.
That's your that's like your bedroom, right?
Yeah. So like
Yeah.
so I use the 670 like virtual backdrop because they want a backdrop and I don't want like my bed with like radio listeners, just too personal. So but like I have this makeup mirror. I have this makeup mirror and as you can see, I have my TV. So I had rigged it to where I could have a reflection of the TV in my makeup mirror as I was trying to watch the Sox game.
That's a veteran move.
But it was backwards. So like people were running left instead of right. Like it would take me a second to focus and I'm like, oh, I'm supposed to be doing a radio show right now.
Yeah, Nick Madrigal's always running in the wrong direction anyway. So
Hey.
Mute him, Teresi. Mute him, please.
Whereas Herb and I call him Slappy.
Hey, Slappy's gonna win a batting title. Rick Giolito said it. So
Yeah, what were Rick Giolito, the actual headliner's bold predictions?
Oh, I mean, like he's a big Dylan Cease fan. Like
He
that
loves
was
Dylan
that was the thing that like and this was, I mean, I don't think we should take this lightly. I mean, like it seemed that Lucas had said a lot of great things about Dylan Cease and that it wasn't that far off, right? Like I mean, like it was more like these are things that they're fixable. How much I want to believe that versus how much I do believe that is,
guys,
you know.
How do we feel about Rick saying that Ethan Katz was working out with Lucas, Jack Flaherty, and Max Fried still?
Hey,
like, dude, you're a White Sox employee, dude.
Ethan is doing the groundwork, Chris. So when Jack Flaherty gets so upset with the St. Louis Cardinals, he's like, fuck you guys. I'm going to go play with my buddy Lucas in Chicago. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, right.
Setting the groundwork
100%.
right now.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
a few of us work in the more corporate sector than that, and you always keep in touch with those best dudes. You try and keep in touch with those guys and find out what's going on. You learn from what's happening with each of these people. Like this is not an unusual thing if you're talking about corporate world. And like I interview people sometimes just to find out what they know about their company, right? Like, so, like, I mean, like that this is not unusual. And the fact that Rick is telling us like, oh, Ethan's still in touch with all these dudes, that's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
If some really great pitching coach is imparting things on Jack Flaherty and telling them this is what you need to do and blah, 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 and Ethan's just getting that ancillary shit, I love that. Find that information out and bring it back to us. I feel like that's the thing that the Sox have not been great at. The Sox have not been great at and we looked at it. We were talking about this when they did their manager search. They really didn't go out and just ask a bunch of people questions about what they would do. They just
They
went,
don't
oh,
wanna
we're gonna
know
get Tony La Russa. And that's a huge loss of information.
Right. We were talking about, a lot of people were focusing on, like, they didn't allow Rick Hahn to choose who he wanted to. And for us, that wasn't where you get all
that's not
the
the
alpha.
most important piece.
You know, it's not the most important piece.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get brain drain from anyone who will tell you anything about their organization as part of the interview process. So you want to interview a broad spectrum of candidates, and then you envelop all that. And so if you're a GM, like specifically Rick Hahn grew up in this organization. This is criticism Treasy and I've had of him for a long time. Most of the NBA guys have bounced around different orgs, have learned the tricks of the trade all these other places. He's only learned it here. So if you really believe that he's like this brilliant dude here, like that means you believe that Jerry Reinsdorf and Kenny Williams are really super brilliant, because this is all he's learned. And it's a really weird, like, I don't understand how people kind of get both of those. Like it doesn't make sense to me. Like, you would realistically want to go out there and interview as many people as possible and scrape whatever you can, or hire people from other places where you can get information from them.
Oh, I don't know. I think GMs talk a lot. Like, you might be surprised. It's kind of like, for example, in the media, like, we have competitors, but we all talk shop. And I think one of the main differences is their work is all out there for everybody to see. And they've got scouts who work for different places. They have coaches who work for different places. Their assistant general managers who work for different places. So while I do think that what you're saying about his lack of extra organizational background is valid, I do think that that's a valid concern. I think there are other ways to get that information too. Like, we can learn stuff just by watching West Coast games on MLB TV late at night, you know? So I think that information is always kind of out there. But you're right, like the NFL does it. The NFL uses the interview process. We're seeing it right now. All these different people interviewing for assistant coaching spots. Same idea. You want to hear what people are saying about your team to you when there's money on the table, and they might have a chance to work for you, because you get the most valid opinion that way, the most genuine one.
Right. And to that point, Ethan Katz, working with 3 of the top young pitchers in the league, is learning something as much as he's imparting something.
Well, but
and
like,
I think that's why that's important.
Yeah, these guys are going to Driveline too, and they all talk there. They go to that pigeon ranch that like Trevor Bauer went to. Like, they're doing that stuff anyway, and they're talking there too.
I think that's interesting,
so you
too.
can suck it, like Beef Love. You can suck it.
You're not going to make it to the Hangover show, My Sock Summer. You can
just mute My Sock Summer
tomorrow night.
Mute him.
I tried to go to the pitching ranch in Las Vegas, but it was a different kind of ranch.
Why is the Hangover show so late? Like, theoretically, your hangover's gone.
Well, I mean,
exactly.
Theoretically.
Here's the deal. We did not I did not discuss that we were doing this tonight with.
This is Carson Fulmer in the 4th inning.
And the Hangover show. So they're like, hey, let's do it 7:00 on the 30th. And I was like, what the fuck? I'm gonna be hungover. And they're like, whoa. And I was like, not bullshit. So
My Sock Summer, you're Carson Fulmer on pitch 90.
Yes.
There's a runner on first and second. It's the top of the 3rd inning. So anyways, Jordan, what were you going to say, bud?
Oh, I was just going to say,
Josh, you motherfucker.
My Sock Summer, shut up. Shut up.
Well,
Jordan,
Jordan, go ahead. Double down the left field line, and
runners
at second and third.
Go ahead, Jordan.
I was just saying, like, when we talk about, you know, or players getting opinions from different people, I think, Leila, you brought it up, and Teresa, you even did the same. Some of the reaction to when players go to Driveline, how we, as fan bases, celebrate that. But then when we heard, like, Giolito went and worked with Ethan Katz the offseason before becoming who Lucas Giolito was, it was 2 very different reactions between going to a specific person versus going to an industry, which I always found interesting, because it's the same concept either way. You're finding information, you're finding different people that, you know, you're not going to jive with everybody you work with, and you're not going to receive information the same way necessarily. And it was always interesting to me, the difference in those reactions, how we celebrated Driveline, and we should, versus how the reaction to Ethan Katz and Don Cooper and what kind of narrative that created before Lucas Giolito became who he is.
I guess it's just a matter of whether or not your employer approves it, right? Like if they don't have a problem with it, then I guess there's not a problem. Also, completely unrelated, I feel like Bret Michaels from Rock of Love with this headband and my highlights.
That's strong.
Herb, you all right, bud? Herb, you all right, bud?
Herb's high as a Georgia.
We lost Herb, dude.
I'm great. I'm just I'm thinking about Josh Nelson talking about Carson Fulmer.
That's a double down the right field line.
Oh my God.
I lost it. I lost it.
I just can't stop thinking about that. It's the funniest thing I've heard all night.
I'm sad I missed you at Reggie's last year, Herb. Like you're like an urban legend for that day.
That was something.
It's only available on cassette tape outside from the back of MC Hammer's car. That's the only way you can actually find it anymore.
It's actually not true. I have the USB stick somewhere.
Ooh. Josh, you're not supposed to say that out loud.
Yeah, I know.
I was trying to protect you.
No, we gotta.
Mitch Rosen's going to show up at your house.
I know. I know.
Guys, you remember not only Herb Lawrence, but Lawrence Holmes.
Yeah, I was going to say Lawrence.
Right.
Lawrence was killing it.
Because Lawrence actually was like when we
our headliner
was like, hey, I guess I must have sucked last year, and I was like, hey, I loved you last year, but I don't want to have to sink this at the bottom of Lake Michigan this year. Right? When I'm going to finish it.
So Lawrence was our first invite last year, and we were gonna have him and Connor with me, and then Lawrence texts me that week and says, "Dude, I got an awesome opportunity. I'm heading to Miami for the Super Bowl." And being a 49ers fan, I got really jealous. I'm like, "Go have an awesome time. No worries. We can find someone to fill in for you." His flight got canceled that night.
Mm-hmm.
If you forgot. And then he texts me, he's like, "Can I still come by?" I'm like, there's 200 people in this room. Yeah. If they don't block you because we are over capacity, sure. Come on by. So yeah, Lawrence was a great addition for the second half. And thank you to Mother Nature for making that.
I do remember that because Lawrence shows up and like, Josh, you've got the panel going with like, I think Connor's on it and Fegan and a couple other people and
Kevin Powell.
And I see Lawrence and I'm like, "Hey Lawrence, I can get you up there, get on the panel." He's like, "No, I'll be on your panel." And I'm just like looking around like, "Are you sure?" Like they're like, I was like, my panel is like the drunk dudes. And Herbie, I'm not trying to disparage you at all, but how we do it. We're out there. We're just having like we're going to be drunk and we're going to have some crazy fun, just like what we're doing right now. And Lawrence was like, "I'm all in on that," and I was like, "Oh shit, yes!" And then so we got that panel going, and like I'm sitting next to Lawrence, and I'm just kind of like a little befuddled because I don't know what to say, and I keep confusing Herb Lawrence and Lawrence Holmes. It's just very embarrassing. And and like the shit that came out, I was like, I'm just sitting there going like, "This is awesome. I can never release this to anybody."
Yeah, thank you for that. As a sport employee, thank you very much. By the way, how many people in that room had COVID that night? Anyone ever?
Oh my gosh! Let's not talk about that.
Hey, you know what?
Can I tell you guys something?
Oh,
I was really, really, really sick after Sox Fest, and it was Ozzy, of course. Ozzy was like death. Like Ozzy was there, and he was really, really sick. And like Ozzy's not like. He's not going to go to work if he thinks he's going to like get anybody else sick. But Ozzy's like, "I'll be fine." And I'm like, this isn't good.
No.
And then like 2 days later, I was like super sick. And I got a flu shot. I'm like, man, I am never sick. And then I was sick again after All-Star. And I'm like, huh.
Maybe. So we all already had COVID. We should just go to the stadium.
We're
good to go.
I was in China 2 weeks before the Sox Fest after party.
Following your travels, Josh. And
yes.
Fascinating. You were in New Orleans too. You were like all over the globe.
When I got tested for antibodies in June, the doctor asked me, "Why do you want this test?" And I had to explain. I was in China in January. I was in New Orleans in late February. I was on a cruise in early March, and now I'm speaking to you. And she's like, "Wow, you're just missing Florida for the COVID bingo." Yep, let's draw your blood. magically tested negative, and I've been like super safe since that, because I've been like feeling like I've been cheating death. But Layla, I really
patient
enjoyed
zero. You're just spreading the shit.
Maybe I
everywhere?
could be.
Did
I
you
could
do
be.
a podcast from the Wuhan market? That we don't know?
That's yeah. No, I will not be doing that.
So I think we all like had those moments where we were sick in like February, March.
Looking back at it, right? Be like, did I have it?
Yeah.
I live by O'Hare. Like, you know, I think me and my wife had it like in, you know, late January before anyone knew it, you know?
Right. Exactly. But, you know, 2022, like I said, I hope Reggie's is standing. Reggie's absolutely loved us. I would love to absolutely have the 2022 Sox Fest after party there. I enjoy your takes, Layla. You had such a tough job at NBC Sports Chicago because you're working with Ozzy. And we know how Ozzy can get. And I thought you did such a terrific job handling him and getting him to stay on page. And I was so disappointed that they laid you off at NBC Sports Chicago. I thought it was absolute bullshit because I really enjoyed as far as the way that you handled the Sox pregame and postgame show. How has the transition been for you going from TV to now full-time radio with Dan?
Well, and I appreciate that because I think everybody know I love that job. Like everybody knows I really love that job. But the funny thing is Ozzy may seem like this live wire who's going to go anywhere, but Ozzy's still the shortstop who knows exactly what's going on his playing field at all times, whether it's a broadcast or a game, he knows what's happening. And he's still like managing his teammates. He's like, okay, what time is our meeting? What time are we getting to work? What time are we doing this? Like, there's a reason he became a manager, you know? So, I really kind of like give credit to Ozzy because he like a good manager and a good shortstop does. He made everybody else around him better, and that really included me. Like I was the lucky one there. And I feel the same way about the score. Like I love Tanny and Herb, and now I work with them, whether or not they like it. I think the hardest part is like people expect me to have a certain like product, because they've seen my TV work for so long. But for me, this is still a bit of a learning curve, like talking for 3 hours a day as opposed to talking for 30 minutes before the game and an hour afterward are two very different things. So I'm still like learning that. So I'm not like perfect by any means. I'm rough around the edges. Like it's still something that I'm very much learning, and I think I will be for a long time. But, you know, it's hard. It's a challenge. And I like a good challenge. And I'm really, really lucky that I get to work with the people I work with. Because I've even known Dan for years now. So it was like a really easy transition in that respect. Like, it's very rare when you know everybody you're going to work with already and have for years. Like, that's really cool. I mean, they get annoyed by me already, but that's just part of the course.
So my second question for you, because you used to work for NBC Sports Houston, right? And you used to follow the Astros. So you know the Astros climb, and as far as all the difficulties they had, and you know the TV contract and bringing in money, et cetera. But the core that they were able to build, and then eventually getting to their world championship, are there similarities that from your experience covering that team and covering the White Sox and now watching the White Sox, are there similarities that you see from Houston, which eventually won their world championship, to the White Sox now, which we are hoping that we get to see another world championship?
Yeah. And the similarities are not as much maybe measurable on paper as much as they are in your feelings, as crazy as that sounds. So one example is spendy trades that are going to make you uncomfortable, including me. And the one that the Astros did where I was like, what? Was the Mike Fiers and Carlos Gomez trade for Josh Hader and Brett Phillips. And I'm like, what? Like, why did you do that? I'm like Hader was mowing people down in Lancaster in the Cal League where arms go to die. Like everybody knew that guy was going to be a baller whenever he came up. And Phillips the same, you know, Phillips ended up being on a World Series roster. Like he brings that like it to a team. And if you saw, he's kind of like that Mike Old type. hugely touted prospect, is very sexy in a lot of trade packages, right? Like you want that guy if you're doing a big trade deadline trade. And I just remember thinking at the time, I was like, God, like you just get attached to prospects.
Right.
You get attached. That's what happens when you have a good team. You get attached to prospects. I did the same thing with Dane Dunning. I was like, 5-6 years of Dane Dunning for only 1 year of Lance Lynn. And all these people are like, Lance Lynn's going to give you 200 innings. I'm like, we don't even know if we're going to have like 160 games. Don't talk to me about 200 innings. Like nobody's letting anybody get through 5 anymore. I'm like, I'd have been much happier with 2 years of Lance Lynn. Like the dude is good, but it's just, what are you giving up for him? And I'm like, you just get stressed out about that. So like, that's how you know that you're in that phase. Like, that's how you know that you're in that climb, is when you start to ask the questions like, well, what about Zach Collins? Whenever they got Yasmani Grandal, then like they give up major years of control for another pitcher, and you're like, whew. Or they sign a closer and you're like, they shouldn't have spent that money. What are you talking about? We would have been thrilled if they had spent this money 2-3 years ago. Like our standards have gotten higher. And the other thing is, the Astros window opened up sooner than anybody thought it would. It opened up in 2014. They beat the Yankees with Dallas Keuchel at Yankee Stadium. And that was faster than anybody realized they were going to get there, because 2 years before they're losing 100 games. So when the window opens, you got to go. And you're not going to be okay with everything. I'm not okay with some stuff. And that's how I know it's the window.
That's a good point, because was it Correa that made the error against the Royals? They had the Royals on the ropes in the divisional series. I remember that series vividly, that, wow, this feisty Astros team that has risen above the ashes is really giving the Kansas City Royals a tough time. I think it was Correa that made the error, and learned from that. It obviously led to a world championship, but that, you make a great point. It's the uncomfortable moves that the White Sox will be making. And the gossip, I'm calling this gossip because it comes from one source, but
sure.
the gossip I am hearing is that the White Sox are looking for their Alex Rios deal. And if everybody remembers your history, Alex Rios was due a lot of money to the Toronto Blue Jays, and the White Sox picked him up on waivers. And to them, it was a lot easier because you're not competing with other teams in free agency to acquire these guys. It is a more one-to-one type of deal. So they may not get that guy now, but in July, very much like what St. Louis has done, and Jeff Passan saying this is the most complicated trade in Major League Baseball history between St. Louis and Colorado right now with Nolan Arenado.
Why? Why is he saying it's complicated?
The money deferred, the money that Nolan Arenado is going to defer further on his contract, and the prospect exchange. There's some, we're going to find out over the weekend. There may be some shady things that are going on between St. Louis and Colorado to make this trade work with Nolan Arenado's contract. I think St. Louis wants some guarantees that Arenado will not opt out after this season. But maybe that's what the White Sox do in July, is that they surprise all of us. And this is something that Jim and I, everybody, have been talking about on the podcast. Remember the Kenny Williams trading for Freddie Garcia trade in 2004?
Yes.
That 2004 White Sox team only won 83 games. But I remember when Kenny said, this is not just a trade for this season, this is a trade for next season. And Sweaty Freddie should get as much credit as Mark Burley and Jose Contreras for that world championship, because you could always count on him. And that was a marquee trade that the White Sox made at that time. And I wonder, going into this season, that I think Leila is right. And I think a lot of her bold predictions are also right. But the point that she's making, there's going to be an uncomfortable trade coming soon for the White Sox.
Yeah.
I think Rick Hahn has hinted at it, that if there's a trade to be made, I will make it.
Well, according to Reddit, I almost had it.
You almost had it. But I wonder.
Shout out to Reddit, man. They're the heroes this week.
They are. They're on a hot streak.
GameStop.
But I
don't think it's a different hedge fund
trade. Leila, who was it that broke the trade for the Quintana trade? Who was that on Reddit?
Katy
Perry's booty hole and went at 23.
But
Funny story. I actually played
completely-
16-inch softball with Katy Perry's booty hole. I know.
you
who it is.
know Katy Perry's
Oh.
booty hole.
Sure
Hello.
Oh
Dude,
my
this guy
god!
knows what's
Spill
up.
it, Zoe.
do. Verified.
My PSA to White Sox fans watching this: don't get too attached to these teenagers that they have, the pitchers that they have drafted. I feel like something is coming. It may not be coming now, but it definitely be coming sometime in July.
Well, that's my whole thing about, like, take the sting away. What if Andrew Vaughn's like, it's gonna be the first guy people ask for, and
Right.
we talked about this whole thing where it's like, yeah, you can't have him, he's untouchable. Tee hee hee. Oh, maybe ask again. Like, playing hard to get with trading. Like, that's why, just sign a damn DH already, so the sting is taken a little less when you have to trade Andrew Vaughn. Like, with the Sox prospect list is not what the Padres list was, before they started making these deals. It's not as strong. It's not as top heavy. So I think, Andrew Vaughn would be the name of people like, what? Oh my God. But definitely come to the realization, like, that's going to be the first name people ask for. And that may be the price you have to pay for a World Series ring. Your Gleyber Torres, for example, like, that may be the price right there. And
Great
I'm
point,
okay with
Chris.
that. I'm okay with that. I think all of us should be, so
That's fair.
And so, my plug. I just talked to Dan Zaborski on our latest podcast, and he said if the Twins sign Nelson Cruz, all the projection systems are going to have the Minnesota Twins as the projected favorite of the American League Central.
Yeah.
That's how
Yep.
close it is between the White Sox and Twins. Is that signing a 40-year-old DH is going to swing things to the Twins' favor?
Go nuts.
And
What did Rosario do though for the Cleveland chances? I mean, like,
Cleveland is only
that's a lot
going
of
to
home runs for
allow
their outfield.
Cleveland is only going to allow 650 runs this year.
Right.
Cleveland
Right.
is going
You
to
just added 25 home
struggle
runs.
scoring 600 runs.
You just gave them 25 home runs though.
You may have. We'll
Do you
see.
really think that the Twins have the pitching with Nelson Cruz to win the division that way?
they're going to lose Odorizzi.
I do.
Too.
Well, they got Breos and Maeda and Michael Pineda. If he can stay off the illegal stuff, I don't think it's the worst third
or if he
starter.
doesn't get caught on the illegal stuff.
If he doesn't get
I mean,
caught, that's right. That's true.
Counterpoint. Fuck the Twins.
I agree with that, but we
Always and forever.
we-
Forever, always.
we look at this thing with the upside part. So we look at who are the top end pitchers. We don't look at the guys that are like working class, regular ass guys. And the Twins have like 4 of those right now.
Yeah.
So they're almost never. I mean, if they sign one more guy or Randy Dobnak becomes a guy, whatever, they've got 5 regular ass dudes who go out there. They're reasonable pitchers every single day of the week, and not everyone can do that. And so it's we look at it as like who is good versus who isn't good, and the Twins guys we all would classify as like maybe not good yet, or except for Maeda and Berrios, maybe they're slightly good.
Dude, Maeda was a heck of a pickup for them.
He was
I
terrific
didn't
last
know-
year.
I didn't know if he was going to be able to replicate the success that he had with the Dodgers, especially when you take into account the NL West, that marine layer. It is a real thing. And, he had large success in the first half of the season, which means usually you don't have it like the next year. But dude, was he good.
He was.
Like,
There's
just,
no question.
yeah. I mean, like, respect. That was a heck of a pickup for them.
So completely off topic real quick. Jimmy Vanicki just told me I looked like the adult version of Smalls at the end of Sandlot. And I can't stop laughing about that.
You kind of do.
It's absolutely. He even put the GIF when he points down at Benny the Jet Rodriguez, like, yeah. And I think that's probably
the one thing that's different is that you actually have the mic right by your mouth.
Yes. But I can't stop laughing. Like, internally, I'm dying at that. This is probably one of the most spot on burns I've ever had, and this is fantastic.
I'm just like, who's this responsible looking day trader in the top?
Hey, I do own some GameStop. Not a big deal.
Oh, nice. My other bold prediction is that even though I think Cleveland's only going to win 80 games, I think they could decide the American League Central.
Yeah.
That's something we're going to have to pay attention to, is how the White Sox play against Cleveland and watch how Minnesota plays against Cleveland. The Twins split the series. I think the Twins even won the series against Cleveland. They played much better against Cleveland than the White Sox did. I think the White Sox will continue to torment Kansas City, which is going to be funny to me because I am here for the Royals fans to get awfully quiet after they got a little chirpy after their little run. And Detroit, they know what's coming. They are embracing it.
But improved. Detroit's improved a little
Detroit
bit.
has improved.
AJ
They,
Hinch is a
they
big-
may surprise.
And Detroit's got some pitching coming up that pipeline.
They sure do. Yeah.
Detroit, Minnesota's got bats coming through the pipeline too. I mean, Krylov made his debut in the playoffs. Brent Rooker played a little bit. They've got a couple bats coming too. I think we talk a lot about what's already there for Minnesota, and a lot of fans kind of forget. Well, there's still some top prospects coming up and who have performed at least a little bit.
True,
Rooker,
and if Nick,
totally agree.
If Nick Gordon ever figures it out, right?
Yeah,
That was supposed
that's
to be
another
the
name.
next uber top
Or
prospect.
Royce Lewis.
Royce Lewis. The Twins may have those prospects that other teams are coveting right now.
Yeah.
Which
And that's
means
been
they, in theory, could make that trade deadline.
Right.
True. And that's what I've been waiting for. Like, speaking with people in Minneapolis, when are the Twins going to counterpunch? Like, I like Adrelton Simmons, and that is a great pickup to help you defensively. The dude can't hit. I'm sorry, he can't hit.
He stinks in MLB The Show.
He's the best defensive shortstop in Major League Baseball. He can't hit anymore. That might be fine because the Twins are going to play well. But I'm still waiting for them to counterpunch on what the White Sox did with Liam Hendricks, right? White Sox signed Yasmani Grandal. Twins say, fine, you get Grandal, we get Josh Donaldson. I'm waiting for the Twins to make that type of move with Hendricks and Lance Lynn being added to the White Sox, because it can't be Andrelton Simmons. I understand they are tired of Jorge Polanco. They're upset on how poorly Polanco played in the first round of the playoffs against Houston, costing that one game late, that they don't want him to play shortstop. I get that. But we just have a few more weeks left in spring training, and I'm still waiting for Minnesota to make that counterpunch type of signing or trade to what the White Sox have done. And I know what the projection systems say, but at this moment in my fourth kind of drunken rant, I think as a White Sox fan, you still have to feel confident going into this season that the White Sox are the American League Central favorite. I know we all touched on depth, but the fact that we're talking about depth being the weakness is just a blessing, because goddamn, there have been some lean year, and Leila knows this, having to cover the team every single day on NBC Sports Chicago. There were some lean times during 2018, 2019, where it's like, is this thing ever going to come together? And I have to say, even though it's a 60-game sprint in 2020, I am confident the core is there. We're just talking about the margins. And if they can improve on the margins, it'll feed more confidence into myself that they can actually win the American League pennant. But right now I do have confidence that they can win the American League Central.
Let me just respectively counterpoint you at least with one idea.
Absolutely.
And I don't really know how legit it is, but we've heard a lot of teams talk about how they don't have the same kind of money, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think we would qualify Minnesota historically as a team that knew it had to build from within.
Right.
And that's why they've always been so good when it comes to prospects and building their farm system the way they have, AKA Joe Mauer,
Right.
AKA like how they've built everything the Twins way. Do you qualify them as a small market team? Because if you do, then they might also not be able to take on the kind of salaries that we've seen them take on previously.
That's a great point. And I almost feel like we need now a mid-market, because the Pittsburgh Pirates are ruining what small market means, right? The Pirates are going to have a $30 million payroll. Every team in baseball is going to receive $58 million from the national TV deals. They'll never be on Sunday Night Baseball, but it doesn't matter to them because they're going to get their $58 million in revenue sharing. So that means the Pirates are going to have a $28 million profit before receiving their money from the local TV, radio, sponsorship, and ticket sales if they do have fans in the stands for this upcoming season. So, Leila, I think the Pirates are ruining what small market means to me. I consider the Twins as mid-market, but you're right. I don't know if the Twins can carry a $125 million payroll since they didn't have fans last year.
Yeah, I think we're discrediting a lot of what the fan revenue means for individual teams.
Right.
I think we're like, you can look at the Cubs, for example. I don't think we're giving that fan revenue enough credit as far as how they can spend their money. Twins might be another one of those teams. I'm not saying it's true. They might decide to do things differently if they feel like they can get on a roll and somehow get past the Yankees or the Astros in the playoffs this year. But it's just something to consider. That's why I think you need to appreciate, you in general, that Liam Hendricks signing.
Right.
Because
I
ain't
do
nobody
think,
spending
though,
money like that right now.
I do think, though, that when you throw that out, that you gotta ask the question: are the Sox the top end of the mid market, or are they a big market team?
They got a big market deal. They got a big market team.
Which do they want to be? Because if Liam Hendricks is their big signing and that handicaps them, then they're just the top end of that mid market.
Yeah, I consider the White Sox as mid market.
If they're a big market team, because they're in Chicago, which is one of the biggest markets, are they going to go past that? Are they going to sign the guys that Herb and Tanny are asking for, to say push down Dallas Keuchel in the rotation and sign a guy so that you have the best rotation, not in the Central, but in the league? Like that you're really saying, like, I'm going to try and be a world beater instead of I'm going to try and limp into the playoffs and then make a run in the playoffs. I'm going to try and cash this lottery ticket. I think there's a difference there. And I think we're on the edge here of, like, saying, like, we can destroy this division or we can compete in the World Series. And I think there's a difference that we need to decide which one do we want to be. And
yeah.
Go ahead, Leila.
I just want to throw this out there. We talked on the show earlier this week about the Athletic big agent survey that they do. And one of the questions in it that I thought was pretty good is, why haven't the Yankees won a World Series since 2009? Yeah. So for all the spending that you do, even when you're the biggest of the big market teams, doesn't always mean it works out in your favor. And I didn't realize, like, you know how long it's been, but when you see the actual number on the screen, you're like, oh, like, it's been that long? Like, because I always think, the Yankees signed this guy, the Yankees trade for this guy, like, series, Kluber, series, Tyon, series, Cole, series. And yet, that's not always the case.
I get that, but the Dodgers just won. And the salary of a team that's going to win the World Series has consistently been, with the exception of, like, the Royals, has been above what we're seeing, right? Like, I mean, like,
it's been above 150 million.
Those numbers are above what the Sox are willing to spend. And the Yankees haven't done it, but other teams who spend a lot have done it. The Dodgers just did it. The Dodgers spend what, like $800 billion a year on their salary? Like, they just won. So, like, I mean,
it took them the Mookie Betts contract.
Sure, but I mean, like, they did it. Like, the teams that win spend. It's not unusual. It's not like there's. I get that the Rays are this exception to the rule, but we don't have the people that the Rays have.
No rings, right? Though. Rays don't have any rings. Neither do the A's. I say the White Sox aren't as smart as the A's or the Rays, but no rings, no banners.
But if we're going to spend less than them, like that, like, if we're going to try and spend like them, we don't have the people to do it.
Exactly.
And that's the problem. And so that's what I'm trying to get at. And that's where if I'm looking at my concerns of the team, that's the concern. We haven't spent on these guys. We haven't spent to get the people that are going to project us to this next level. We're depending on guys that are, like, we're depending on guys who are not, like, proven. We're looking at things that haven't really happened yet. Like, we're looking at guys like Vaughn and Kopech and Cease, and I want all these guys to be good, but we're making a parlay on guys that haven't done anything.
Well,
to say like, this is going to make it there.
The good thing though is like they're talented enough to tread water. So like we talked about at the All-Star break, if they want to make some acquisitions, like I'm looking at JD Martinez, like if that's a guy that maybe can get moved, like that would be like, it's a guy that's already been on their radar. You know, he chose to opt back in with Boston, but if they're not where they think they're going to be, maybe that's a guy you can pick up. I like Jorge Soler. You know, picking the bones through the Royals, like, you know, when they know he's going to walk at the end of the year anyway. So like, there's still options there, and maybe they can, with fans coming in slowly but surely, they'll ease their mind a little bit, and they'll be able to take on some money. I think that's our best hope at this point, unless they're really just being coy and laying in the weeds for a guy like Trevor Bauer with one offer on the table. Like, you keep going back to that. Like, how is that a thing where the number one starting pitcher on the market has one offer on the table? Something doesn't seem right there. I don't know what's like. This is either going to be a bidding war, like late, right before spring training. All of a sudden, it's going to heat up, like, you know, the Manny Machado and Bryce Harper stuff did. It just doesn't make sense to me. You know, like I don't know what to make of it.
That's a good point, Chris, because I was in San Diego for the winter meetings, and like after the first night, I think it was Steven Strasburg signed first, and everybody was in shock. 7 years, 245. Wow, that's gonna be the headline. And then Garrett Cole signed the next morning, and everybody freaked out about that. And then Anthony Rendon signed the very next day. Like, these things can happen in a hurry, but with Trevor Bauer, I think some teams are just deciding if he's worth the headache. Like, just the off the field, but also the on the field type of stuff. But I wonder within the White Sox organization that if you spoke to Rick Hahn in a public setting, and if this was a non-pandemic year, we'd all be having this conversation at Reggie's over a drink, but you know that a fan would have asked Rick Hahn, why don't the White Sox sign Trevor Bauer? And Rick Hahn may retort and say, I think I got two Trevor Bauers, and their names are Dylan Cease and Michael Kopech. I think there's a certain level of confidence and hope that the White Sox have, that these two young pitchers that have the talent to perform at that level can reach that. And I think that's what separates the White Sox right now compared to the other competitors in the American League Central, is that they have Cease and they have Kopech, and that they're hoping that they reach the ceilings that everybody has been talking about since they've ever appeared on a top 100 prospect list. If they do, then the White Sox are insanely dangerous in the American League. If they don't, we're going to continue having this conversation next offseason when we're talking about, okay, you got this great young pitcher named Lucas Giolito. He's got 2 years remaining in arbitration.
Right.
How are you going to spend these last 2 years? And oh, by the way, Grandal and Abreu are free agents next year. Yeah. That could be the last ride. Is this really the contention window, just 3 years? Or are you going to provide something that the Cubs provided to their fans, which was at least 5 seasons? We're going to be asking some really pointed and critical questions to the White Sox all season long. I don't think the front office has the answers. I think the front office at this moment is just like us, hoping that the players themselves are able to figure it out and unlock some of their potential on the field. And we get a chance to see that in 2021 over 162 games. Because if we don't, Chirizi, a lot of the concerns that you brought up, I think are legit. And they are conversations we're going to have next winter, while also discussing what the hell is going on with the CBA.
Oh.
Can I throw a name out?
I'm sorry, Leila.
No. I want to.
It's a sobering thought, and unfortunately, it is my bedtime because I wake up too early now, and I didn't get a nap today.
It was great chatting with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining.
I'm so thankful to do this. Like, it's so nice to just talk baseball with everybody. Josh, I'm sorry I hadn't met you yet. Same goes for Jordan. And I think I kind of met Treasy and My Sox Summer and Beef Loaf, but
yeah, we did
Jim
3 things.
And Josh, it's really nice to like meet you guys. Herb and Tanny, I gotta bug y'all later. I can't say thanks enough for doing it. It's just so nice to like talk baseball and hang out, you know. But
next year, Reggie's. Be prepared. We're gonna reach out to you. You could be one of the headliners. You can participate with me. We can talk some serious baseball.
No, you know what? It's also just like fun to like hang out and listen too. As cheesy as it sounds. But like, this has been my pleasure. So
well, it's about time for Carson Fulmer to enter. It's an 8-1 deficit at this moment. So my Sox summer needs to get warmed up in the bullpen right now.
I think
Good night, guys. I really do appreciate it. You know how to find me. Bug me later. Let's do this again.
Layla, thank you for joining. We
so
really
much.
appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thank you.
Nice to
There's
meet you,
nothing I'd
Layla.
rather be doing on a Friday night than talking about baseball. I'm not even kidding. I'm not kidding. Bye, you guys.
Take care, Layla.
Take care, Layla.
Bye.
Now that my Sox summer is passed out on the floor,
Herb, you okay?
I want to throw a name
Herbie,
out there because
He's okay, right?
I'm good.
Wait. I want to hear what Herb has to
Yeah,
say.
what's Herb doing?
Sorry,
What
Joe.
is
I
this?
saw my man Herb over there reeling. I don't know.
I'm just Josh talking about my Sox summer in comparison with Carson Fulmer is cracking me up. I don't know why. 'Cause it's probably perfect. Oh God, it's killing me.
I want to throw a name out there to this panel because I think this is where I'm going to get the straightest answer. Now, there's a portion of White Sox Twitter, and I'm sure you've all seen it, that like to bring up the name Yasiel Puig. And I just saw 4 head tilts as soon as I said that name. So am I alone? I just feel like if he was as good as people think he is, he'd be employed by now.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
that's it. Like, and
Well-
you think about it, like you look around the market, right? You look at like what's available. There's guys available that are good that hit the way he hits, and he's not getting picked up. So there's something inherently wrong that we probably don't know about. Though there's public dissent about like what he's being charged with.
Yeah, the
right?
assault
Like,
and all that shit.
yeah, like so on top of that, and then you look at like, there's guys of his ilk in the free agent market, and he's not getting even looked at. That's probably not a guy you want. Like there's not a reason to me to think that like he's just being blackballed and man, we should probably take a look. But I see Jim.
Yeah, I was going to say, I
slinging
want to
a
hear what
pen
Jim
around.
has to say.
I want to hear what he has to say about this.
No, my impression of Puig, for the last couple of years, he's floated as a possibility is like just Jose Abreu has been diplomatic about Puig. And it kind of reminds me of if you go to college out of state and one kid from your high school goes with you and you kind of hang out with that kid for a while, until you meet your own circle, and then you drift apart because you never were that close to begin with. And when Puig and Abreu came over, Abreu said like, it was nice to see him. We have to catch up. He was very courteous and diplomatic, but there was never any kind of warmth or any kind of sign that they did get along or had some kind of fantastic relationship. So I think with Puig, coming over, if he came over to the White Sox and he has the reputation he has, fair or unfair, just like whatever he would have, Abreu would have to be considered in charge the way he's in charge of like Yohan Moncada and Luis Robert being the father figure. And just my impression, just based on his response, based on the White Sox response, and when like Puig went unsigned last year and Abreu basically said some equivalent of there's no room at the inn with Nomar Mazara on board, just made me think like he doesn't want to have to be the guy who has to answer for Puig if he has any kind of if he brings any kind of issue or has any, if he has some kind of, incident or something that draws attention the way that Abreu doesn't like attention being drawn. So it just strikes me as like, it would be his responsibility just because Cuba, and he doesn't want that.
I think something interesting to keep in mind too is he had that deal with the Braves at some point last year. And I guess I think the details was he had COVID or something, and then whatever happened, and then they didn't end up completing that deal. If the Braves really wanted him that bad, if they really thought he was that much of an asset, even if he did get COVID, all right, take your 2 weeks, test negative, and we'll sign you in 2 weeks. If they thought he was that much of an asset, he would have signed with the Braves. Right. And I think, I think Drizzy, you're just saying there's something there that we don't know. The numbers look nice. And it's certainly an upgrade of what we've seen the past couple of years. But at the same time, there's something underlying that is making 30 teams pass up on the opportunity that we think is there.
Yeah, because we're seeing every other guy that we're like, oh man, what if we did Jock Peterson? What if we Ed Rosario?
Jock Peterson
those guys,
drink.
those guys are all getting picked up, right? Like no one's going like, yes, Yasiel Puig, which makes me think there's something else there. There's
And
something
the fact that
like,
Ken WO wants him.
that only hurts.
Yeah,
that only hurts.
That's a red flag. Ken, you know I love you, bud. Don't get mad at me. And yell at
Except
me
for
on
Jose
Twitter.
Canseco. We should sign Jose Canseco. I don't care if he's 64 years old. I want Jose Canseco.
Jim's got his jersey. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Nice.
You got
That's
two
what I
of them
like
in
to
this
hear.
group, right? So yeah.
That's one of my favorite photos of Jose Canseco after a home run, like high-fiving a young Paul Konerko. Like,
Yes.
over and over.
How's it going over there, Mike Sock Summer?
You know what, My Sock Summer, you owe us a bold prediction. Why don't you give us
I
that
do.
bold prediction?
Now
do.
is the best
Yes.
time. Yes, no, please.
I do.
Please. Yes.
I owe you. Listen, I am a little bit intoxicated.
Get the
Okay?
fuck
I
out
don't
of here.
know.
Oh wait.
Really?
Get right
I
out
don't
of
believe
town. I don't believe it. You crazy bitch.
Here's my boldest prediction that I can drop for the 2021 is that Garrett Crochet will be the number 4 starter by the end of the year.
Did you not, motherfucker, hear my goddamn rant after I had my 5th beer? God damn it. Carson Fulmer gives up a grand slam. It's 12-1 Detroit.
I just said Garrett Crochet.
Closest I felt to like after a bar and you close out and you go get tacos somewhere. This is the like the closest I've had in like a calendar year.
Taco Burrito King, baby.
I mean, you might not. TBK.
TBK.
You might not be wrong, but I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, my Sock Summer, I love you, buddy. No, that's an interesting bold prediction. A lot would have to go wrong for Garrett Crochet to be the number 4
Good
starter.
God, that would be a bad season.
Fucking hurt.
Whoa, get ready.
I keep looking at Herb and start laughing.
So I think we're nearing the end of the night.
Yeah, I don't even see Herb anymore.
But-
Where's Herb?
I feel like I should
I think
end
that's
the night
Spice Adams to be
with
quite honest.
a Teresi style bold prediction.
Herb Biggums.
Yes.
Similar
Please
to
do.
the James Shields.
Your
Cy
original
Young.
Sox Fest after party.
That was the
Yes.
first one. That was the first one we did.
Number
It was
one.
just- It was at Beta Brow.
Beta
Was
Brow.
it
We had
Beta Brow?
75 people. We were so happy that
And
75 people showed up. And then
I-
we held it at Reggie's and we're like, oh my God, we don't have enough space for everyone.
I just remember being it was Beta Brow, and we had invited we invited all the people that were like top of the game, right? Like all the people that we respected the most in the blog and podcast.
Top of the game that are no longer blogging, except for us.
Right? Yeah, and it was. And like,
Well, Patrick Flowers.
I
though,
remember
you know.
I remember being up there, and like all these people were either on the radio or were doing blogs that were doing way more than us, and we were just kind of like, I mean, beef at that time. What were we doing? Like we do a post and we'd be like, we got 100 views on this shit.
I was like, yes.
Oh my God,
Amazing. That
holy
was
shit.
great for us.
Like I was out of my mind for that kind of shit. And we did this thing, and they're like, we're like, well, who's going to be up there with everybody? And
My
they're
Sox
like,
Summer.
they're like, Treasy, go up there, man. Go up there and just riff, do your thing. And I fucking said that James Shields would win the Cy Young, and I thought like 4 or 5 people were gonna pass out. It was like the Polaner all fruit commercial. Like and people were gasping and fucking waving their hands, and I was
You were
just like,
serious.
and I looked around. I was absolutely serious, and I looked around and I was like, oh yeah, this is how I should just do everything. And so I will bring that to you once again. So here's my bold prediction. I don't think the league will play 162 games this year. I think they'll play 150. I think there's gonna be a couple weeks, and then they'll get into it as they're able to get a small amount of people into this stadium. So 150 games. But in those 150 games, Eloy Jimenez will hit 74 home runs in 150 games.
Holy
And
shit.
all of the asterisks will be removed from the record books. So even the 61 bullshit, like all that shit goes away because in 150 games, 74 home runs. It's all done. Let's just accept that shit's gonna happen. It's happening. And Eloy Jimenez is the all-time single season home run record. It's gone. Just accept it now. Just accept it now. I love this. Yes.
The question is, does he stop at 74 for his uniform? Would he have the opportunity to hit more and he stops?
No, yeah. So
Really, Jim,
that's
this is
a good
obvious.
question.
Like,
Jim.
they clinched the
So-
postseason. They
Good call.
the rest. Obviously.
Yeah, so game 75, he actually falls into the stands and breaks his leg. So he only plays
No, there's a net.
74 of those games.
There's a net there. He's fine.
It's one home run per game.
Gives him something to shoot for the following year.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man. See, you know what? This is the thing. Jim is on the same level as me. He knows what I'm talking about.
I love it. I absolutely love
Me
it.
too.
Sometime when Jim is in Chicago, you guys need to have Jim on the From the 108 podcast. Like that is the episode I have been looking forward to. It's going to be 3.5
Three
hours
things.
long.
We gotta
and
go three things with him.
Teresi just asking Jim, "Have you heard of this band? Have you heard of this band? Have you heard of this band?"
So
It's just like
I have honestly wanted to have Jim on three things. And the unfortunate part of it is like I was like, man, Jim's gonna move to I knew Jim was moving to Nashville, and I was like, dude, I'll do a three things with Jim and we'll talk music, and I'll be like, what's the coolest shit you saw most recently? And then well, I guess fuck that. The world told me.
Yeah.
I mean, like that. Like I have that question sucks now because the thing that Jim probably saw most recently was in 2019. That's a bullshit question.
No, the thing I saw most recently was in the severe shutdown in late March, early April. We went downtown Broadway in Nashville just to see what it was like with nobody there. And we're walking up and down the streets, and there's like a person here and a couple there, and just streets barely empty except for one guy, a Louis Armstrong impersonator, singing through like a handheld amp. It's a wonderful, or what a wonderful world, over and over again, like on loop. As you're walking through these empty streets, you're just hearing this second-rate version of What a Wonderful World following you. That's been my live music experience for the last year.
That's way too fucking morbid for us.
That's creepy as shit.
I mean, we already had you try and kill off Tony La Russa earlier in this show. Now we're gonna end with this. God damn it, Jim.
great stuff.
But now everyone went silent. So I guess that is how we're gonna end this.
Wait, can I get a Carson Fulmer final line?
What?
Carson
What are you
Fulmer.
talking about? Carson Fulmer.
Well,
motherfucker. It's not on the Sox.
Based
What's
on
his
his
game score?
post-game interview, that's 2 1/3 innings pitched, 9 hits allowed, 5 walks, 2 strikeouts. 3 runs.
Here's the problem, though. This is what the White Sox are sorely missing right now. Here's the real
Jordan.
problem. When it's 15-2, because the Sox are going
Who's
to get
gonna
blown out at
pitch?
some point. When it's 15-2, who are you all going to shit on this year?
Andrew
Ronaldo
Vaughn.
He was
Lopez.
helpful. He was a
Jimmy
blessing
Cordero.
for people because
Jimmy
he come in.
Cordero.
Jimmy Guns is going to come in and
You
clean up.
goddamn right.
Jimmy Guns.
Cordero.
Yes.
Jay
Jimmy
McFarland.
Guns.
I love Jimmy Guns.
Jimmy Guns. Jimmy
Carson
Guns.
Fulmer was someone everyone could rally around and spew all their hatred towards when things weren't going well for the Sox. And you haven't appreciated him fully, but you will learn to appreciate him. This
See, we can't even talk shit
No, he
to
won't,
Jordan.
'cause he
You know why? Because fuck you,
sucks.
Teresi. Rant number 7. Fuck you, Teresi. You have given Jordan unlimited power by having him follow up with Rick Giolito and saying,
Oh my God.
Rick to meet, because Jordan was the only one that believed in your son. Fuck you, Teresi. Thank you for calling us all out.
You know what? Fuck
One
you guys.
goddamn time.
Fuck you guys. I have made Jordan the final boss. And you know what? Get
Herb's
past
gonna
him.
die.
That's
Do
it.
you see this right now? Herb is gonna freaking die
Put him on
on
the big
this
screen.
goddamn
I
YouTube.
can't do
love
a
it.
show alone, Herb.
I
I
love
need
it.
you. I need you to curse people out.
This is fantastic.
Herb is officially dead.
My
right now.
favorite
He's
part
dead.
is how Josh numbers his rants. That's the best part about all this.
7.
Rant number 7.
I think the best is that he's trying to throw shade at me. He's
Come on.
trying to blame me for the fact that Jordan was right and he was wrong. I mean, that's not my fault. It's not my fault. I can't wait till the next Star Wars podcast we do, and you're just angry at me for no reason, and I know what it is.
We're not going to explain it to anyone watching. But
oh my God,
Jordan, that's why Jimmy Cordero's sticking around.
All right, that's fine with me.
Poor Jimmy. Poor Jimmy.
Rick
Poor
Renneria
guy.
still has Jimmy Cordero on like on a plan in the offseason for throwing. I want you throwing every day, Jimmy.
I mean, we're still trying to get Rick Renteria to be on this. Just even right now, I'm texting him right now. I don't know if it's Rick Renteria or if it's just the guy that works at El Milagro. I don't know, but I'm definitely texting him. Guys, I really appreciate all of you being on tonight, man. This was a lot of fun. And Jim, I can't believe you hung for the whole time. I mean, I love you for that. And everyone really, like, this was just incredibly fun. And I appreciate you guys even jumping on for this, because
100%.
I mean, if you look at me,
Shut
my
up,
Suck
Joe.
Summer, and Beef Loaf, we are just 3 fucking random dudes that decided to sit in the 108, get drunk, and talk socks. And the fact that all these people are watching on YouTube and that you guys have joined us to talk about this, and fucking Rick Giolito has talked about his son pitching for the White Sox, the team that we love. It's just, it blows my mind. And God, I really appreciate that you guys have really spent this time with us. And it is important to us. I don't want to diminish the fact that, like, the time we spend with you guys is important to us. We really appreciate it. And thank you for joining. And thank you everyone who watched and who has put messages out here. This is fucking unbelievable to us. And thank you for doing it. We will talk to you soon. And hopefully we will see you in the park soon. Thank you very much. Have a good night, everybody.